We are back for the 5th week. Get your whales ready, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rivals Fight Night. Yes, they have feet. From the same world as Jeff the Land Shark, I have been studying up on my lore, so have my co-casters. Welcome back, everybody. We have ZP, we have Avast, and before we go anywhere, can I give a shout out to Comics Explained on YouTube? He's nearing 3 million YouTube subscribers. I'm one of them, and I caught up on all of the MCU movies Avast in 90 minutes.
That's incredible. I mean, you're giving free promo to a different creator on our channel, so we'll expect some compensation from them. We'll expect some compensation for the shout out.
In the first minute of the show, that is premium primetime zone. Let's talk about our first matchup because these players are ready to go. We got Zero Tenacity, we got Virtus.pro. This is EU and ZP. For those who haven't been here before, this is just the beginning of the night.
Yeah, we start off with our EU Challenger match, and then the winner goes on to the money match. We try and invite some of the best teams from EU and NA to duke it out. It's real time efficient, but you get some of the best Marvel Rivals round. And, you know, this week, Zero Tenacity, one of the last MRI teams that we haven't gotten in to Rivals Fight Night just yet. So we figured, all right, it's time to give Zero Tenacity a shot.
Show them some love. Now, this team doesn't have the best track record. It's a very short record. Tonight, they hope to go far. They're going up against Virtus.pro, though it's not going to be easy. Walk me through the lineup. Who has the most pressure on them tonight, Avast? Do you think it's a Vanguard, a Duelist, or a Strategist, the healers?
Realistically, when you're coming up against VP, otherwise known as Victory Probable, it's going to be the Duelist line because it's just typically the issue is no one stays alive long enough. Like, there's no limbs going your way, and so then everyone falls because of that, right? If you can never get an opening pick, everyone falls over. It's not just on one particular role by any means, because VP is just so strong all around that Zero Tenacity is going to be struggling across the board, really. They get, obviously, like you talked about, they don't have like a humongous track record for us to look at currently. So it's a relatively equivalent pressure, but typically when you're outgunned, guess what's the most important? The gun, right? So we really do need to see the Duelist kind of pop off.
ZP, I got all the way up to Grandmasters 2. I am now back in Diamond 2 after running up against a freaking Iron Fist in every single game. Is there a character that Zero Tenacity could use that would work against the comps we've seen from VP?
I think against VP, you have to play it pretty much straight, and more than anything else, we've seen the difference making that you can have by having a really good Hela, for example. Like some of the things we've seen in NA, right, where it'd be players like Cal or Delina able to make huge differences, right? Where, I mean, obviously for VP, they might just straight up ban it, where VP is like known to just take out problems. But I mean, look, if you can have a hero performance on something like a Hela, right, or even something along the lines of Namor, maybe you could shift it off. But this VP roster you see before you, Puckett, it's stacked.
Yeah, and I was looking through some of the stats. I mean, Fi is a great player, but Sparker is probably the most electric. I'm talking with any character in the Duelist role. The man has been laying down multi-kill after multi-kill. It's all enabled, though, by the frontline Finzi and Nevix, two of our favorites. Old school hero shooter players. Nevix currently the #1 player on the global leaderboard. Sparker's got 3 accounts in the top 10, but Nevix is #1 with over 500 wins of Vast. He is the best tank on the planet without a doubt.
And I think that's what's so deadly about this team, Virtus.pro in general, is that when we talk about like, okay, who needs to perform? It's like, okay, yes, we do really need to see some duels that put pressure onto Fi and Sparker, but Finzi and Nevix, comparatively to pretty much every other Vanguard in the game right now, other than maybe, you look at 100 Thieves, like players like Vinny and things like that, like they put out Duelist level damage. Duelist level damage consistently for these two players, and there's a reason that this team has looked unbeatable in the region. It's just because they are doing incredible things. And that's not even to say that, like, not even talk about the strategist line, which also look really, really good, put a lot of damage, especially when you have Saipe on like the Loki, which can put an incredible amount of damage, especially with the multiple clones. So this team is scary across the board. Zero Tenacity, an unfortunate name potentially to be going up against a team like Virtus.pro, because they're going to need a lot of tenacity to potentially put a dent in their armor. So I'm hoping that this is like kind of like their pop-off moment, because
it's just irony. It's part of the brand. It's like, it looks like Lid, but it's Zid, but it's not. It's Zero Tenacity somehow in that logo. ZP, let's talk about the maps modes. We got Royal Palace to open things up. Map #1, that was our decision. From here on out, loser of the previous game gets to choose the following one.
Yeah, and what that means is that because you get to choose both the map and the mode you go to, if you have something that your team just plays better, that you're more comfortable on with the comps that you like to run, right? You get to go to your home ground, which makes it a little bit more likely to extend the series to, go the distance, get 4 or 5 maps. And hey, look, the one thing I would love to see here is that there have been a lot of underdog stories in Marvel Rivals and really any new esport, right? Where a team that you kind of underrate coming in just shocks everyone. The absolute just channel point collapse that would happen if Zero Tenacity comes in and takes map 1 away from VP, even though many would see it unlikely, it would be legendary. I mean, we would have instant millionaires and a whole lot of people going, honey, I lost the house.
Yeah, Avast, they haven't lost a map since they've joined Rivals Fight Night. Maybe 1 in the 5 episodes we've had, but they were missing last week. So Virtus.pro, a challenger matchup meeting with Zero Tenacity. Let's take a look at our bans and protects. Both teams are going to be locking in their characters. And who do you think we won't be seeing in this lobby?
ZB hinted on it a little bit, which is like, okay, maybe you remove like Hella off the field. You just say, okay, we're not going to bother like dealing with this, on the side of Fi. Also like potentially even a Winter Soldier. You don't want Sparker on a Winter Soldier. You really don't. The guy is an absolute beast on it. There are some chances here where we've seen teams even take chances where we remove a duelist, maybe put like a Jeff, which we saw, last week in Marvel's Fight Night, but also even in the MRI and the MRC, we've seen sometimes some teams experimenting more with Jeff as more of like a duelist type of pick. So they could get wacky with it. Typically, though, I'm going to say you really want to remove those comfort heroes for the duelist picks. You want to remove Hella, you want to remove Winter Soldier, just get them off the field.
All right, yeah, so we'll see a lot more Star-Lord, I think, because as good as Sparker is as that role, Winter Soldier, he's just devastating. ZP, I feel like the meta's shifting a little bit, though. Sometimes we've seen the triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. We've seen some 2-2-2s. Expectations for our current matchup. I know NA and my ranked games may look a little different from what we see at the pro level in Europe.
I think the biggest thing that we've seen really come more into play in the last few weeks is the idea of like, do you ban the Adam Warlock or not, right? Because like if you don't ban Warlock, then all of a sudden you have the option of going like triple strategist, and it's a completely different playstyle and vibe than a 2-2-2 game. So to me, seeing what to expect in the ban stage is like whether or not you see a Warlock ban from the jump. I also think you're probably going to see a Groot ban from Zero Tenacity, because the reality is that against VP, very few teams really want to go against the Nevix Groot. Like, it's one of those things going like, no, we want no part of that. Although, I do wonder if this might be flipped, because we do see the group ban comes out, but it's from VP, and that usually isn't the...
It is Virtus.pro. So they're saying square up on Magneto. Let us know if you want Doctor Strange. The Thing, we're comfortable on everybody else, but no walls for you. On the other side, Wolverine is out of Vast.
Makes sense. I mean, this is a team that they could play Wolverine. We've seen them play it in the past, though not like an incredible amount. Groot being banned is by far the more interesting pick here for VP, because they've been typically very, very consistent on Groot. And typically teams that have not been as strong have banned Groot, because Groot is a hero that really promotes a team that is super coordinated, using the walls, that does a lot of damage. And instead, it's going to be very VP, of course, protecting the Hela, which we expect. And, I just kind of imagine that we're just going to see a lot of Hela, a lot of Loki, unless it gets banned from Zero Tenacity.
Fi gets his guy, at least Goddess, I should say, and Hela. ZP, let's take a look. No Lokis on the map. Unfortunately, we're not going to hear as many agains, but Winter Soldier currently still in the mix. They wasted on Torch?
I mean, the Torch ban with this. To me, it may be some other throwaway ban, unless there's something extra here that they know that we don't know. Overall, I mean, VP, they're a versatile team. There's who knows what they have in store here, but for this, I just feel like... sometimes when it comes to your bans, you don't even necessarily want to give anything away, but we'll see.
Johnny, lighten things up on the Royal Palace another night. At least not in this matchup. We are going to the first of 3 stages. This is domination. First to 2 stage wins is going to take map number 1. First to 3 map wins is moving on to our $1,000 EU championship match. On the mic for this one, we got the great Tempo ZP and Avast.
Oh, man. So Avast going into this is kind of interesting, because I thought if anything, if you had reversed the bans coming in, that would have made more sense to me. But, things do change week to week, and look, for all we know, VP, they have some things that they want to test out on their own, but we can't trust the heroes yet. We have to see them actually move out of the starting gate.
We've learned that. We've learned that. The only thing you can trust is the Rocket Raccoon, just because these teams are going to be farming up the packs, you know, get some armor packs, get some jump packs. That's pretty much the only thing you can trust. After that, you know, ignore it. Just ignore it. And of course, you get the speed bubble tech coming out there from Dredro, which is something you can trust in itself, because now you just get a little bit of skating going on as they come to the point. And it is Hellas for both sides, so not unexpected there. You know, you see a Magneto, you see a triple Vanguard actually for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and I mean, Zero Tenacity, they kind of, you know, telegraphed this saying, like, yeah, we're going to run triple Vanguard, but it puts a lot of pressure on the Newton early on here. We'll see what Newton's going to be able to get done here on the Hela for now. Both teams trading out. Neither team two wouldn't be here just yet. We take a look at things, just swinging away, and already first pickoff in favor of Zero Tenacity. It's Ducky able to get the Luna, and you lose a strategist that early of Vest. It kind of forces a bit of a backup.
It does. I mean, this is just have to play very, very slow here for Virtus.pro. They don't want to lose more picks. They don't want to get staggered, as Ducky moving so aggressively here, trying to find more. And I like the usage here of the Magneto as just pretty much a fat DPS, right? We use the Magneto to just like, okay, we're going to take pressure off our other players. We're going to use those bulwarks, and then we're going to look for a lot of damage. Because remember, there was a damage buff on Magneto. He does do a lot of damage. You can do some isolations as well for the right click. So now Zero Tenacity just going to be poking as Virtus.pro make the run back. Several ults up for both squads here, and Virtus.pro going to be looking for the pick. I mean, a lot of pressure here onto Fi, onto Sparker to try to make them turn around.
And already trading out here ult-wise, Newton able to take down Sparker right away. Air Tear gets the BRB onto Doctor Strange, and look, Zero Tenacity, they blow both strategist ults here, but for now, they get to hold on to the point. They're at 40% control. They back out a little bit as VP burns a bit of their ult bank, but for now, Zero Tenacity is actually in a really, really nice spot here, Vast, as you take a look at this. Now, VP decides, okay, we want to try and push this out entirely. Fate of Both Worlds gonna be used, but on the same note, the Strange is able to take down Finzi. VP just continues to bleed players here, but Sparker with the horn evens things out.
By turning around, making sure not to get those projectiles absorbed. You see they're still fighting here on the point. Just gonna be that Goddess of Death for Newton coming out now, trying to find some, but Sparker, I think, opening up with the combo. Alongside Dredro, getting the damage boost out for the Horn of Proteus. Should be the cleanup now for Virtus.pro. But well played here for Zero Tenacity. They do have more than Zero Tenacity, ZP. I mean, there is some tenacity being found just of it, and the triple Vanguard working for them so well. And I think what you have to be worried about for Virtus.pro is that coming to this next fight, watching Luigi, making sure that, okay, or Lugia rather, making sure that Lugia doesn't get a clobbering time just to stun some of the backline before you get any of these strategy ults. But I think Saipe should have the boundary up in time. Yeah, the invisible boundary already up. As Finzi getting pulled in a bit, but not found. So gonna be okay.
I think the key for VP is also not giving up anything in the neutral, where both the Magneto and Newton have just been really good at finding early opening picks here so far. Clobbering time, though. He'll be dropped here by Nevix, setting the tone, gets rid of the opposing thing, and with that early pick, you know, it helps things out, but the BRB gets them back into play, and Nevix falls in turn, so still winnable here for Zero Tenacity. Invisible boundary gonna be dropped. Zero Tenacity trying to push forward. Virtus.pro responding insane. So boundaries are out. Looking now over here, the Sparker has the horn in reserve, waiting, looking for the opportunity. Under pressure, getting forced back just a little bit. Horn gonna be dropped over to the side, gets one pick. It's good enough.
I mean, with that pick, it should be pretty much here the cleanup again. And that's really well played from Virtus.pro. I mean, they lost the pick a little bit early because of that pressure, but luckily they are still good because they just wait up Sparker for the Horn of Proteus, use the damage boost, find one, fight breaks down, and Virtus.pro just showing the reason as, okay, a very early pick onto Fi, but I mean, they're just gonna have to be TPing back here. Yeah, and this is where Virtus.pro, what do? You're gonna have to play it slow, look for some value from the meter in potentially, just absorb some of this damage, keep you on the point. Is that a zero man? No, it's a one man.
Goes in, now. Look at Finzi, drop the Meteor M, and it actually connects, takes down Gainer. Howard Newton responds in kind, gets Finzi out of the fight. Still winnable here for Zero Tenacity. Take a look at Fee here on the backside. Gonna use the Goddess of Death. Looking, and a little bit of a Goddess of Death battle here. Where,
well, the health battle much better for Fi.
Well, Fi.
The Astral Flock. Can they find one? I mean, right now, this is just a pick. We're just waiting for a pick, CP. Like, anyone gets a pick first. The ult are relatively equal. Meteorium doesn't find value. They just need to find something. They need to live. And there it is. Newton found.
Nevix is able to chase down Newton. So you're down Newton. Things are going to be really difficult for Zero Tenacity here. They drop the invisible boundary. It's going to buy them a little bit of time. But the question is, who's going to get pickoff for you right now in the moment? You know, maybe you're looking towards Ducky to do something, but VP, they have Fate of Both Worlds. They drop it. Now get to move forward. Still at the man advantage here. And Zero Tenacity starting to get whittled down a bit. Clobbering time is up for Lugia. If Lugia can drop it in time, but instead, the horn comes out, takes down Winnie. BRB brings him right back up. Fee, though, able to take down Lugia at the same time. So VP winning the trades here as time is ticking down 99% to 68.
And they do it again, Virtus.pro. They just show the power of their overall coordination. There's such good ult tempo for them because Saipe holds on to the boundary knowing that there was going to be another clobbering time coming up for the side of Zero Tenacity. So just waits as long as possible. A perfectly timed damage boost as well from the Fate of Both Worlds from Jujo to make sure there's a pick for the Hornet Proteus. And that's the issue with Virtus.pro. And when you're coming against teams that maybe ones that haven't had as much top level experience in particular, is not only do they have extreme amount of potential across the board to get picks, but they also are just so extremely coordinated in their ult economy. In a game like Marvel Rivals, where the ult economy determines just so much of the game's tempo, it's so important to just know and have a handle on, okay, we know we're dropping this ult, we know we're going to wait for this. And that's what Virtus.pro does masterfully. When you see those fights break down, they can just hold their ults for the right moment.
I think it's just really worth knowing, though. I mean, maybe it was just catching VP a little bit off guard with the triple Vanguard setup, but I mean, Zero Tenacity came out way stronger than expected from the opening here, right? I mean, obviously VP coming in very, very favored, so just getting up to nearly 70% from the start of Ast, not something a whole lot of people expected from the opening, and we got change-ups here. We got a Hulk in play.
Not quite the Season 2 patch, so, we're not going to be seeing any Namor Hulk for the Gamma Monstros, but Hulk out on this map, I mean, very vertically oriented, so going to be using a lot of jumping. You can make sure to isolate people as well, set up the guards to just absorb some of the damage, and VP just sticking with more of the same, though, with things. You go into the Doctor Strange, which makes sense, have the Cloak of Levitation. So Zero Tenacity, trying to look for the follow-up, trying to find just a setup currently, because you don't really want to play counter dive here with Hulk. You definitely want to try to find something.
Well, last time Zero Tenacity was really good in neutral. They dropped the Sia at the beginning here. Getting a little bit more damage boost for the team. Going to help in looking for early pickoffs. Still a window of opportunity. Finzi, though, drops on in. Drops the Agamotto. Is any fall through going to be there? Zero Tenacity. They can't save Error. Error goes down. Fi able to find it on the outside. And Zero Tenacity now down one. Agamotto up for them if they want to drop it in turn. They lose Newton, though, and down this many of Est. It's time to hold and go back.
Yeah, just a bit of an ult bank disadvantage there. Zero Tenacity, I saw what they were trying to do. They knew that Nevix was going to be looking for the clobbering time. Just not able to find much. I mean, Lugia, of course, going down, but just not able to find much. Just hoping to use the guard to mitigate some of that value. So now Zero Tenacity, they're going to stick with it. No, actually, they're going to change. Going to Venom here. So Venom with Newton means they're pretty much just have the Star-Lord Venom try to find some picks onto the backline, some of the squishier targets. Gonna be tough, though, with Sparker Drijo with that combo. The Frozen Spawn just gives so much sustain. Ooh, just so much counter dive possibility. Oh, my Lord.
No.
Well,
it looks so good, and then so bad when you just get CC'd and can't actually get your shield up and get burned down. But the BRB does bring Lugia back to the fray. The problem is, while waiting, VP just pushes forward. They take down two, and it just completely ruins any momentum Zero Tenacity might have had opening in there. Only upside, though, only 40% for VP here so far. Still time for Zero Tenacity to work with.
Taking some fast fights are good. Removing some ults, which is very crucial, as they make sure Finzi has to be careful. Doesn't get caught. Zero Tenacity gonna have 5 ults. 5 ults for this upcoming fight, so they have some options to break it open. Probably gonna try to send Lugia to the back line, and Ducky has fallen over, unfortunately, to the spam. So they're already down one. They'll have the BRB. I believe.
No, I don't think the BRB was even set up.
Yeah, they wanted the BRB.
Like, they weren't expecting that to happen. As Fi just works on the outside, finds Newton, and things have gone from bad to worse here. This is a full team wipe, and also very economical for VP. Zero Tenacity, I mean, look, they're building up a bit of a bank, but now they're in this unenviable position where they need to heavily win the next fight and then hold on the rest of the map. Easier said than done.
Ducky's also gone to just the thing instead. He's gonna be getting some of that damage mitigation, hoping to cleave through this man. But I mean, Fi playing so aggressively, just not letting them walk in. And this is what Virtus.pro, they love to do. They love to not let you walk in at all. There's a Hornet Proteus too, just to make sure. I mean, dropping multiple ults, and I mean, that's round. Now they're gonna have to stagger back the point unless a miracle happens. A miracle would have to occur.
It would be ridiculous. We'll see if they're able to touch. Newton just gets caught again. And oh no, the block. Finzi just says, no. How about you just don't leave your spawn? Oh man, after a close first round there, Vast, VP, the download was complete as we went to Odin's archive.
VP, they shook off the rust a little bit. They had to warm up the muscles, do a little bit of warm up things here. Just, they take a little bit of time. They were in Serbia. They were flying around in the private plane. Perhaps they had some low oxygen. They were partying a little too hard. And they said, okay, enough pretending. Enough pretending, we're back. And just another classic VP performance. I mean, Zero Tenacity rolled out pretty strong, but it definitely struggled here a bit, especially on this Odin's archive. I mean, just struggled pretty hard because they were looking for the right comp. They were like, okay, maybe we can play the Hulk, try to mitigate the early clobbering time. Weren't able to do that. Let's go to Venom. Can we set up a dive? Nope, we're just going to get frozen. No dives. Okay, let's go to Thing. I mean, Lugia just constantly trying to find the right pick in that second round and just unable to find it.
Well, the tragic thing, too, is that Lugia, the opening for Venom there actually looked really good, except for the fact where you get the Luna Snow CC coming in, and then you just get blown up before you're able to shield. So instead of being a huge opening where you're a huge distraction, you're just gone. And by the time the BRB brings you back, well, your team is gone because they've pushed forward. So not ideal.
This is like one of your favorite games in ranked. You're done. All right. We're already finished with domination. We're moving on. Let's go to convergence. Let's make this a little longer game, Zero Tenacity. You look at the final blows of Ask. Guess how many times Virtus.pro died?
Honestly, I didn't even get to see. I'm going to assume that it has to be sub 6 or 7. Probably.
You're close. Total of final blows: 4 on Newton. Ducky, 1. Lugia, 1. 2 from your Strange for a grand total. You can do it at home. 8.
That would be 8.
Ladies and gentlemen. That's the same as Finzi and Nevix combined. The whole team versus the Vanguards. Virtus.pro absolutely stomping. Nevix taking control with the Namor. I forgot that was in his arsenal as well. I was like, oh, he'll just go Star. No Star-Lord needed. He's got a Namor ZP.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the other side here, like looking at bright spots for Zero Tenacity, I would just go back to looking at that very first fight on Control where things worked out for them, right? Where they were Ducky on the Magneto, able to find an early opening pick. Newton actually did look pretty competitive on the Hela for a time, but it just felt like at some point VP goes, okay, we know what you're running now. We know you're going to run with the triple Vanguard. We're going to adjust our positioning. We're going to put more pressure on the Newton, and we're not going to let Magneto get picks in neutral. And things just seemingly shifted very, very rapidly. So to me, it's like, okay, VP has already done some adapting. Zero Tenacity, what adapting do you have in the tank now yourselves?
All right. It is time to go to map number 2. We're headed back to the path. This could be a long or a very short game. It's time to find out as we get into our bans and protects. Keep in mind, this is a Zero Tenacity map choice. I assume that means they're attacking first. ZP, as I go to Eagor Soul path, what is the ideal composition out of the gate?
I think the ideal composition when you're on attack is anything that you feel like is going to be enough to actually get to first point. And we've seen very different approaches to that. I mean, you think back to last week, right, where we saw an actual Jeff get used for first point, and it worked out really well into first and second, right?
Beautiful.
I think the key thing is more so your ult economy and just positioning yourself in a way that you can hit critical mass and not just get stuck at the choke point, where, I mean, whether it be in professional play or even your own ranked games, right? People sometimes you can't get through that choke depending on what you're playing. You need to have a plan to get through, and you need to like allocate your economy the proper way to do so.
All right, Phi Sparker, the challenge is out there. Can you show me a Jeff on defense? Let's take a look here. We got Thing Protected. Avast, what do you see coming from Virtus.pro?
I mean, more of the same. Frankly, more of the same.
More Phi guy.
Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of Hela. Like, it's kind of a question of, for me, does Zero Tenacity want to remove the Namor? Namor has been typically very strong for breaking open the first point in particular, but even the rest of the path here for Path of Eagor still. So do they want to play that into again the Sparker? I don't think they want to necessarily, but if they remove it, it's like, okay, what do they play, right? Like, are they going to try to bring out, like, perhaps there's been a lot of, like, Psylocke play to try to open up the flanks again, right? You could try to do that. Could try to do the Starlet. So they are going to remove the Luna Snow, which means they don't necessarily want to deal with the team up with Namor. But VP, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if them still play Namor even, but with Hela on the field, they still have options to bring out a Psylocke. So you're going to be seeing a lot of poke on the flanks. ZP talked a lot about a lot. How can they get out of the choke? How can Zero Tenacity break the choke? How can they break the defense? That's going to be crucial here for them, and it's going to be really, dependent on what is their duelist pick.
Map number 2. It's your first best of 5. The EU Challengers continues with Tempo ZP.
I think Puck is doing that on purpose at this point, but
it's very sultry. It's very, very sultry. It's giving a certain vibe.
Yeah,
Tempo ZP.
At some point we're gonna get like the Puckett After Dark stream. Maybe it'll be a sub goal at some point. We'll see how things go. But heading into the path here, we'll see what the plan is for both teams to get through the choke. But you know what's universal, Avast?
There it is.
Oh, wait,
there it is. Yes.
Oh God, what is the Jeff doing? What is going on?
That's fine. That's fine. You ever seen those fish that kind of clean out the gills from other larger fish?
Oh.
You ever seen
those large gills?
It's kind of, those are some large gills. Those are
Nature ZP, it's natural.
Well, it is going to be VP on the attack first, and their goal to get through the choke here, Vest. A little bit of Punisher play with backed up with the Rocket team up. If nothing else, it is tank busting, and maybe the ticket here versus Tenacity. But Newton, though, finds Nevix early on. Everyone's getting punished.
I mean, they're using, just using that infinite grit, getting the infinite ammo there to Newton to make sure they can try to just farm one, find another Sparker returning here. So Punishers for both squads, they do have both of the team up, and it's just shotgun blast being thrown everywhere. I mean, it's looking like Blood Gulch on Halo currently.
You know, if anyone got that reference, I'd be bucking Ducky, though.
Those were the boomers. Those were the boomers.
Yeah. Okay, you take a look at this. I mean, this is a really nice hold so far from Zero Tenacity. How often do you see VP pushed back into their spawn? Because it's happening right now.
Okay, they put Fi here onto the Winter Soldier as well. They're just trying to find one, trying to find the hook there. There's going to be, I mean, there it is. I mean, they're trying to find anything with the Punisher roll. Nothing. Amp out there, finally. Newton down, and I think that's probably going to break it open now, just bursting through.
Yeah, I mean,
falling here on the choke.
The BRB is nowhere near enough to repair the damage that was just done, but this still is not the point over, right? Like, they're going to get through a decent part of the choke point. Zero Tenacity is still going to have a moment to recontest here, especially running the Strange. So we'll see where this goes. Okay, Newton was just, he got brought back by the BRB. He was like, I sure hope no one notices that I'm back here. They did, though.
EP there for Gainer up to the high ground. A lot of ults coming online for Zero Tenacity. No one gets found by the Force Physics. Oh, wait, but Lugia going down, getting found, gonna go down. I mean, just a horrible pull situation there for the contest. Trying to stay alive as long as they can. Crack an impact. Can they get one?
Bye. Going on in. Crack an impact used. Looking for a little bit more. Gets the reset one more time. Drops up and over. And it is a clean sweep for VP. Fi making it work again and again. And Avast, that's probably the first point done because the portal's already been used.
No portal means very unlikely for the recontest. Also, I mean, even if you try to go for the recontest, it's likely an immediate pick. Someone tries to touch, they're going to go down. You're going to be down a player. There's not even a huge ult bank for Zero Tenacity. Looks like they might want to try to do it. Lucio taking a lot of damage. I mean, why? I guess they have a BRB here, so they can bring him back, but it's just some ult feed, I guess, a little bit. As now Virtus.pro coming on in.
Yo, man made of rock, go over there, check that corner. I'm gonna die. It's like, yeah, our tech will bring you back. It's totally fine. But yeah, VP right now, finding their foot and rolling along. Ducky holding on to the meter M. Lugia with the clobbering time. Sia gonna be dropped here immediately by VP. Sparker back into the fray. Gainer, though, able to find Fi early on. Decent poke coming out here from Zero Tenacity as we enter the second point. VP already dropped an invisible boundary here relatively early on. Both teams with the boundary. As Ducky moves forward, still holding on the Meteor M, waiting for the opportunity. VP still being held back, just poking in from their spawn. About to be back to full strength. The clobbering time, though, comes on in and leads Ducky to his doom. Nevix setting the tone.
They're gonna commit the punish roll. They're gonna commit the final judgment here. I mean, there isn't a strategist ult, but Newton just gonna go down. Sure, gets one for his trouble, but that's -1 ult. -1 ult off the board when you were down 2 players already, so I mean, almost too much tenacity, ZP. I would say it's a little too much tenacity in that situation. As Zero Tenacity come back in, they're going to have the Meteor M. They're close to an amplifier here, so they have some options to kind of run in, knowing that there's not a strategist ult. Try to burst through one, maybe throw the Meteor M. Just get one.
I think they do just drop the Sia and then go for the Meteor M right away. Nevix, though, trying to make the doorway as unappetizing as possible. 5 meanwhile here in the back. Infinite grip, powering them on up. Cracking impact, good to go. Meteor M gonna get dropped. Nothing happened from that. Ooh. Meanwhile, Ducky with his Meteor M with 2 gets Saipei and Sparker down, and that's one way to just stall things out.
Actually from downtown. That was like right around the corner. Sneaked it on in. A little bit of corner 3 meta. Is now Ducky just poking here.
Closer to a Space Jam than a moonshot of the 2.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. It really was. I mean, it's got Curry vibes. And so now, Virtus.pro coming on. I mean, 4 ults on the board here, about to be 5 with the clobbering time. So Zero Tenacity, they need to make sure that, okay, we used the invisible boundary late. We have to survive through this. Exactly what we're going to do. Save the clobbering time to maybe find a pick. I mean, they're definitely not for saving the pick. They're definitely not.
Yeah, I mean, they use the clobbering time to set up the final judgment. Let Sparker just let it rip. VP, a very sizable advantage in this fight here so far. Sparker still just laying in the damage. The grip, it's infinite. And you just look at the thing rolling around being like, why am I here? What am I doing? Go back to spawn.
What type of rock is the thing made out of? Is it like kind of like a volcanic rock? I don't know, but either way,
it's cosmically enhanced rock.
It's cosmically enhanced. Oh, I see. It's a little cosmically enhanced rock. So there's going to be the TP coming on in.
It's not bad. They actually do get right back
immediately found. I mean, immediately found. No.
Yeah, Newton does get back up from BRB, but the problem is, like, in the period while he's down, Lugia gets bursted. Fi in with the Kraken Impact. Gets a full of Agamotto actually getting taken down, stops the resets in their tracks, but the rest of VP still pretty darn healthy here, Vast, and Fi gets brought back in by the BRB. It's looking like second point about done.
Yeah, I mean, I like the effort, love the idea. Have the TP, they know they're going to have some options to try to pressure something out early, maybe set up the Agamotto, which they do. They get some great stuns, but unfortunately the BRB was up. They weren't able to get picks fast enough. So now Virtus.pro getting another point here on Path to Utah. So looking pretty inevitable, but it's not a steamroll. We've definitely seen worse. There's some fight being put up. As Sparker putting up the aggressive turret here, getting some of the shield as well for the bulwark.
I mean, while VP's been in control, it hasn't been entirely one side. However, with Gainer getting caught here in the middle, it does set this fight off on a tough go. But okay, Gainer off the BRB, takes down Nevix, who's a little bit deep. I don't think a BRB was up for Nevix in turn, so ZT working with a 6-on-5 advantage right now. Now for VP, do you invest the boundary, do you keep momentum, or do you back on out? You have to decide. You drop the Infinite Grit, and now for Sparker just looking for a little bit of damage. Final Judgment in tow, waiting and waiting. Zero Tenacity and backing up. They drop the Sia of their own. Invisible Boundary ready to go. Final Judgment in right now from Sparker. Sparker looking for anything. Boundary drops in response. For now, just laying in the damage as Newton takes him down. One Judgment for another. Zero Tenacity up one. The BRB brings Sparker back in, but they lose Fi in the interim. And ZT right now, Vast looking really, really good.
I mean, both Punishers said, let's duel. Duel in the town square, we'll see you at high noon. Like, is that, both of them just unloading into each other in the invisible boundaries. Great focus fire there for Zero Tenacity. Managed to back out away from the Infinite Grid. Amplifier used for Sci-Fi. Hopefully they can find one. They need to find one with the Amplifier, ideally, so they can keep the momentum.
Well, Nevix goes in, checks his watch, drops two immediately. Newton's back into the fray, but now the bounce power has changed. VP up about 3 players right now, continuing moving forward. Zero Tenacity now trying back up. They don't want to get super staggered here, Vest, but it might not be about what they want as Fi finds Newton. They go all the way to the spawn door here. VP very close to just getting this to completion. Now for ZT, the question is, how do you even get out? They're looking for the opportunity. They're going to have to use Agamotto just to get out and over, but they're just getting stymied by Nevix. Gainer slowly but surely coming over to the back, lands a decent Agamotto. Fall through is there onto the rocket. One of the better picks you could get, but can Gainer get out with his life right now? Able to back on out, gets the heals. Ducky gets onto the Invisible Woman, and ZT, they actually get on out.
Incredible awareness there from Zero Tenacity. I mean, Gainer goes to the back, finds 2 squishies with the Agamotto. Exactly what they needed. They just didn't have anything to peel. They didn't have the strategy up just in time, and they find Trijo before they get the invisible boundary. So that means ZT, Zero Tenacity, barring a miracle, I mean, this is a hold. This is going to be a hold here in the OT, and off the Agamotto, I mean, it just looked potentially over there coming out of the spawn. There's so much focus fire, but send themselves directly to the back line. Like a magic, sort of like a magic missile, kind of, a magic ICBM. Drops the Eye of Agamotto directly into the back line. That's exactly what they needed. I mean, very, very good awareness. And that's kind of the power as well of running a triple Vanguard strategy, is that, especially with the Vanguards in the current state of Marvel Rivals, all of them have very strong ults. In particular, like when you look at Strange, when you look at the Thing, you have ults that can not only stun and isolate targets, but then allow you to just finish it off really quickly, especially if there's no, pretty much no push, no other strategy ult available. And so that's kind of the value of running that triple Vanguard comp, is like, okay, we know they're not going to have those ults yet. We know we're not going to have those mitigating factors. If I can find just a squishy or 2, we could potentially win the fight. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of managing the ult economy, I think ZT has looked pretty decent at points. And also, I mean, just riding the line in difficult situations. And
Here it comes.
No. Here it comes.
There it is.
Where's the Jeff, though? I mean, with the standard has already been set of having a Jeff just, doing barrel rolls behind. This is more just telling the opponents what's up. There's a window there.
They didn't need to give them all that, They didn't need to give them all that. It's like, look at that. It's insane. It's a bakery.
I mean, you say it's a bakery. I mean, I say it's supplying the entire amount of bread for an entire metro area. That's what I'm seeing there.
That's true. Very true as the rollout occurs here. Zero Tenacity now on the offense, still running the triple Vanguard here with the Punisher. Virtus.pro choosing though to put 5 back on the Hella, which, I mean, I think when you're on defense here, it makes a lot of sense. You have huge sightlines to work with. You don't necessarily have to hold close, unlike what Zero Tenacity on theirs. As, okay, we're getting a little portal-y with it. We're thinking with portals now.
Yeah, you use the portal to set the Punisher turret. I like it right now. Newton actually getting quite a bit of damage in. It's disruption across the board. Sparker nearly going down. Sparker just barely able to get out of the fray. Newton continuing to lay in the damage now, perhaps going through the portal. Goes through the portal, uses his own zip line. Now up over the top, swap the shotgun, and gone. Sparker had enough of that.
I mean, plus 100 style points, minus 100 aura points. Unfortunately, no, BRB's used for both squads. There's some of the flank battle for Fi. Trying to get the isolation on the Newton is Zero Tenacity. Getting the amplifier up, getting the boundary up. I mean, can they push through? Can they find a fit?
And Sparker got caught. Gator was able to get to the back, gets on the Sparker, even with the boundary dropped. So up 1, no BRB in place. ZT now just rushing into VP in turn, looking for any extra picks. Newton was able to find Nevix off the shotgun, and it is VP in full retreat, getting staggered as Zero Tenacity gets through this ugly choke point.
However, losing Lugia a little late there. The amplifier allowing them. They have the turret set up on point. They have the pirate ship. There it is. All cannons broadsiding. Can they get back out the touch? Finzi gonna get the touch. Meter him as well to keep him up. If they want, they are trying to keep him at the choke. They need to find one. Can they find any?
Well, they go for the Goss of Death in the backline. Newton falling right after. Finzi falling up from damage from the Goss of Death. However, BRB can get Newton right back into play. Zero Tenacity still at 6. VP looking for a way back in. Some on the point, some still stuck in the choke. Sparker, final judgment, burns down the thing, takes down Newton. This Punisher is not going down, Avast, and it is cleaning up ZT.
Oh, beautiful bulwarks as well onto Sparker. They try to make it back in. Fi probably going to go in the back line, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, sure, great pick for Winnie there, but fight's over. Recontest happening, and that's exactly what they needed. I love the aggression of Finzi, making sure to keep them on the point, having the bulwarks available for Sparker. Is now Virtus.pro. I mean, they're not giving any space. They're like, we're going to poke you right here. We're going back to the choke. It's ours.
It's just saying, like, no, we actually like the choke point. Please fight us there again. ZT, though, moving up, trying to get back in alignment with the convoy. They have the invisible boundary that they're going to pop real early in this fight in all likelihood, especially as Lugia is getting pummeled. Still, they're able to keep Lugia up. No boundary up yet just now. Now they drop the boundary on to the convoy. VP going to get forced to back up a little bit. Nevix has the clobbering time in tow. So now for Nevix, do you walk forward, drop clobbering time before you get to the apex? 1 meter left to go. Nevix, clobbering time. Final judgment from Sparker. Is the fall through going to be there? So far, 2. And the BRB is not going to be enough to fix this one, Avast.
I mean, perfect backup for Virtus.pro. So Virtus.pro walks all the way back to the choke, rather the door, puts Redro's Guardian Shield up to absorb some of the damage. They wait it out, then they recontest immediately with the CYA from Saipe, drop the Punisher ult, drop a clobbering time, making sure they're stunned in all that damage, and execute 2-3 players immediately for Zero Tenacity. And now we're in a last fight territory. Some ults coming up for Zero Tenacity. They need to find some value here from a Vanguard ult. Maybe you drop a CYA, open something, force a strategist ult early.
I mean, I think ideally for them, they drop the CYA, go Meteor M. They do just that. And now, is this Meteor M going to hit anything? To the back line, Gainer able to find Sparker. And that may have to be enough. Meteor M, though, from Finzi. Out in turn. Does it get anything? No. VP, invisible boundary already dropped. Sia about to fade. Lugia, clobbering time needs to be dropped here in just a moment. Goddess Death ready to go with the clobbering time is dropped. VP, Dredro able to get away from it. Now they drop the Goss of Death. It's going to be more damage coming in towards VP side as they try and just get the convoy where it needs to be. 3 meters away. Nevix goes down. They get point A here, Vaz, but it is very tortured.
Had to commit everything. Literally everything there. I mean, you think like, okay, maybe we'll get something with the clobbering time. We don't. We didn't find much with the amplifier, though we got an early pick. Ayavakomoto didn't find too much either. I mean, just having to commit everything to force them in the door. And in Virtus.pro, you can be relatively happy. Now, you can't be as happy about that, losing Saipe a little late on that chase, which means it's going to delay the recontest here. You're going to lose a lot of the prime real estate for some of these early fights on the second point of path. And now Virtus.pro, because of how close to Zero Tenacity are holding, they're going to have to be a little more careful coming out.
Yeah, I mean, Newton did a great job to get that late pick onto the Raccoon. It really makes things difficult in terms of now heading back out. VP lost some of their free regroup time. And now, look at ZT, again, being really aggressive, using their triple Vanguard to try and deny space. VP, though, they've had a final judgment from Sparker, again, dealing great damage, but on the same note, they lose Fi early, but it's not going to be enough. The final judgment is still going, Avasted. You just can't give a Punisher this much room.
No, you really can't. And they almost had it. They almost had like a little bit of a tech there where they had Gainer jump up to the top with the levitation, have Lugia use the embattled leap, get up, give it the damage reduction, maybe almost were able to contest. But unfortunately, just CYA plus that final judgment for the Punisher, it just provides so much damage. And if you don't have a strategist ult, if you don't have some sort of isolation, you're just gonna get vaporized. I mean, we're just gonna see the water cycle. I mean, that was it. There was the evaporation happening right there.
Oh, and Fi gets neuted in the Hella v Hella. Not what you want to happen here for ZT, where you're already fighting against the clock. Only 1 minute left, and yeah, you get the BRB. But one charge of that down, and Fi right now, just seeing him in the back, just going, who's going to be my next target? Has plenty of options, just watching with the third-person view.
They have to be watching out for Fi. I mean, Fi is using the just pretty much the length, the width of this second point to constantly flank. Use Hella, use the Astral Flock to get. I mean, look, there it comes. Gonna come again. Probably drop a Soul Drainer. Try to look to find one strategist, maybe a Punisher. There it is. Wait, the Guardian Shield. Perfect. Perfect Guardian Shield blocks that.
Yep, goes for the Goss of Death and still gets neuted. I mean, the backline assault does its work. Fi goes on a deep mission, comes out with results, and now 25 seconds left. ZT is going to be down to their last attempt of Est.
Sometimes you can do everything right as a strategist, and unfortunately, there's just a lot of ults. Newton trying to zipline on out heroically, taken down. There's the portals on the spawn doors as well. They're trapped, ZP. They can't get out. They're trying to get over the top, but it's just not enough.
We call this the VP finisher, where you think you have another team fight. Finzi perhaps thinks otherwise with the portals, the convoy just neglected as VP takes map number 2 away from Zero Tenacity. But, you know, that Zero Tenacity had their moments. They stopped VP from even completing the map. They got through the first point, but eventually VP just came out on top. And the consistency with the Punisher play coming from Sparker, I mean, it has to be the main story.
Well, VP, as we all know, it stands for Vexing Portals. So that's the real story there, I must say. But yeah, Sparker on the Punisher. And you know, it's interesting because outside of Path, I don't think you really don't see Punisher that often now at the top level. So having the ability to just like have the long sight lines, use the team up, make sure to get amplifiers. It's really where Punisher can shine on a map like this because you have verticality, you have so much room to just give him positioning to make sure he's not immediately shut down by maybe even dives. So it's nice to see him come out. And I mean, Sparker did put on a little bit of masterclass there. I mean, 28 final hits. 28 final hits is disgusting.
He's pretty good. That Sparker kid is worth watching for sure. Observers take note going into game 3. We need a Sparker cam anytime the ultimate pops up. ZP, let's talk a little bit about what was going well for Zero Tenacity. Gainer, ridiculous hero play on the Doctor Strange, hits the Eye of Agamotto, gets everybody else right behind him. They stall out, they hold the third point. Offense didn't go as well.
No, offense was a little bit more struggled, but you know, on the same note, they had some good modes on the offense. I love the opening with the turret, with the Doctor Strange portal. Again, you know, whether it was Gainer's idea or Newton, either way, it looked really cool. It nearly broke it open because, yeah, it took them a while to get point A, but I mean, they got right to the end pretty quickly, right? It was more so VP finding ways of holding on, you know, with very minimal resources. Nevix getting a really well-timed clobbering time. And of course, this is our main highlight,
Scrubbing.
Right?
I mean, that's got. I mean, look at that. I mean, that just has. We have to always talk about that.
They come in clean.
Real. They do. That's true. That's very true.
As we take a look at some of the best moments, yeah, Kraken Impact. They felt it every single time. You always see the Z-Pack coming down, and this is what happens if you let Sparker play a little bit of hit scan. The Punisher punished for sure. Magnetos, how did we feel about their play of Ast?
I mean, it looked great. I mean, I think a big thing about when you, especially when you're dealing with Punisher on the field like Path of Eagor still, is how much value you're getting from your bulwarks, how much value you're getting from those shields to make sure that you're setting up the Punisher, especially when they're popping the ult, so they're not immediately CC'd, they're not immediately getting picked. And I think both Magnetos, both Ducky and Finzi, looked really, really good. It's just, I mean, honestly, I really can't say like, oh, this was a Magneto gap by any means. It just felt like when you see the difference here and just the overall amount of progress, when you see the amount of picks going the way of Virtus.pro,
teamwork.
It's really tough. It's really tough to say like, oh, Ducky did not perform as well. But definitely a lot of love again to Finzi, because you can just see even in the beginning of this clip, the bulwarks, the shields going on, making sure to deny a lot of the value. And it's so crucial there to make sure your Punisher just gets the picks as needed.
I've never had anyone in my lobby who could track like that. Well done, Virtus.pro. You are one map away in ZP. Zero Tenacity knows it. You got to be panicking a little bit inside. You knew you were the heavy underdog. You're going up against the undefeated champions of Rivals Fight Night in a challenger round. Is there anywhere that VP is a little vulnerable?
I think vulnerable, no, but I think in terms of where Zero Tenacity would like to bring it, just given the fact that, they were able to take extended fights with this triple Vanguard setup, I think they will bring us to another convoy map, or at least not domination at minimum. If I had to guess right now, not knowing what's coming ahead, I would guess something like Symbiotic Surface maybe in the cards here. Something where you can use your tanky lineup, win extended fights, and then, maybe in terms of adjustments, try and do a better job at, dealing with someone like Sparker, right? Especially if it's a map where you can run Punisher again, where more than anything else, I just feel like if they were able to play around the Final Judgment a little bit more, maybe things would have went better for them. But, the combos that we saw between Nevix and Sparker repeatedly were pretty deadly. Like, anytime VP had to get through a point, even if they were stalled for a while, it was clobbering time into Final Judgment, into we've made a lot of progress on the point. So if you're Zero Tenacity, if you can somehow find a way around that, but do everything else the same, you might be in a good spot.
We're going to Hell 7. It's domination of Vast. Let's get this one down and dirty. What I like about Hell's Heaven is there is potential for verticality. Winter Soldier, not as great on a map like Hell's Heaven, potentially. Is this going to impact Virtus.pro negatively, or is this just Zero saying, you know what, we're down. This is one of our comfort picks.
I mean, I'm going to say that currently in the lineup, there's not much anyone could throw at Virtus.pro that's going to make them feel uncomfortable across the board. And we talked about at the top of the show of the duelists. I mean, the duelists do set the tempo a lot here, and we saw it on the Path to Yggdrasil. We saw it earlier on Royal Palace, just the value that's being gotten from Sparker, from Fi, and for Hell's Heaven, I think that is going to be, again, another big thing. And you've seen the triple Vanguard come out for Zero Tenacity. I think that's where, if you're going to try to make someone uncomfortable for a team like Virtus.pro, it's maybe let's get some traditional picks off the field and try to do something a bit wackier, because I just don't think you're going to be able to beat them in a mirror in a more traditional lineup. And so far their strategy has been, let's try to force the triple Vanguard. They've looked okay at times with that, honestly, but it's definitely still not able to get like those final picks, able to get that final push in terms of just overcoming the barrier between them and Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro strategist, so hard to pick off. We'll see if they're able to get an early pick, set the tone in this domination. It's Hell's Heaven, it's game 3, and of course we're gonna have our bans and protects. ZP, I just enjoy watching Virtus.pro. I feel like every day that we do this show, I get a little bit better in my own games. I can learn something by watching these players. I know you're way higher than I am, Mr. Celestial and beyond. So who do you learn from?
I think for me, I think seeing how certain duelist heroes get played positioning-wise is very, very cool to see, right? Like, Punisher is a great example, right? Where especially in your pub games, I think Punisher actually carries more value at times than what you see even in comp. But seeing Sparker and how Sparker is able to set up turrets in particular areas, right? Like, timings for going for Final Judgment. Just a lot on positioning, or even with Fi, right? Like, what is the proper time to go for a Hella flank? And, what do you bring the bear on it? Where Fi goes, okay, I'm gonna wait. And, the patience there too, waiting for better shots, where Fi didn't just go, oh, I have a sight line, now I'm just gonna start shooting. We saw Fi like walk up real close, go for the soul drainer, go for the shots, and then when pressured, drop the goddess of death. It was really just, seeing the order of operations for some of this play is quite cool.
Hella is quite fun. Okay, if you're Virtus.pro, you haven't been fun though. You protect your Hella every single time. You get rid of Groot. Later, you're gonna get rid of Loki. On Zero Tenacity side, you don't like Wolverine. You do like Thing. But what are you gonna do with the third ban of Vast? We're going to domination, the same as map 1.
I mean, they've set it up to where Hela's gonna get protected again if they really want to. Which this once again, Hell's Heaven a pretty strong Hella map. If they wanted, they're gonna protect Loki.
Can't ban him this time around, VP.
We haven't seen really like very much Loki obviously so far in the series. So the team up's available. Loki does give some options in terms of being able to duel, to get the extra tempo if they want, so maybe something there for them.
If you have a gross Hella, Loki gets respawned back in, and I feel like that is so helpful, especially if you're relying on just a 2-strategist comp. On the other side, Virtus.pro says, we're bringing out the raccoon, baby.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Yeah, it's interesting here because it's like, okay, do you actually decide? But was there a threat of Rocket being banned here? I'm not entirely sure. But VP also says we've had enough of Ducky and the Magneto. We don't think it's necessarily been entirely to our favor, so we're getting rid of it. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity is like, no, we don't want to deal with the Punisher anymore. Like you're protecting the Rocket. We had enough of Sparker in the last game, so a very interesting shift in the bans and protects this time around.
It's going to be fun. We have a different game. We have different comps than what you saw in maps 1 and 2. At least that's the expectation after a ban and protects. If you're just joining us, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. This is match number 1 of a 4-match battle. It is Rivals Fight Night. We are starting with Europe, and Virtus.pro has never lost on this stream. Why are they in this Challengers match? Why are they on match point? Well, they took a week off, and they wanted more games. So Finzi and crew got off their private jet. They're next to their keyboard. They're touching their mice, and they're ready to play the game. ZP, are we?
Yeah, we're ready to cast the game. We're ready to see what they have in store. And Avast, Hell's Heaven. I didn't actually expect them to come to this map. I thought we were going Symbiotic Surface, but the one thing we can't expect, just the evolutions in the Venom Torque game in the spawn.
They're always, I mean, the game's evolved. The game's evolved. You know, you could never even imagine it. Show this to someone in 1990 when they played like StarCraft for the first time.
Where do we draw the line?
I mean,
there is no line.
A good question. No, I mean, for us,
because when animals get involved, that's when I get queasy. All right, back to you guys.
Well, we found a little bit of pocket slide there, but we're going into it, Avast, and yeah, once again, Zero Tenacity coming out here on the Hulk. So see if this pays dividends.
Triple Vanguard. I mean, just having a lot of damage here, having the Hulk give some of the guard, fight for the high ground really aggressively into Virtus.pro, who's playing more of a 2-2 setup.
Yeah, and I mean, VP, they're running with something more standard. They're running with the more Luna in response. Right now, just trying to hold the door. As we see Zero Tenacity starting to get through, but Lugia real close to getting burst down, get heals back up in time. I think that was a regeneration domain that just got Lugia back into the fray, so really nicely timed coming on in from Winnie. Both teams still at full. Gonna see the Sia getting dropped here. Side pay finally hits pay dirt, gets rid of Gainer. However, the BRB gonna bring him right back into play. The effective rocket right now on both sides, but already it's gonna be a quick God Mischief being popped here by Winnie into Fate of both worlds. As ZT gives himself a little bit of survivability, looking for that all-important first pick. BP, though, counters insane here, Vast, as both teams right now still looking for advantage. Ducky has the clobbering time ready to go. Nevik still yet to build. Clobbering time, where's this going to be? Hulk dropping his ult too. Zero Tenacity, all ult's going to get dropped over and in. VP, though, withstanding as you take a look at Spark right now. Laying the damage on the Winter Soldier. 3 down, and the Kraken impact will surely seal the deal.
I mean, the ult tempo is just so good there for Virtus.pro, and also I'm fairly certain Ducky might have gotten stunned out of the clobbering time. I mean, 50% here, so we didn't really quite see that on screen either. But definitely just Zero Tenacity playing that aggressive first fight, not getting the pick, getting forced to the low ground early after using the regeneration domain, and then Virtus.pro just played for the cap, just played for the ult tempo, just waited to drop that Kraken impact late in the fight. And that's what I've talked about before again and again, especially for top teams, but especially for Virtus.pro, is that they're just so good with that.
Clobbering time dropped here early from Nevix. The follow through instantly there from Sparker and Fi, and the fight is over before it begins. And you know, the real ugly thing here for Zero Tenacity of S is the fact that that first fight, I mean, VP was able to get the cap while the fight was still going on. So instead of having another like 2 fights here, it's really just a staggered one.
Yeah, single fight, especially with those late picks.
Check Finzi's portals. No,
oh yeah, I mean,
wait, they're trying to interrupt. Look at the dive here. It got the interrupt.
They've done it. They hit the slut. They hit it. They hit. Oh my gosh, they hit the freeze. That means they have to walk back the point. I can't believe. I mean, that's the mind games there. It's very similar to what you've seen for like teams like Sentinels did something in the match as well, where they dropped the portal underneath them. So then they all walked forward to get into the portal, and they all fell off the map, right? And the mind games for portals are just so. There's the difference between the start of the game in terms of like into the first professional matches to now are simply like night and day at this point.
I love that was like a car crash in slow motion where you see the Luna just going hard. It's like, okay, if she lands a stun, like they're not gonna get a touch. Here we go again. It's just like
look at them.
Play the Jaws music. Over, up, over the top, threads the needle, interrupts the portal. Oh, that's so beautiful.
Funny. That is very, very funny. I mean, we've evolved past just the need for Doctor Stranges themselves counter-portaling. We're just going to send the Luna to your spawn. We're sending the Luna to your spawn to freeze you.
It was kind of like the you have to go Lord of the Rings. It's like the orc of Helm's Deep, running forward at that point. Except it wasn't an orc; it was Luna.
It was an international pop star. Not that Urukai couldn't be pop star. They could perhaps have
honestly, I'd listen to a track from
chart-topping singles. You never know. See here, Portals from Virtus.pro going to the high ground first. Zero Tenacity playing pretty similar composition. Still that triple Vanguard. Heavy Luna Snow, some ults available for both sides here. Zero Tenacity does have the advantage, so if they want to, they could try to win it very early.
Well, I think they're going to do that. Just that they open up with the Clobbering Time Sparker, though. Kraken Impact in turn. No reset off it, though, even though Winnie falls down. So, Fi able to get on the Newton. 2 down here for ZT. And I mean, for ZT, you've used Fate of both worlds, but you may just be delaying yourself here. You're probably not going to win this fight. Down members, you're desperately looking for a pick off. It's not going to come in. Instead, you need the reset and first cap, again, going the way of VP.
And unfortunately, just not getting an early pick. The regeneration domain as well, keeping Sparker alive, really well played from Saipei. And they just needed a pick. They simply needed to find something they weren't able to. As there's going to be some potential chase downs, some potential staggers for Virtus.pro. No, not able to find anyone just yet. And now Zero Tenacity, they're going to have to deal with the challenge of how do we get back in when Virtus.pro are playing so aggressively into us here.
Yeah, and this is a stage where getting back in, I mean, it's just straight up difficult, especially with no portal at play. We'll see if ZT's able to find a way through. They do have some ults ready to go. Lugia just waiting for the right opportunity. Probably got to drop on over here and immediately drop ult when low HP. Meanwhile, though, Nevik just goes to the backline, drops the clobbering time, and sets up Sparker for 3. The fight's already over. And just like that, Avast, VP at 50% on this point, well on their way to recontesting their throne in our money match right after this.
And it's just the multiple threats there, right? Because they come in there. You see the idea. Okay, we're going to have Lugia pop the guard, give everyone shields, jump on in, try to make sure we can set up a clobbering time. Well, guess what? Sparker is just waiting behind. You didn't clear. And that's just one of the benefits of like making sure you're very, very thorough, especially in recontesting here on a domination style map. Is now Zero Tenacity making their way back in, trying to find something. Aya Nakamoto, not quite. You're just going to get bubbled off.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Fate of both worlds to response. 5-man, meanwhile, drops the whale, finds Newton early. Finzi, Aya Nakamoto in turn, enough to take down Winnie. And the ZT backline just decimated here at Vast. At 80%, Invisible Boundary gonna be dropped. ZT still just looking for anything left in the tank, but you lose Lugia. You're down your strategist ult. It's 90%. VP about to re-enter the money match once more. It's looking like Zero Tenacity is out of gas.
Simply just not enough here across the board. Well played at points, but the chase down continues as Virtus.pro, they are going to be taking their way back to the finals match here for Rivals Fight Night. And they took a week off and they said, okay, we're back, guys. Everyone, come on. It's like when you leave, it's like you leave your kids at home. You're like, okay, you can watch the house. Like, okay, I'm back. Now I'm back in charge. It's time. And Sparker getting MVP, which, to be fair, I mean, might even agree with our pick later on because Sparker had quite a game.
Sparker looked incredibly good, regardless of what he was on this entire series. I mean, whether it be on the Winter Soldier or, of course, on the Punisher. I mean, max final hits regardless of what hero he was on, and just incredible impact. Usually set up by Nevix, by the way, where it's like, Nevix clearly the assist master in all of this, but what more can you say? I mean, VP looking incredible, and, you know, even though they're the challenging team this week, you gotta think, even against Luminosity, who looked quite good last week, you gotta feel like VP is the favorite.
I mean, 100%.
Some people in chat saying they're padding their stats, Avast. It's not true. They are 13-0. They're not padding their stats, though. This team is just that good. Is Virtus.pro the best team in Europe or the best team in the world?
TBD. Still
Both?
TBD. A little early to call. Definitely Europe. Europe, I mean, we can say that probably with, you know, I don't think there's really a close comparison. The world will have to see. I mean, I'm sure 100 Thieves, Delana and them would have something to say if we were to immediately say, like, oh yeah, Virtus.pro is the best. Because we just haven't seen the cross-regional play. It just hasn't been possible yet. So I think that's one of the mysteries that are going to remain undiscovered until it finally happens. But I don't think you'd make a wrong call making a bet that they're the best team in the world. I mean, they look like potentially the best team in the world by a potentially decent margin.
The Vegas statisticians will tell you that Virtus.pro is amazing. I agree with it. That's the eye test. Let's take a look at the highlight ZP and revisit some of the best moments here from Game 3. Virtus.pro getting the job done clean once again.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the thing that you will have to go back and reference, where I think we could play the highlight all night, just the Luna going off on the solo mission to take down the Doctor Strange portal. One of the cooler things we've seen, where it makes perfect sense, but man, oh man, the timing that was there, the suspense, like, we got like a good 4 or 5 second build up to seeing, like, is she gonna do it? Is she gonna do it? And then Puckett, she did it.
No need for highlights when you have your MVP ready, Avast. Let's roll it. The beautiful bean footage belongs to the one and only man with 3 accounts in the top 10. He goes by Sparker. Throughout this game, he featured gameplay on Winter Soldier, Punisher, and more. My favorite, though, was seeing Big Pun with infinite ammo.
Sparker just remains a force. I mean, I fear him. I mean, honestly, I think everyone should see, if his shadow crosses your doorway, you should feel the aura coming all the way from miles even. And Sparker, of course, showed off a little bit of flexibility, though. To be fair, most of these heroes we've seen him play before, and there's a reason that you can entrust him with that infinite grit, with that team up, just getting immense value on the Punisher, on the Winter Soldier. And what sets him apart too is not just the overall strength of his mechanics, but even, you know, look at Hell's Heaven. You see that push come out from Zero Tenacity trying to recontest. He's waiting behind. He's dropping the crack and impact. He's always making sure to get the max value out of his ult, out of his cooldowns. Timed perfectly with the rest of his team.
Yeah, and I think what you see from Sparker too is just like the consistency across multiple heroes of the hero pool, where, you know, play Punisher, no problem. Play Namor, not an issue. Have a game-breaking Winter Soldier, sure. Like, absolutely no issue. It's at the point where it's like, hey, is that Sparker on the field? Why am I hearing Dark Aria start to play? And it's just brutal. And obviously, I think the thing that we still have to, like, talk about here is the fact that a lot is set up by the front line of VP, right? Where so many of these moments, you even take a look at the UI, right? Nevix had used the clobbering time to set it up. But the point is that you look at other teams, and just because you have a thing alt in play doesn't mean you get cleanup of this caliber. So, I mean, Sparker is clearly knocking down whatever the rest are setting up.
The only thing that can break up this team is themselves. I'm worrying. Is Fi eventually going to turn Juan Soto? Just feel a little jealous of Aaron Judge and get out of here. Everyone's talking about Sparker. No one notices my home runs, Avast. It's opening week of baseball for those who don't follow in America. I'm talking to EU audience. Let's talk about video games one more time, though. Virtus.pro wins our challengers 3-0. Another perfect matchup for them. What was most impressive in the 3-0?
I mean, they took a week off. They came back. Didn't seem like they lost too much of a step. That's always a good sign. I think for me, that's something that when you look at a top team, especially one that has been so far at the top, at the peak, if you can come back and immediately look like you take a little bit of a week break and be like, oh yeah, we didn't even miss a step, that's always a pretty good sign that their dominance is going to continue for a little bit longer. I mean, always ZP pointed it out. Continuing to be impressed by the front line for VP, not just their whole team, but like Nevix, Finzi, getting immense value from the cooldowns, making sure to set up their duelist. You saw it there multiple times in the highlight package, and that's, I think, also a clear differentiator between Virtus.pro from a lot of other top teams in Europe, if not the world. It's just how much value those vanguards are bringing to the team.
Zero Tenacity, welcome to Rivals Fight Night. Virtus.pro will hand you your first 3-0. If you look at their run, 3-0. Tonight, you saw them 3-0 Luminosity in their last meeting. They 3-0'd. Who was that way back in the day?
It was the Team Pevs and Explodione.
Explodione. Yeah. And then our opening fight night matchup champions as well. They have been perfect the 4 weeks on the show. Can they keep that record going against Luminosity? It's a rematch. We got Naga destroyed looking to take down Sparker and crew when we come back. Welcome back to your favorite C-tier competition. It's Rivals Fight Night. Keep it clean, gentlemen.
I mean, that's clean. You don't get much cleaner than that.
They're definitely doing that. They're definitely doing that.
The bidets in Europe are a thing. When you travel, Americans, it'll change your world forever. Welcome back. We got ZP, we got Avast. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and we are going into the championship battle for Europe. What does that mean? Well, we had $1,000 donated, and we're going to give it to players. Now, ZP, Virtus.pro has a little history on this show. They skipped last week, though. Lazy players being lazy. Finzi, while on an airplane, actually watching and hanging out with us in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, VP, look, VP the org had some stuff going on last week across all games. So, they weren't in this tournament, they weren't in a bunch of other tournaments, but they're back, they're tanned, they're rested, and from the looks of it, they haven't really lost a beat, right? This is the team to beat in EU. There's no one really that disputes that. And coming on in, I mean, they got dealt a little bit of a curveball with the triple Vanguard coming in from Z10, but they adapted pretty quickly, and even with some trouble points, they kind of steamrolled through, business as usual for VP.
I love our music. The chat loves our music. Shout out especially, though, to Fi, who has found the stream. Fi, you are a minute behind. You'll never know the strategies in the spawn room. They'll change it on you. No, but thank you for the Prime sub. If you're here, all of the subs goes towards production, so we appreciate your support. And even the players are here to hang out. Now, Fi, question. Do you feel like the second fiddle? Like the smaller violin behind Sparker? Because we see you, buddy. We see you. ZP, how do we give this man his flowers?
How do we give this man his flowers? Well, we just got to get more Helicam going on because Fi still had great moments. I mean, you talk about the last map, right? Where Fi just goes on this ridiculous flank to the back end, showing immense restraint, just like, they don't see me. Walks up right to the back of the Invisible Woman and then unleashes, right? So, I mean, Fi has great positioning, had great moments where they just took down Newton over and over again. And also, you think about VP strategy, they're going out of their way to protect the Hela, so clearly they have a lot of faith in Fi.
Saipe, Drydro, so crucial to this lineup. You're not going to hear us talk about them because they do their job too well. So does Sparker and Fi on their duelist role. And of course, you got Finzi and Nevik setting it all up as the vanguards for Virtus.pro. The best team in Europe, without a doubt. Are they the best team on a planet? That is the question. Today, though, they're taking on a new champion, the interim champion, as Luminosity stepped up to the plate in week 4 and were able to walk away with gold. We got Naga and Sistroid, always fun to watch. When you look at the vanguards, though, is it Rajaro gonna be on that Magneto once again? Trust me, running the group. What are the expectations of Ast?
I mean, it's pretty interesting because, like, on the graphics, typically it's been the Trust Me Venom pick, you know, for like their most favorite hero. Obviously, this is not exactly where they're going to play. But definitely Rajaro typically been on the Magneto still for this team. So I don't think, unless they're playing a lot more Doctor Strange. So I do think that this is a, you know, more than likely scenario for them. And the real question is just, can they measure up to get the value that the Vanguards were getting for Virtus.pro? When you look at like Nevix, how they were setting up Sparker, how they were setting up Fi, just the value from the clobbering time. It's just all a question again of like, can you get as much value? Can you generate as much damage, as much pressure as the Virtus.pro frontline can do for LG, who has been really good, who's been fighting around for this, you know, second best spot in Europe. But now, you know, they were their substitute teacher. Teacher's home. Homeroom's back. You're gonna have to defend it if you want the full-time job.
Yeah, wheel the cart out of the way. It's time for your lesson, Luminosity. Let's get to business, ladies and gentlemen. Players, if you're in the lobby, if you're hanging out with us in the chat, let's get the game started. We're going to Hell's Heaven. It's map number 1. That's where we close things out. So you just saw what Virtus.pro was running against 0-10. ZP, do I even worry about that if I'm Luminosity, or am I just bringing what I practice?
I think for LG, you bring what you practice, and let's not forget that LG really did level up week to week. If you look at what we saw last week, right? They didn't just win the crown, they looked incredibly dominant after being appointed to it, and part of it is just the level up and how they were playing with their duelists. I mean, look, we've been singing the praises of Sparker and Fi this entire time, but the reality is that Naga looks just as good, and at times, if not better. Naga looked unstoppable last week. So for me, going into this, I mean, look, you can talk about the frontline enabling things, whether it be, you know, Nevix versus Trust Me or anything else, but to me, I want to see what happens in the duelist matchup here, because I feel like Naga took a big step up last week, and now I want to see how it's going to compare to the behemoths of Sparker and Fi on the other side.
I think Philly just nailed it. Philly995 in our Twitch chat says, if VP goes flawless this series, ... no one in Europe is going to be close, because Luminosity looked that good last week. Avast, though, can we take a moment and talk about what the community really wants to discuss? What is a C rating on Liquipedia? I've recently found the world of PC nerds and how they collect the data and they keep it for millennia. Meanwhile, the console kids, they've burned their history books in the trash. It's just a few lore stories that have been twisted and twerked up to this point. But what does a C level tournament mean? Does that mean like we're ABC out of a grade scale, or like C for community?
I mean, I would say personally that we're C for community oriented. That's up to Liquipedia's editors.
We're
if they
cheerful.
want to put us higher necessarily, but C for cheerful, C for community, C for cake, as
Cake?
seen in our pause.
We got cake. We got the most cake of any rival show on Twitch,
Exactly.
or YouTube, or Twitter.
Well, we got even more kick there because Venom just got protected. LG's saying like, yeah, we need to protect that. Get the Jeff out. It's time for a bath.
Shout out
I wonder if they're
Luminosity.
gonna protect Adam, typically when you see LG in the past, we talked about what Trust Me loves to play Venom, and with without Invisible Woman being banned, that's a lot of, you know, value. You can't get the force physics, you can't peel for some of that value, and so if Adam Warlock is gone off the field or even, you know, allowed, that pretty much reduces a lot of the ability for Virtus.pro to peel, because typically Adam is used a lot into like full dive setups, and yeah, they're gonna remove the Adam because also denying the Star-Lord here, denying the Mantis team,
No res
which
comps.
LG has they've loved to play res comps. They really love to play res comps with Star-Lord, with Mantis, with the Adam Warlock.
All right, big question.
Pick
Observers.
Your hero.
Can we get a Fi camera?
I'm not judging.
We've been talking about the other guy way too much. It's time to watch a Hella. ZP mains Hella. He's gonna talk to you, person in bronze, who's a future gold, maybe even platinum level Marvel Rivals player. He's gonna teach you how to position, how
aspirations.
to stay alive against one of the greatest Venoms in Europe. We're going to Hell's Heaven. It's time to party.
All right, we're getting into it, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting, and yeah, keep those aspirations high, but keep them realistic is what we're learning from Bucket here. But look, get on into it. I think the bans are kind of interesting because you stop and think about Vast and like team preferences. For the most part, it was VP banning the Loki in the previous series, and this time it's LG coming around being like, no, you don't have to ban the Loki. We will ban the Lokis. So the change-ups are here, but I think the one thing that's pretty clear is that VP does respect the fact that LG historically has liked running the Atom comp, liked running the Res comps, and VP themselves, not too much of a fan of S, so they didn't even want to go down that path a little bit. They get rid of it. And now we'll see. I mean, the difference between these two teams, the Venom versus the non-Venom on the other side, see which is stronger as we get into Hell's Heaven.
Of course, a little bit of Rocket Raccoon giving some packs, armor packs to everyone. We're going to see Dreedro, of course, giving the speed boost, the bubbles there for the Jeff. Classic Jeff strategy is Dreedro, a little bit of a hero. You know, in their past game, getting the freezes there, so we know we don't talk about the strategist, but Dreedro did have a highlight in our previous match. So now both teams rolling on up. LG keeping the Rocket Raccoon, both squads keeping the Rocket Raccoon. Just going to be using that, getting the CYA, trying to give value there to the Winter Soldier.
Also, we got the Naga versus Sparker setup, Namor versus Namor, but trust me, the wild card deciding, I'm getting Fi's face a little bit here, and immediately taking a step back, needs a lot of heals, decides to use the shield, when it gets a little bit low here, but you see the pressure onto the Venom. Right now, VP saying, no, we're going to keep burning down the Venom. Trust me right now, just trying to be a distraction, get some damage in, get some heals, now go right back over and in. Nevix, meanwhile, getting a little bit pummeled on the side. Both teams looking for the key first pick here so far, Vast. The strategists on both sides keeping them up nice and healthy here so far.
And you see this flank duel, so important right now. Between Naga, between Fi, just trying to play the packs, but getting pressured out. Naga doing a great job, and you talk about Naga a lot. Naga, a lot of pressure going to be on him, but immediately going down there, the Amplifier Sparker finds two. And, you know, I was about to be like, oh, this is going really good, and then Sparker gets two.
I mean, the Sia just let Sparker say literally Sia, the two people on the LG side, just like that. So the Rocket Raccoon just makes the difference in this case. LG also burned theirs in turn, didn't get much from it. So LG off on the back foot, VP with first control, but it was very tense, the Vast.
It was, and I like at least the pace. I like the ideas for LG, making sure to just try to keep a cap on VP's duelist, which is something that's just really hard to do. It's so hard to keep them in line, especially when you're going for these really long flanks. Trust me, once again, looking for the big flank himself is destroyed. Trying to take a fight. It's not gonna go down early though, so I mean that's already an immediate reset.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about more focus on Fi, and doesn't get better than that. A quick pick onto Naga, the heart and soul at times for the LG squad, and you just see the full retreat. Like, the horn is called, and it's like, okay, we wait for Naga. Everyone, fall back. But in turn, you get a lot of progress from this Avast.
Fi still waiting on the flank, trying to keep pressure on. Trust me, looking to put some pressure up, trying to make some space, but Virtus.pro just gonna back on up. They did get the Astral Flock out. Maybe they could find Fi knowing that they don't have that cooldown, but trust me, getting pressured heavily.
All right, Gauss is definitely used here by Fi right now, looking around, and nothing found. Instead, getting focused down. The Kraken Impact from Destroyed, hitting its mark. BRB, though, bring Fi right back over, and then Kraken Impact over, but it's Finzi with the Meteor and finds Naga, gets the neutral kill on this Destroyed, and, I mean, LG already on the back foot here, gonna be forced back once more.
And the idea was really good there. You notice, trust me, comes in, forces the Astral Flock along with some of that pressure from main. Then afterwards, they can just follow up, pick up Fi, which is exactly what they do. But the problem is they committed all those resources. They were down a pick earlier in that fight. And then Virtus.pro just uses their ult tempo, finds a couple more. So LG in a final fight situation, no ults on the board into 2 for VP, about to be 3. I mean, they're gonna have to stagger in. Can they even touch?
No. Well, how does this keep happening with VP? I mean, VP is actually so incredibly good at denying last touches repeatedly. Doesn't matter against what team they're up against, where they just win decisively at like 80% and then push forward. They go, no more touches for you. The round is over. Sometimes with the strange portal in this case, sometimes without.
Yeah, I mean, they just maybe they just think that they say the point's a little overstimulated. No touching, like they're done doing a little no contact there. It's a little overstimulated of a point, and now moving here to the second round, LG showed some signs of life. I always like it when teams, especially when they're playing against teams that are like look really good in the region, you know, like 100 Thieves, VP, teams try to bust out something a little bit different. And LG's always been a team that's had a very distinct style, playing a lot of this Venom, a lot of these res comps, which are obviously not in the field for them right now. So you have to respect that. And the ideas were there, but unfortunately Virtus.pro just got the picks, had them at their ult tempo. It's just, they're just such a strong team.
Yeah, and we'll see if things change here from round to round, but, you know, even a team like LG that looked unstoppable last week, getting taken to the limit here so far by VP. LG, though, have asked not changing anything up, deciding, trust me, we trust you on the Venom.
And it's very interesting, too, because, like, you see this Jeff, the speed bubble tech being used a lot for VP, and a lot of teams in general, but LG just never seems to do it. They're like, nah, we're never going to bother with it, even though I feel like it's just, like, free value, especially if you're already playing the Luminosity anyways. You're going to get the skate coming out of spawn, but VP holding on to 2 ults. A little bit of early pressure there. Trust me, he was on the point. Trying to take some positioning, and now LG looking for anything, trying to find something. Symbiotic resistance, those shields, but trust me, already used a lot of pressure on him. Not going to go down just yet.
And trust me, getting focused, Rajaro getting focused, Sia gonna get dropped here by VP. This is what Sparker used to great benefit in the last round. So far, though, no picks, but it's gonna be Fi. Finishes off Trust Me, use the damage boost. BRB, though, bring Trust Me back into the fray. LG gonna have to back up a little bit. They give up first control, but they can't immediately recontest or not have it just yet. Fate gonna have a Sia of his own. Drops it. Can LG now get some picks with the damage boost? They're able to take down Fi on top. That threat gone for a moment. The BRB likely potentially up, and no, it's not up. VP, though, takedown and destroyed. 5 versus 5 on both sides. VP looking to hang on in. Fate of both worlds about to be popped here by Dreedro. Already used here by LG on the other end, and Dreedro's just waiting here. He's able to wait an even longer period of time. Fate, though, takes down Finzi, and they might have waited too long, Avast.
Now they have to make it back in. I mean, they do have to sustain. There is Meteor M up for Rajaro, who could maybe find one burst through that strategy ult. They don't find anyone just yet, but the Feast of the Abyss is up, which means, trust me, gonna be very healthy. Get some more pressure onto Finzi. They need to make sure not to lose any more picks. They're not, and I think, barring the disaster here, LG should be able to flip this.
You would think the Kraken Impact gets effectively 2, gives LG more presence on the point. VP, though, strategically backing out, still keeping pressure all the while. The point flip does come into play, but VP, look, they're right back into it. Finzi going over to the Strange, drops the portal. Now Fi onto the Star-Lord. Quick swap up, looking for options into the back if possible. And VP is still heavily contesting, already getting progress onto the point. BRB brings Destroyed back up. Nearly another pick off here by Fi. Super close to getting the more, who just barely bubbles himself. But the horn from Sparker comes on out, finishes off Naga. And VP, they only lose control for a split second here, Avast.
Ooh, LG, level 1 Crook, committing the Fate of both worlds. One to stay on the point here a little bit longer, but I mean, unlikely they can win this fight. They're just going to be giving some late picks, -1 strategist ult here as well. And the Virtus.pro tempo, ZP, it's why this team is potentially the best in the world. They lose those picks, they back out, immediate portal, making sure to put Fi up onto the high ground, who immediately dives, goes to the back line, pressures level 1 Crook, and makes sure Sestroid couldn't get healed, allowing a pick for Virtus.pro. And that's just something that many teams just don't do. Virtus.pro just has a tempo built different from everyone else.
Avast, we need a Naga whale here. If you're looking for LG, you look to Naga. You had such good whales last week. Please, blow the horn. Bring it on in. Let's see where it goes. Destroyed, meanwhile. Kraken Impact, good to go. LG moving on forward. The Sia saying the Toad. Destroyed to the back. Kraken Impact looking for the supports. Any pickups here just yet? Not quite. Fate of both worlds popped by VP. VP just looking to sustain. Naga's already used the whale. No one dies from the whale. Meanwhile, Rajaro, Meteor M, trying to just break anything on VP. Does not work. Galactic Legend. Meanwhile, by Fi, in over the top. Looking for picks. Looking for Naga. Naga super low. Naga having to pop the bubble. And Fi still in hot pursuit saying, no way. Absolutely no way. Blaster Barrage goes in. Is it enough? Still somehow you see Naga alive, but it won't be for long. Meanwhile, VP,
I mean, that was
taking down
cutesy.
the point.
That was very cutesy coming out from Naga. I mean, it shows the power, especially with a team with Luminosity, of just being able to use even the monster spawn to body block the shots. But just unfortunately, while that's happening, his team is losing on point. But well played from Naga. And, you know, even an interrupt on the Eye of Agamotto 2 to Finzi, they interrupted that. But it just wasn't enough. They didn't get any value from either of their duelist ults, right? They didn't get anything in the will. They didn't get anything with the Kraken Impact. And that's just something that had to happen. They had to find something there, and they just didn't. So even with the cutesy footwork there from Naga staying alive, it just wasn't enough.
I was looking at the end there, and we saw the we saw Magneto, the Meteor M coming out, ZP. Can you kill a Luna if she's in the Fate of both worlds, if she's ulting? Are you able to take her out with a direct hit? Because he was a little bit off to the left.
Yeah, I mean, what you're
can.
looking for there is like usually you try and combo the Meteor M or like the Horn with like a damage boost right at the same time to like hit over the threshold, but you still have to be direct at the same point. So you're still looking for it, but the timing and coordination, especially with anything that's giving you a boost, has to be there.
Okay, so a Mantis boost, is that enough? A Rocket Ultimate would probably get me there with the Sia. Let's take a look at some of the highlights instead. We'll talk mechanics later. First, it's the boy from the sea, the submariner. Namor has been out on both sides. Luminosity stuck to him.
Namor,
Yeah,
I mean, we talked a lot about ZPU, I'm sure we're about to talk about like Naga and Namor looked really good, still found value, but Virtus.pro, their flexibility, just so strong. And I think the problem here with the Namor too, with Naga, is that it wasn't necessarily an issue in terms of being on Namor, it's just there wasn't enough shutdowns, especially in the earlier rounds. That first round of Hell's Heaven, they didn't get enough value to remove 5 from the board, right? Especially on the Hela, you have to be denying the flanks constantly if you're playing the Namor, and they just weren't able to get that value that they needed. And so still very solid play, but I just don't think it was enough for them in that map.
ZP, what's the purpose of a Star-Lord in games with Thing? I'm always seeing a Star-Lord on the opposing side. Is that just easy farm up to his ult and then go take out the strategist, or why would you use someone like that?
Well, I think you're using the Star-Lord because Star-Lord, I mean, for starters, just really consistent damage, right? Like, you're getting damage onto the back line. You're pretty mobile in terms of how you can apply the damage and getting into the strategist. And also, Galactic Legend is one of the ultimates in the game where you will get a kill unless the other team is holding resources to prevent it. Usually, Galactic Legend has to be answered either by a strategist ultimate or something like a Meteor M, or the Star-Lord is probably going to take down one of your strategists or duelists or both, right? So, I mean, Star-Lord is really good for ult economy, and just general damage pressure is also really nice on top of the mobility to kind of decide when and where you want to go in. It's why you see Star-Lord get thrown in the comps even when you're lacking team-ups like, the Adam Warlock team-up or things that make him even better.
Chat question. I see you guys chatting about it over on YouTube. If someone has free time, if you can go over to Chat GPT, what do they come up with if you type in the Eye of Magneto? Agamemneto. Mix it up. See what they come up with, because I just envisioned something amazing. ZP, I'm trying to buy time. This game isn't ready. The players needed a pee break. Virtus.pro, you've won 4. Let's make it 5 in a row. If you make it 7 in a row, you win $1,000. But Luminosity trying to get in their way. Avast, what have you seen from them that you like that you're hoping to see in a game too? Because now it's their map choice. Everything in Rivals competition is available to them outside of Hell's Heaven.
I mean, realistically, it's a hope that maybe you can protect the Warlock, try to force yourself back into the next, ban protect phase, of maybe get yourself back into that res comp. I mean, also you have to remember too, Puckett, unrelated to that you don't have to ask Chat GPT. We have Chat ZPT also in the cast right now. We have Chat ZPT that we could always ask for suggestions. But I do think that overall for LG, you do need to think about how do we let ourselves stay on a comfort comp here, right? You tried to play a lot of the Venom earlier. You weren't able to use the Warlock. You didn't even play Star-Lord really at all. And it wasn't working out for them that well. They look solid, but not amazing. To see already the immediate Chat ZPT there for the nameplate. That's what I'm loving to see. Perfect.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, well, production's even played into it. Unbelievable.
Yeah, they got him. They got him.
CP, how do you feel about that?
I mean, look, I had Magneto. I don't know, man. You gotta go to the deep lore for all that. I mean, I'm sure you go deep enough in the Marvel. There's probably some storyline someone wrote somewhere. It's like, what if Magneto became the Sorcerer Supreme? It might be where we're at, but I think no, we're not quite ready yet.
We're going to the palace.
Yeah,
we're going to the
palace. Yeah.
So the double domination
is coming up. Here we go. Let's go into our ban and protect. I'm Virtus.pro, and I say no, Groot for you.
Hey, you'd be right. You'd be right. Which is pretty interesting because VP has liked Groot in the past, while LG, I wouldn't necessarily say has been like a very Groot heavy team. So definitely an interesting pick here for VP.
I think you've seen Trust Me in what he did last week, and you're just like, oh, don't even give him an option. Or Groot may be just one of the most powerful tanks in the game right now, and no one wants to play against him. Too risky.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that VP has kind of swapped on that, and it might just be this entire idea that they just feel more comfortable and consistent with Groot out of the game. But for here, they're going to take down the Warlock. And look, I think as far as LG goes, if they want to keep any idea open of doing a triple support comp, they're going to have to find it in their heart to like go, okay, maybe Venom gets banned, but we protect the Warlock. Because other than that, ban's pretty similar. Although I think what's interesting here is that LG is saying, we don't really want to deal with Namor. We're going to take down the Luna Snow. So that is a change, especially given the fact that historically, LG is pretty good with letting Naga run it, but they don't want any of the Spark or Namor in turn.
Submariner sent back to the sea, Royal Palace. It's all gonna be land lovers. We sent it over to a Vast. It's time to get a 1-1 scoreboard. I dare you.
Dude, I got the handoff this time. The venerated Puckett handoff. Could you believe it? This is a big day for me.
Yeah.
Chat ZPT, could you generate a couple responses to how I should bring us into the map?
Well, I mean, normally it'd be like, it's Royal Palace, it's second domination. You know, is this the right choice for LG after what happened on map 1? Maybe they have a plan, you know, something along those lines, you know, a little hypey and where you go here, but we'll see how it is. I mean, LG right now, they got the Jeff for a split second in the Venom, but they've immediately thrown away the Jeff, so I don't know if we're going to get the spawn room action that we got in the last map, you know?
I think I need to upgrade to the premium model. For ZPT. We might need to upgrade the premium model there.
Yeah.
But
I think you were waiting to say that no matter what I said is the problem. Like
I was.
Yes.
I was. You did. I was waiting to say that either way. But yeah, pretty similar. Obviously using some of that bubble tech again there for Dredro. LG, I mean, playing a cloak and dagger for both squads here with Luna Snow being gone, so no Namor, but you know, not even getting to see the Loki either. Well, I guess he is a Loki for level 1 Crook, but not for VP. They're just playing the Rocket Raccoon Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big difference in what both teams are playing right now. LG deciding to go Hela, Winter Soldier. You got the Punisher on the other side, and I mean, at the opening, VP's gonna get way more damage versus tanks courtesy of Sparker, but when the team up's off, look at this, the Hela duel on the side, Fi takes away from Sestroid, quick advantage in from LG, and just like that, you take a look, VP's likely about to get first control. They have the clean 6v5 right now, Vast, and Rajaro, though, takes down Fi, evens it up, 5 versus 5, and both teams down to Hela. LG now, quick, God of Mischief, really generated quickly by Crook, and that changes the course of things here, just a bit.
Sure, I mean, LG still staying in the fight. There's gonna be some more picks. The God of Mischief getting a ton of value, and it's very interesting because you see VP with the Rocket Raccoon and the Cloak and Dagger versus the Loki Cloak and Dagger. Is like you don't see that immediate copy, right? Sure, you can have the amplifier, but if you don't get an immediate pick, then the problem is that the Loki is gonna get more value. You have two strategies that give you sustain there in that fight, and they only had to use one. As you see already, I mean, that's the cap. Just the value from that extra healing for LG is now it controls the point. Gonna be poking very aggressively. Trust me, likely looking to go into the back line, maybe try to force an ult very quickly. Does VP make their approach?
Rajaro, Meteor M, opening things up here. Nevix responding with the clobbering time. Rajaro, though, takes down one, gets the cloak in the back. However, the counterplay, way stronger. VP with 4 off the rip in return. It's gonna be a quick recap, but it was LG that struck first. I do think you hit on something interesting, though, is that when you talk about difference in compositions, right? VP has to get more done than neutral with the Infinite Grit team up, just by virtue of the fact that you're right, in terms of cycling ultimates, you'd rather have double Cloak ult than just Cloak ult and Rocket ult, for the most part.
Yeah, they're really relying on the value that you're going to get from like that Cape of Terror, which is the vulnerability for Dredro from Cloak and Dagger, hoping that you get just more picks, get the amplifier, get value from that team up, off of like maybe like the vulnerability from the Cloak and Dagger is fine. Though getting found from Trust Me. Trust Me's like, no. We know you're gonna be here. We know you're always gonna be sneaky like a little rat on the flank as the amplifier used very aggressively along with the Goddess of Death, trying to find a pick. Can they find anything?
Well, forces out the Goddess of Death, but the Sia is gonna get used in turn. Fi looking powered up, gets destroyed down. That's a clean pick on the Sestroid. LG now having to fight with 5. Fi, though, getting low in turn. LG, how much do they decide to invest in here? God of Mischief's already been used, and, well, it's over. Nevix walks up, grabs Fate, and it is going to be, again, a full reset in favor of VP.
And this is the best case scenario, like what Virtus.pro wants to be doing here is they want to be just getting a lot of picks. They want to be getting a lot of value there with the pressure that they have from not running the Loki. Because with the Loki you'll use that God of Mischief used there, LG going to be under a lot of pressure to make out, and sure, they're going to get some strategy ults. They're going to have a Goddess Death. Well, trust me, though, immediately just vulnerable and down. And that's part of the value of that Cloak and Dagger. And you really see this linchpin, this is kind of the process here.
You can't be giving the picks in the neutral like this. They lose Naga. LG getting pushed back. This is brutal. They effectively just lost a fight without actually doing a fight. They don't make VP use any of their resources, and now they're holding so far forward. LG under real pressure to even touch the point. It's the VP special right now, Vast, and trying to deny a final contest.
I mean, 5%, trust me, he's probably going to be one to go for it. Destroyed already down. No picks. Fi getting pressured a little bit. There is a touch that goes on up. Can they find anything from the meteor him? Nope, not just yet.
Sparker, meanwhile, just hanging out here, shooting bullets with infinite ammo, looking for a little bit more. The Kraken impact, good to go. VP, ideally, they'd just like to save it for the next round, but instead, they decide to drop it. Kraken impact used, 3 down once more for LG. And the VP making it look easy here in the first round on Royal Palace.
And a really interesting comp there. I mean, it's kind of just an idea of, okay, we're going for max burst damage potential. And we did see a little bit of the weakness there where LG won the fight. They had the extra sustain that was brought together by the Loki. But you need to be winning more fights. You need to be cycling more strategies if it's going to work. You need to be pressuring out that flank a little bit more because you can't be letting Sparker and Fi just get all those picks, especially if you're not running, you know, 2 strategists that provide healing utility rather than just pure damage there with the Rocket Raccoon. And you just see the value. I mean, look at Fi. Look at Fi and Sparker. 12 and 11. 12 and 11 in terms of the overall limbs, 6 and 6 in the final hits. And that's what it's all about here is we're getting amplifiers. We're getting vulnerabilities from the Cloak and Dagger to just keep that tempo going all the time before the actual sustaining strategies come up for LG.
Well, we'll see if there's any swaps made here from LG. Right now, it's looking like no, they have faith and trust me on the Venom, but they are very quickly about to be down 2 maps if they don't win this round of that. So LG already under tremendous pressure. Ult-wise, I mean, they could just come in, do a quick feast, Kraken impact. VP not.
I mean, this strategist backline. Look at the strategist backline. Yeah. They're playing Loki, Rocket Raccoon. That means there is not a single strategist ult for level 1 Crook to copy that gives you sustain.
Also, Naga immediately with the pick. The BRB is going to bring it right back up. It's still not a bad start here for LG. Naga with the Kraken impact. Getting damaged in turn. Is he going to be able to get the reset? Doesn't look like it just yet. Trust me, meanwhile, hanging on to the feast. Fi going to drop the Goddess to death. Over here on the outskirts right now, just laying it into the Venom, looking for Trust Me all the while. Fi, though, pretty low in turn. Trust Me, able to turn around, get on the Finzi. LG up 1, and now LG gets to rotate onto the point. They get first control, and it's VP sent a little bit back this time.
LG coming back to the choke there. I mean, some great early picks there, not losing anyone either to the vulnerabilities from Dredro. So LG win the first fight, and now the question is, okay, is level 1 Crook going to be going for an aggressive? Nope. I mean, they're just going for the aggressive amplifier. Maybe they try to find a copy there onto Dredro potentially, because remember, there's no sustaining ults here. Outside of the regeneration domain, there's nothing for level 1 Crook to keep people up. And it is going to be the Dredro copy.
The free agains, courtesy of Loki. Fi able to get destroyed. However, BRB evens it up. As destroyed right off the respawn, gets on the Nevix. It's LG up 1 right now. Nevix, though, brought in the back into the fray. 6 versus 6. Meteor M in from Finzi, looking for anything. Destroyed dead. This time, not going to be coming back. Meteor M used. LG down to 5. Rajaro looking for Meteor M on his side right now. Still doesn't connect. Naga now. Kraken impact. Rajaro able to take down Sparker. Naga with the fall through on the Dredro. Finzi returning fire in turn, but it's Virtus.pro now, getting pushed back a little bit. Fi right now, looking for the reset, looking for targets. Now just looking on the Trust Me. Trust Me, though, dealing heavy damage into the backline, still staying alive, still getting healed all the while, as VP not in control of the point right now, Vast, even as Trust Me goes down.
Oh, the peel there for Fi, and also good job from Rajaro trying to keep Trust Me up as long as they could. As Virtus.pro making the approach back on in, Amplifier is going to be gone. LG, I mean, their players are back. They're all here. Level 1 Crook with the regeneration domain, keeping everyone alive. But where's the sustain? They need a pick because the long fight could be brutal here for LG.
Well, there's no long fight. This is just coming right back on in, getting control. But actually, you know what? LG's, I think, deciding we're going to go for a little bit of stall here. They're outnumbered and they're likely to bleed, but they have enough tanks on the point that they're just trying to get this as high as possible. It's destroyed. Even going to drop the Goddess of Death, try and get some ults out in turn. Rajaro might be going down, but you see the damage coming in from the Goddess of Death, trying to burn extra resources. Nearly gets the strategist pick. Cloak just barely able to get away. Fi, meanwhile, Goddess of Death of their own, takes down level 1 Crook right now, just trying to clear the point, get control. VP finally does it, but it's LG at 95%.
Extremely well played there for LG. I mean, very important. They obviously won the first fight, kept this tempo up for so long. Trust Me and Rajaro doing great work there to keep themselves alive as long as possible, because when you're missing some of the sustain strategy ults in particular, you need your frontline, you need your vanguards to be constantly cycling those bulwarks and just keeping themselves up, which is exactly what this Venom Magneto comp's got to do. Is Virtus.pro holding the choke aggressively. They're holding on to 4 ults, about to be 5.
Oh, the hook forces out the Astro Flock from Destroyed. Just going, please, good lord, get me out of here. Sparker says, I'll get you right back to spawn. Kraken impact used. Still has a reset, ready to go. Drops it one more time. LG getting forced back. Huge hook from Sparker to set that up.
But LG have so much bank. They have a lot of bank to work over there. I mean, for Virtus.pro, you don't necessarily have to make too many investments there. There was 2 ults there for them to win that fight. I mean, really 3, actually, because, I mean, Nevik's bombing time has got used. So, they need to come on in. They need to fight here very, very aggressively on the choke again. And LG's going to be looking to get around them. Possibly just drop a Kraken impact. Piece of the abyss, try to burst one down.
This is smart. I mean, they only need 1 fight. They have the bank ready. The important thing here, they can't give up anything to neutral. They're ready to go, though. Fate, gonna open here at the Sia to start things off. Sia is dropped. What else is gonna go here? Naga, immediate Kraken impact. Answered though by Finzi. Meteor M drops on down. Naga, meanwhile, is able to get a Sparker. Should get the reset off the top. Fi, meanwhile, trying to go for the flank to even things out. Is it gonna work? Naga, meanwhile, Kraken impacts in the front. LG ahead, dropping their entire bank here so far. Destroyed getting caught. Naga, though, still dropping impact after impact. LG up on the count here so far. You got the Winter Soldier battle. Fi, though, able to take down Naga. Evens the score. VP still fighting. Level 1 Crypto on the Dreedro, and LG get control back in the fight. Will VP delay, or will they look to next round? It's looking more like next round, but instead, they decide, no, we're investing. We're delaying. Will this pay off? VP not wanting to give up even a single round as LG still has way more in the point. The portal, though, comes on in. Sparker drops on down. They take down Rajal. They take down Crook. VP still fighting here, Vast.
Oh, I have to. Yeah, you have to be ripping out your hair if you're LG. The perfect portal plus Redro going to Loki to make sure they can put the regeneration domain through the portal to keep everyone up on point. And now they're cleaning up. LG, they're gonna have to look for a last minute touch. Fi's going over to the Psylocke as well to hunt down some kills. Look for people that are just trying to come back to the point here. As LG, they hold on some ults, but they need to touch the point.
Yeah, are they even gonna be able to touch? 98%, 99. They do get the touch of the play. Overtime play in action. Trust me, though, really low. LG looking for the miracle. They have the God of Mischief. Trust me, getting real close to the feast. 90% needs to build it sooner than later. Sparker, though, looks to be the backbreaker. The Kraken impact takes down Rajaro. The BRB gets back up. They don't stand the point. And map
That's
is
a Charlie
over.
Niner.
VP.
That's a Charlie Niner.
Yeah, certified Charlie Niner. VP now up 2-0 in a round that it looked like LG was gonna win, but then did not.
Virtus.pro, I mean, they are just they played a team earlier today called Zero Tenacity. This is a team called 1,000, 1 million, 1 jillion Tenacity, because it's just, you can't dislodge them. You look at that fight, you're like, oh man, they're still gonna get tested. They have 3 players alive. They have no sustain left. It's just the CYA. Oh, wrong. We have the portal. Dreedro's there on the Loki. Perfectly placed regeneration domain to keep people alive on the recontest here. And they're just going to win that fight. And this is the replay here of the C9 here of just to get off the point.
Yeah,
Trust me has to get off, gets hit with the Cullen effect, and they just have no one to cycle.
Yeah, I mean, and Trust Me had to be the one to leave there. I think Trust Me would have just died if they had stayed, but someone else needed to touch the point there, Vast.
You got 5 teammates, right? Come on now. Unfortunately, you are now in the hole. The good news, well, you're in the championship match, Luminosity. You've been here. You've walked away with gold. It's still possible. You were going toe-to-toe on your second map pick. ZP, what do you do?
I think at this point, you do wonder, like, how committed they are to the Venom. Like, Trust Me has looked pretty decent on it, but man, we saw LG play non-Venom comps really well last week. I don't feel like LG has to feel like they need to just be married to this idea of running Venom all the time. You know, maybe try the mirror on the VP. I don't think it would be that bad, but clearly for LG, they're trying to play this different style. It hasn't quite been working, but you're down 2 maps. At this point, I think you gotta be considering change something up. You know, maybe for starters, don't bring us to domination again.
All right, we saw Winter Soldier, we saw Hella in the same lobby. You see the outcome as Fi and Sparker get their ideal heroes. Moving forward, Luminosity, you're probably going to ban one of them. What do you suggest, Avast?
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to make the call because I think either one that you're banning, right? If you're choosing to drop a ban on them, that means you're not able to remove some of the counters to your, like, let's say if you want to play the res comp, maybe and then you're still stuck with Sparker gets to play like Namor or something. Sparker gets to play some other hero that's going to be really great for them there. There is no real great option. I think overall, the one that's giving the most trouble is potentially the Hella there, is Fi's Hella, because removing the Hella removes some of the value from the Loki team up. Also, Fi goes for the very, very long flanks, is really, really good at getting pressure there from those flanks too. So you remove that from the field too, where maybe LG doesn't have to spend as much time worrying about like, oh, let's remove Fi, let's remove an Astral Flock before the fight starts. But if they're not even playing Venom anyways, then it's might not be as much of an issue for them potentially, much of a precedence per se, but I do think ZP maybe hit the nail on the head is perhaps you don't play Venom Magneto, which by the way, they look good on it. The comp looks good for them. Rojario is giving great bubbles, great bulwarks to keep Trust Me and himself up, especially when they're playing like less sustaining backlines, but they might need to swap it up or try something different. Maybe even protect the Adam Warlock and just hope the Venom gets banned even, so they can try to play like more of a res comp.
Absolutely, chat. Do you guys want to see what notes I took last week? These here at the top.
Why is it on? Why is it on papyrus? What is going on
inside of an Amazon box?
Okay.
We don't have any paper in this Airbnb, so I'm making do. Shout out to the guest cat who came with it. No, we're going into a game number 3. ZP Luminosity's been here before. They've been in trouble. I think you got to get rid of the Winter Soldier. I'm really worried about the Kraken impact because everyone knows it's coming, but they still weren't able to stop it. Stop Sparker, at least if he's on a Namor. The whale can't do too much damage. It only has 4 feet.
It only has 4 feet. The map doesn't add up. Yeah, I mean, look, I think, again, you change something up here, whether it be the Winter Soldier ban, whether it be the Hela ban, whatever you've run right now for 2 domination maps in a row, it hasn't worked. I think the worst thing I think could happen here for LG is if they bring us to the 3rd and final domination map possible, and then they decide we're going to run the same thing again, because evidence would state today that you're probably going to lose. But if you do something like maybe take out the Winter Soldier, maybe take out the Hela, maybe protect the Warlock and try and force more of a triple strategist, just do something to find weakness in VP, because right now, what you've been running, it has not been it.
Avasta, I was thinking about the Vanguard. So we know how good Nevix is across all of them. Same thing can be said about Finzi. So which character has the lower skill ceiling? Is it the Thing right now? Would be like a Magneto Thing combination be like the best way to even the playing field against what's known, at least statistically, as one of the best front lines in this game?
I mean, Magneto Thing, if you're asking specifically which for the Vanguards might be less hard to play, I would probably...
It's still valuable, and still valuable.
I would probably put my bet on the Thing compared to the Magneto, because Magneto has an extra issue of like, hey, you're dealing with bubble timings. You're making sure you have to hit all of your shots. You're not just dealing with melee, right? It's not like a melee, just dealing in terms of overall where you're hitting your shots. You have to actually hit your left clicks. You have to hit your right clicks. There's a big amount of issue with timing your bulwarks and your bubbles there. You also have a shield to juggle and getting value from the shield on top of that. And then the biggest skill shot of all, the Meteor M, the LeBron, you know, like the Meteor M in terms of your timing, in terms of absorbing projectiles, you know, denying strategist ult value there too. So I do think overall Magneto a bit harder to play than Thing, but can't downplay the presence of a really good Thing player in terms of, you know, hitting your leaps, hitting your charges, making sure that your clobbering times are in the right spots and you know when it's not going to get mitigated. So definitely not an easy hero to play at the top level, but Magneto kind of like in a different tier of overall skill expression currently.
Yeah, Magneto and Rojaro specifically have been very fun to watch. ZP, have you ever been curious or ever felt the urge to turn to your right and give Luna a little peck?
You know, honestly, no, it has not. I did not even notice how weird.
I didn't even notice his backline. His background.
Okay, truthfully, I did not notice. I just grabbed the normal, like generic Marvel Rivals background and put it in for the green screen. I have not looked any extra at that all. But now
you can replace it with Emma Frost. Replace it with Emma Frost. That's the new hero coming out.
Oh yeah.
Soon, Emma Frost up there.
Season 2 will be able to do that. For now, we go into the map discussion. Thank you, Solomon, for tracking down the player managers. And player managers, thank you for talking to your pro players about the importance of getting in lobbies, calling for maps, making decisions, starting the show, because this is volunteer work. You know, we're just here to have a great time, ZP.
That's right. And look, you know, sometimes the players, you know, overall, getting players in the lobby in EU, usually not that bad. There's some sort of general theorem when it comes to players that anytime you go to NA, the bladder size of all the players has just gone down to about like 1/4 of what it normally is. No one really has explanation for what it is.
Yeah.
It might be the case. It actually might.
We went from monsters to Red Bulls, and it's just the volume and then the bladder, it shrank. We used to drink 40s back in the day of Ast. What happened to those?
So is your theorem that because North American players stopped drinking larger monster energy drinks that their bladders then shrunk in the span of like 15 years?
Yeah, also I think COVID and the lack of road trips where you were truly forced. Or maybe it was just the invention of GPS and the inclusion in all vehicles to where you knew where the rest stop was. or the gas station. Previously, your dad could act like he didn't know it was coming. All right, let's take a look at our bans and protects. Virtus.pro versus Luminosity ZP. Look at the Groot. Oh my God, he's banned again. Who saw that coming?
I think anyone saw that coming if they've been watching the broadcast for more than one map. VP, despite being really good with Groot, decide we don't want to play in the forest here today. But now the real question, the ban comes in on the Lunas though, so LG is swapping their strategy. They're opening themselves up to the Wolverine, but frankly, if you're VP, why would you run the Wolverine right now? I don't think VP necessarily wants to shift to a Wolverine strategy, which would be different. So in a way, you call the bluff. You're still banning the Venom, but we'll see what the last ban is here for LG, because by not banning the Wolverine, they've opened themselves up to some other options.
All right, so far you've tried to ban a Luna, you've tried to ban Loki. There's no more L strategist to ban here, Vast. What do you do if you're Luminosity for Virtus.pro? I'll be honest, I don't think it matters. Yeah.
I mean, I think for VP, obviously, they love to protect the Hela. They're getting rid of the Warlock again, which means the res comp is once again gone. Now, they could remove the Wolverine again, or, you know, they could try to take a threat off the field, put Sparker on to potentially... Okay, they're going to get rid of Invisible Woman instead. So, like, okay, well, I was about to say maybe we get rid of, like,
three different strategist bans.
It's more Rocket Raccoon.
One of them's going to work.
It's more Rocket Raccoon. We're playing more Rocket Raccoon or heavens forbid, Jeff. It's going to be one of those two coming onto the field here with, like, a Loki, maybe a Cloak and Dagger. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of Loki just because Hela is protected, right? So you have that team up. But we could see some, like, backyard, you know, barnyard backline here.
Barnyard backline. It is time to party. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, if you're here for the first time, we are at 666. That is an unlucky number. Tell your friends, get in here. It's Rivals Fight Night EU Championship.
That is Puckett setting us up here, Vast. Going to Hall to Jolias, so it is going to be a little bit of change up. Not quite going to be triple domination in this round of things here, but also could be a quick one because of any map where you can get first point held. This one near the top of the list, but it's back. VP, they're feeling it.
It is back. We're all hoping to feel it in many ways. We're all hoping to feel it, but now I think if you look to LG, you think, okay, you still don't have the Atom Warlock. Are you gonna play more of the same? Are you gonna play this like Loki Rocket Raccoon comp here for the defense? And that's exactly what they're gonna do. So they're playing really heavy for a pick comp, really heavy for the tempo. There is a lot of room for Trust Me to maneuver here, but there's gonna have to be a lot of presence again onto making sure that Fi does not get the value, as Nevix actually playing some Venom himself.
Trust me right now, maybe in a bit of trouble, getting burned down and dead. Can't get away. BRB gonna bring Trust Me back up, but still, quick opening here from VP, gets a little bit of extra ult generation. Trust Me, you know, right back into the fray. We'll see how LG play this defense, but the focus on the Trust Me is high. Has to burn his own self-shield here, getting the vast majority of the heals and the regeneration domain. Meanwhile, the rest of LG looking for a pick on the Sparker. Sparker getting very, very low. Sparker, though, healed right back on up. Rajaro, meanwhile, now taking the brunt of damage. Rajaro getting low. Trust Me going in, trying to be a little bit of a reprieve. Both teams getting low. Rajaro gonna get away. Rajaro's super low right now. Vast, yet somehow, some way, just able to stay alive just long enough is destroyed. They get to the back line, get on the Sparker. Rajaro, though, finally gonna fall. Sparker brought back up by the BRB. Trust Me, in or the top. LG down 2. VP still at full strength, and this first point might already be over.
They can maybe try to go for the recontest here if they want to. They're coming out for the high ground. They got to touch. They don't touch. They're all out here though. So I mean, the points, it's been capped, and now they've committed the amplifier, and they've just been eaten all by the Feast of the Abyss. There's the Terror Cape as well. I mean, the Cape of Terror, like the vulnerability. It's just LG. You have to respect how long their tanks can sustain on point. How Rajaro was getting pushed so long, trying to keep that point alive. But they need to be a bit faster on the recontest. I mean, or maybe just give it up entirely. Now they're just -1 strategy ult.
I mean, I think they're hoping that the duelist could get the pick on the Sparker. It came in, but it came in after Rajaro ends up falling. It ends up being not that impactful because the BRB is set up and good to go. So it's tough. They're getting a little bit potentially out-venomed right now. Trust Me right now. Gonna drop the Feast. Nevix right now keeping pressure on the top right now, going, please get off the Hela. And Trust Me says, no way. It's my dinner.
They got him.
Not gonna happen. Like, as Trust Me takes the 1v3. Meanwhile, Naga off on the other side. Kraken Impact for Kraken Impact versus Sparker. Sparker with 2 and makes it 3 over the top. Drops a little bit more, gets a little bit onto the Venom. Trust Me gonna go down, and Sparker is a beast on this Winter Soldier right now.
And even with that pick, that early pick on Defy, it really does not matter. They had the ults available. And really, it was a really smart ult too from Sparker, because Naga pops the Kraken Impact, trying to find one, and they're just like, no, we're just actually going to drop the Meteor in. We're going to drop a Kraken Impact and just clean up everyone, including you, that was trying to go for that aggressive play, even though we're down one.
Fi. Gods to death right now. Meteor M going to be dropped in response. Rajaro takes down Nevix. Quick pick off in here for LG. Asteroid getting Fi in turn. A much bigger Gods to death. High value coming in from these shots. Sending Virtus.pro running for the hills. And they needed this best. This is like a breath of air after being just drowned for the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was a great recontest to stay alive. Rajaro again, who, you know, I have to give credit. We haven't talked about Rajaro as much, though we've given him his flowers a bit in terms of his supportive role. But the Magneto just keeping... Rajaro's getting under so much pressure here, typically as that Magneto player, and getting the value from the Meteor M as well, just to absorb some of the Goddess of Death projectiles and get a pick. Allowed LG to get back in.
Well, they dropped the early Sia. They're hoping for some picks in the neutral. Nevix, meanwhile, counter fire on the Naga, just stays with his team. However, Naga is going to be brought back up. LG still at a full 6, still very winnable. VP waiting for some ults to get online, notably the Kraken Impact from one end and the Cloak ult on the other. Nevix, meanwhile, diving on in, ready to drop the feast when needed. Now says it's time to eat, drops it into the back line. No picks, though, from you just yet. LG still staying at full HP. Naga, they'll burst down for a Kraken Impact, and it's Sparker. His Kraken Impact sets the tone a little bit. Meteor M as the dressing for that salad of Ast, and that should be 0.2 for VP.
Oh, trust me, committing the Feast of the Abyss and not even able to find that pick. And so crucially there too, Dredro sends that Eternal Bond to the backline, commits the ult, gives the healing on point, and goes all the way to the backline to commit, so that way Sparker can use the Kraken Impact to also go back there, get value from that healing on the ground from the carpet. And just breaking it out open there for VP. Is VP going to get the second, going to move on here to last. LG getting on some ult bank here, but some staggers not going to be good.
LG still needing to find their footing. VP setting a blisteringly fast pace. Naga gets picked, gets brought right back up. LG, if they needed a team fight to win, this would be it. VP a little bit drained on the ult bank here, Vast. LG with plenty of room to work with. Do they get the layup in this situation when everything should be in their favor?
Ideally, you just want to drop an amplifier and win, right? You don't want to have to, like, an amplifier infinite grit. You don't want to have to pop more ults here.
They lose destroyed
for VP. Oh no, the exact worst possible situation. Still potentially doable if they just want to use one ult. They need to commit. They don't want to lose someone else. They lose trust me as well.
They're falling to pieces. VP had no ults. This was a pure neutral situation. And now LG having to burn ults of their own just to stay in the fight. A terrible hit to the economy. And we'll see what VP does here. The Meteor M dropped by LG. They have to burn the Sia, the Meteor M, the God of Mischief, and it's just to stay in the fight. VP now, they've built up their ults. Gods of Death going on in. Spark with the Kraken Impact, gets onto Naga. Fi, death from above. Naga might be brought back up and in, but LG, they are teetering. They are staggering. VP still at a full 6, pushing the advantage. Another Kraken Impact comes on in, and this is looking like a very fast time about to be set by VP.
Fate trying to deny it as long as possible, getting very fancy with the footwork, allowing LG a chance to make it on back, but I mean, they need a pick right now. Probably unlikely anything's gonna happen. No, they are. Sparker gonna get one. Trust me, staying alive. So it's delayed this cap a little bit. I mean, even pressure from Naga in the backline. Wait a minute. The recontest, the regeneration of men keeps them alive, and Fate on the Rocket Raccoon not going down gives them one final shot to make it back here to the point, to give them another fight off some crucial picks.
Yeah, I mean, VP had everything going for them. They had a full 6, and they give up just 2 picks, and things quickly go the other way. This is going to give, at the very least, a much better time bank for LG, even if VP full completes. It's going to drain about another minute off the clock. And also, I mean, you take a look at the ults going into this next fight. VP kind of drained the bank on last one of Vast. A holding is not out of the realm of possibility now for LG.
Nevix there, fighting in the mist, in the fog of war. Gonna back on out. So LG still fighting aggressively. Nevix likely going to be looking for some sort of dive here onto the backline, maybe onto one of the duelists. Just drop a Feast of the Abyss to do that percentage-based damage. And not even needed. Not even needed. No heals going their ways. Destroyed, taken out. The headshots. Come out for the primary fire.
Brought back in. It's still 6v6. VP engaging with their ults. They open with the Feast. Naga, meanwhile, the Kraken Impact perhaps a little bit better. Takes down Sparker early. is not going to be able to keep it going, though. The resets don't happen. Fi, meanwhile, finds on the Naga. VP evening out the fight. LG, trust me, can't get the feast off and keep himself alive. Rajaro still has Meteor M. They still have the Sia, but VP, more numbers on the point. Meteor M from Rajaro, diving into the backline, trying to buy time. Gets Sparker. Actually, a huge pickoff. Destroyed sitting here in the back going, please, let me become the goddess of death one more time. 90%. Look at the build. Only 30 seconds left here for VP, and VP have asked, they're just going for the final fight. They take a breather.
And they're swapping. They're going to the thing now as well. They said they had enough of the Venom duel. We're going to get the thing. We're going to pressure the point. We're going to have the cleave. Some of that damage reduction from the leap. As Fenzi does hold on to the Meteor M. No ults other than the Goddess of Death, but that could be pretty big here because Fi going for the flank, trying to find any. Not going to find any just yet as LG taking the fight out of the spawn doors, out of this point.
Sparker looking for the resets right now. Farming off the Loki's. Destroyed, though, finds Fi in the same place. Destroyed also takes on Sparker. 2 huge picks for Destroyed. Right place, right time. And that might be enough for LG to hold. The BRB will be bringing back in Finzi, but VP just gets crunched at the opening of this fight. LG still at full strength. Here comes the cracking impact from Naga. Over and in. Deals with Nevix. The cleanup in play. And VP, Avast, now going to get held at last.
Off of some hero plays from the backline for LG. Fate stalling it long enough to where they come back in. Level 1 Crook getting the pick from all that damage from the Loki. And off that one pick, off that little bit of delay, making it back out, keeping their hopes alive. I mean, I guess a full cap would have technically kept their hopes alive regardless, but this is a bit more hope. There's a little bit larger glimmer of sunshine peeking through the darkness that was a potential 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, and this also comes to me in map choices. I still wonder why LG led with the immediate back-to-back going to Royal Palace, because I feel like they've looked better on Convoy and Convergence, as we kind of saw here once they found their footing.
Setting up the reverse sweep, classic strategy, Luminosity. Get all the airtime you can. Quick question, is Trust Me better than Nevix, in particular on the Venom?
I think
he stirs the pot. He does it again. He's stirring the pot.
No, he's stirring the pot. The pot's being stirred, but look, I'm willing to play in the stirred pot here and say, I think yes, if for nothing else, I just don't think Nevix is anywhere near the playtime on Venom that Trust Me does. Trust Me, when there's multiple answers here to be found, he's like, can I play Venom for every answer? Like, can I just pick Venom for every choice? Is usually where Trust Me is at. So I just, by pure playtime and a little bit off the eye test in the last game, I think while Nevix overall has the better Vanguard pool, I think when it comes purely to Venom, I kind of trust Me.
All you need to do is capture the mission.
It's a fair point. I mean, it's a fair point. And Trust Me is kind of the Venom guy. He is a little bit of the Venom guy. As Trust Me, though, this time, probably using a TP. I doubt they might. I mean, they're just going to do the TP for the Doctor Strange right here. That's what they're going to do. Going to the backline. Trust Me probably going to swap Venom. Yep, going to swap Venom. Yep. So now they've put everyone behind, and now going to have Trust Me come back in, try to set up the next fight.
Naga, meanwhile, now taking full advantage of the infinite grit, forcing the tanks back a little bit, so you cannot sustain against the Bucky for that long. However, the hook comes on in. Sparker trying to make his claim here. However, the strategist support there for LG big. Naga able to stay alive, but for how long? Has Magneto in his face. Finzi takes him on down. So Naga is down. Was the BRB up in time? It was not. So it's a full 1 down for Luminosity. Trust Me, super low, can't get away. Down to Fi. The portal has been used, Avast, and it has been repelled.
And now, I mean, it's bad. It's a little bad, just because of the fact that with the Doctor Strange tech, using the portal, it's pretty much a staple for Hall of Dajalia, just trying to break this first point. So you don't have it, you have to come in for another recontest, for another fight. So the time bank already against LG here, and they're playing into probably one of the most difficult first points of the game to cap.
It's not an easy path right now for LG, but we'll see what they can do. The problem they're going to have here is that VP is going to open up with the Sia immediately and just look for neutral kills into Kraken Impact from Sparker. What they really need, they need Cestroid to somehow be the one to take down Sparker before the Kraken Impact gets out of hand. We'll see if that'll be the case. Trust me right now. Working to the back line. It's just full-on hella harassment. Meanwhile, Finzi is down. I think Finzi got hooked and taken on down. Sparker already getting hit with the BRB. Trust me, keeping Fi out of the fight. A really nice engage so far from LG. VP still has all the ability to recontest, but they're pushed off the point. 2 ticks already to LG. VP under the gun, needing to move back out onto the point. Nevix saying it's time to feast. Holding on to it. Meanwhile, though, Meteor M in right now from Rajaro, looking and throws it way to the outskirts, looking for the midair. Trust me, though, takes down Saipei in turn. The BRB threat out. Down one strategist is VP. LG still full strength. Trust me, though, super low, gets taken on down, burned down by Fi, as Naga does the same to Nevix. LG still up at advantage, still bringing up the point. Are they gonna get it? They do.
Yeah, trust me's better.
Comes on in. I mean, I have to give a lot of credit to level 1 Crook there as well. You know, get a late pick there, another limb on a Sparker, but also got an opening pick there, using that damage from all those duplications. You know, pretty much all the clones, the doppelgangers from Loki, where you can swarm up, hit the primary fire, do a lot of damage. So gets a pick early. Trust me in the backline, take some of that pressure off. So LG played that push really well with both opening picks and split presence. Not a lot in the bank for them. Here, you go into the second point, especially with Fi holding on to the Goddess of Death, Saipei close to the Amplifier. So LG needs something ratty. They need like a pick right now, and that would be the anti-pick. That would be the anti-pick.
They got the anti-pick. Not what they're looking for. Nevix dropping on in off the bubble. You just see the full retreat from LG for the most part. Although, trust me, I think more than willing to just go to the back here, get the Goddess of Death out, and you know, still just this unrecorded crush onto Hela from Trust Me. Still staying in, looking for the Hela damage. Might be going down in turn, has to pop the shield. Off and away goes Trust Me. 5
HP. I mean, they get Sparker, and they're gonna get level 1 Crook rezzed as well. So Trust Me, playing to the utmost limit of the HP, saying, 5, that's 4 more than I need. I don't need more than
4
that.
left to burn. Like, it's, you know, give it like a 5 out of 10. You know.
The gas tank was on E, and he's like, no, it's fine. We got 2 more miles to the station. It's gonna be okay. So LG now moving forward off those picks. Gonna get the Amplifier out. Gonna take down Fi as well. So Trust Me saying, no, I'm the Lord of the High Ground, even though currently Nevix is staying up there.
They lost Rajaro early. Rajaro gone early in the fight. VP with the tools needed to potentially hold this back. Now looking for Trust Me. Trust Me gets the shield off just in the nick of time. Naga holding on to the Kraken Impact. LG would still like to be up to a full 6. Still waiting for the investment here. And Trust Me gets away again. Trust Me is still alive. Trust Me gets healed all the way back up. Or gets brought back by Rocket in that case. He was getting rezzed the entire time. Anyway, right now, Feast in from Nevix. Over and in. LG, they lose Naga. Fi able to get on the Rajaro on the back end side, and VP slowly but surely just surgically taking this one out.
The tempo is definitely stalling here. Tempo's stalling for LG. They're just not able to find the pick. Virtus.pro cycling these ults really effectively. As LG, look at the upcoming fight. Okay, Goddess of Death, soon to have the God of Mischief. They need to make something happen here. They need to just, okay, can we force someone off at an angle? Can we set up the Goddess of Death into the backline? Pretty common, you know, take a really aggressive fight, put Destroy behind them with the Goddess of Death and make them focus. Knowing there's no strategist ults up for VP, this has to be the opening for LG. They need something to happen now.
I think for VP right now, you just want to try and delay this a little bit so Saipei can get the Sia off, and then you use the Goddess of Death, look for the counter. Meanwhile, for LG, you're looking for much the same. It's all about the Hellas here. Okay, Destroyed gets the early pick onto Loki. It is brought back up, but it's a good start. And Destroyed gets taken down in turn. Is there a BRB for that? There are. So Rocket right now being the eraser to all the pencils making mistakes. Both teams still at a full 6. Fi gonna drop on in. Goddess of Death dropped. Naga down. And we got the Hela duel point blank as Fi decides, no, I'm gonna throw these bolts down on the field. Destroyed still getting caught in the crossfire. Only 1 minute left right now, Vast, as LG is still looking for answers.
And that's exactly what they did not want to happen. They did want to have to put the Goddess of Death directly in front of them. They wanted to have the Goddess of Death maybe going behind, maybe go to the side. And then additionally, because they lose the pick early, they don't have that res, right? They don't have the res. They get pretty much nothing from it. And they don't even control the high ground. They never can control the high ground. There was a constant split for Nevix and for Fi. So LG having to recontest here again, this time going to be trying to remove Nevix early. See if they can just make it back up.
Huge pick, one of the best ones they could get. Final 25 seconds. VP on the verge of being our money match champions in EU. LG looking to stay alive. But if they want to stay alive, they got to get through the second place. Destroyed does it again. Finds Fi. No resurrection going to be up in play. The BRB was not back up, so it's Destroyed. Being the life Luminosity needs as they try to extend this to another map. Keep things moving forward here on the Hall of Jalia. And now you see Trust Me into the back. Has the Feast ready to go. Dredro. God of Mischief's used. Finzi, Meteor M. No connection there. LG still at full strength. Naga. Kraken Impact. Destroyed is down. Trust Me gets on the Finzi though. 5 versus 5. Nevix in on the Feast looking for anything. Finzi is brought back into the fray with the BRB. Naga though on the Sparker as LG keeping themselves in it. Only down to Destroyed right now. Nevix looking for the delay. Getting pummeled in turn. All the heals though still in for Nevix. LG right now still looking for any opportunity to be had. They've fully restabilized, so is VP. The C is going to be out here in a moment, and it's going to be Sparker. Sparker, the Kraken Impact is good to go. Can Sparker do it again? Rajaro though takes down Nevix super early VP into the fight. Sparker's still looking for the opportunity right now. Vast hasn't dropped it just yet. LG still in the full 6.
Oh, Naga completely staying up that whole time. Great regeneration doing again from level 1 Crook, who is going to have the God of Mischief. Might need to use it there just to give them something else in this fight. Guarantee it. They're going to put down Sparker. They're going to use the Kraken Impact. I mean, that's perfect. I mean, it's a Kraken Impact copy there, by the way, for level 1 Crook. He copies there on to Sparker, guaranteeing they're going to have Kraken Impact of their own. I mean, it should be the cleanup here. And level 1 Crook going down there late.
There's no delay.
Should be enough. The amplifier's out. They just have to knock out the fight. Fight's so late. He's so far away with the ult. They should be able to cap. Yeah, exactly what they do.
Okay, they finally get the point, and also destroyed from the beginning to the end. Great on the cleanup. Sparker on the emergency Psylocke swap. We see this quite a bit from VP. I think the Sparker will probably swap back for last point. You know, it's more of a late contesting and get back to the point early, but LG, they buy themselves a minute of life here in Rivals Fight Night EU. $1,000 on the line if they can extend the series. And Sparker, Avast, gonna stand the Psylocke.
Redro popping the God of Mischief extremely early, so they haven't committed to the copy just yet. There it is. Now they're going to be doing an amplifier there. So Rocket Raccoon copy as Virtus.pro taking this fight extremely aggressive in the corner and losing Saipe.
Yeah, Saipe down early. Sparker, though, into the back. Punishes Destroyed. Destroyed, though, brought right back in from the BRB. Sparker still running rampant right now on the Psylocke. Damage being dealt into Trust Me, looking for a way out. Is able to get out for now. Saipe, though, BRB doing work. Look at here on the Sparker. Off in the fog. Only 30 seconds left right now for LG Avast. This is, again, turning into what could be the final fight of EU. Can LG do it one more time? Saipe, Sparker going into the back. Has the dance of the butterfly good to go. Crook down. 15 seconds remains.
Trust Me behind as well. Trust Me gonna get caught late. So there's 10 seconds left. Nevix though, because the little team shows a chance. They gives them one chance. Now they have to not go down to the dance of the butterfly as Naga gets another. Sparker not gonna commit. Gonna go down. Great find from Rojaro who keeps the minute. Destroy behind some late Vix.
He found Rocket just climbing the walls and just stripped him right off. LG punish VP, who was just trying to super aggro, push them away. We are now in overtime. LG's tournament life on the line. They cannot leave the convoy or things will be bad. Sparker's still hanging on to the dance of the butterfly all the while. It's Destroyed, ready to do Goss of Death. LG moving
and there's
forward.
no sustainals. No sustainals. Yep. Remember this. God of Mischief, there's no one to really copy. So the regeneration domain for Crook is going to be extremely important to keep them up through the dance of the butterfly if Sparker chooses to commit. Already early pick.
Super early pick from Destroyed, and it's not brought him back. The BRB was not ready. Your quick 6v5 Naga on the Finzi. LG getting pick after pick. Real close to taking a map off VP now. The BRB is in play, though. Finzi is brought back into it. LG still at full strength. VP still reeling. Destroyed, though. Gets caught by Finzi. Naga, though. Kraken Impact. Time to go. Gets onto Nevix. Can LG stay alive? Naga gets another. Got somehow threaded it in onto Sparker. Goes on forward. Gets on the Finzi. Naga coming alive as LG might just be extending the series, but fine with the Goss of Death. Takes down Crook. VP not down yet. How much more does VP have left to take as LG looks to put away Rojaro. Naga connect, and this looks to be about it. Avast LG may be extending the series and taking a map off the once invincible Virtus.pro.
Amplifier after amplifier. I mean, it looked like potentially a problem there when the dance of the butterfly comes out. They'd already used the God of Mischief, copying the amplifier there, so they had no regeneration domain. They had nothing insane, but just an immediate pick. Who needs to heal through damage when you just eliminate the threat entirely? Just take out that Psylocke there. LG, and I mean in particular, level 1 Crook I think had a really fantastic, and it's Destroyed too, a really fantastic end of that map, the end of their offense to bring them back into this. LG showing a lot of resilience for this team. I mean, showing that style, that Venom pick for them can work out, and entrusting that their team can just meet the frags across the board, meet the elims against Virtus.pro.
Well, I think the other thing you have to look at here, just think back to the draft strategy where they decided to take the gamble. The gamble was, VP, you don't have it in you to play Wolverine. VP didn't play Wolverine, and instead they targeted Luna. They targeted Invisible Woman, and I think LG made this judgment call of, if we get rid of some of the most commonly played supports, we will set up an ult economy situation that will play better for us rather than having just these really strong strategist ults, stymieing our play. And it worked. It really did work.
My cat has come for the Venom play. We are here. We are witnessing history. Virtus.pro. But they go 13, 14, 15 maps in a row? They finally dropped one, ZP. The record is over. Can they continue to win, though? Because now it's VP's pick.
Look, VP now, they could go into their bank and be like, oh, we haven't been in this spot before. We got all options available for picks. But the fact that LG was able to push VP this far is such a great testament to how much LG has improved. And look, you gotta give it up. Avast was totally right in mentioning how good Crook was. I gotta give up this Destroyed, where you needed key hella picks when your back was against the wall, when you were one team fight away from being knocked out, and Destroyed delivered. Got multiple picks when they needed it most.
Take a look at some of the best moments, not just the Venom, everyone chiming in from Luminosity. And I'll be honest, Avast, I thought this was Virtus.pro locking up the series. I thought Luminosity was not going to be able to finish it. They surprised me with this map win. What were the key moments, though, in your eyes?
I mean, definitely just the latter half of the offense with level 1 Crook and Destroyed, and also just getting the crucial pick on that first point after their initial Doctor Strange portals was felled. I just have to give credit to that. And then this defense here, which denied Virtus.pro the chance. This particular clip with Fate just staying on the wall, giving them some time, just long enough to make it back, and level 1 Crook again to get a pick. So time and time again, the strategist backline, Destroyed, LG just playing off that backline and the presence they gave and just the overall power. So I do have to give a lot of credit to the backline here for LG, which shows that strategists, they can provide an incredible amount of utility in the game of Marvel Rivals. They can get picks, they can deny the ults, they can just do an incredible amount of hero plays in general. So LG, they have to be feeling good currently with what I think is multiple hero plays bringing them in.
Luminosity getting rid of the Luna, getting rid of the Invisible Woman, and getting their first win over Virtus.pro. If you put them just on a Loki, you got a chance ZP. We'll see what happens in a game number 4, but we got to revisit some of the best moments here and give Virtus.pro their flowers. But more importantly, let's put some players on watch alert from Luminosity. Who's the star to look out for going into a game 4?
I think we go into a game 4. I think, look, I said it right before, but I'll say it again. I think Destroyed came in incredibly clutch.
Just that guy?
So, well, Destroyed and also Naga. Naga also carried things through on the end of the duelist end. I mean, look, we could go across all of it. I think if you get a Venom v Venom matchup again, that works on LG's favor. I mean, look, they showed that on a mechanical level, they could fight tooth and nail with VP under the right conditions.
All right, Cloak.
The dog agrees.
Not worth it. Sorry, Big Pup. The joys of suburban city living, Columbus, Ohio. All right. We've got 750 awesome people watching our European Championship. How many of you are here for the first time? Yeah? Let me know. Hit that number 1 in the chat. And while you're doing it, hit the follow, hit the subscribe, because we're going to a break. When we come back, I expect to be at 6,000 subs right here on twitch.tv. The greatest player to ever grace Iceland was supercharged by a rocket raccoon. Welcome back to victory. Welcome to Rivals Fight Night.
You know what?
We're talking about Finzi ZP. That's right. It's Virtus.pro taking on LG. What were you gonna say?
No, I love the sultry Puckett intros right now. It's like it's the thing I look forward to most on the break. It's great.
Yeah, I'm trying to get your attention after that long break. You know, you were watching twerking on your TikTok. All of a sudden, you saw your grandma shaking, and you're like, I gotta get out of here. Welcome back. You are watching the best video game that could grace your television on a Thursday night. It's Marvel Rivals, and we have convinced the greatest players on the planet to compete for $1,000. That's right. You've got Virtus.pro, who just went on a 15-map run. They were undefeated in Rivals Fight Night history. They just dropped their first map. But we should call out the Hall. It was Luminosity's map pick. How'd they get it? With the double strategist ban. Avast, that's not going to work every map.
Probably not, but it could work if you have level 1 Crook on there just continuing to steal. I mean, living up to his name, steal away those picks. I do think that, like, if they continue to play a comp like that, there's clearly a kind of an X factor of we have moments where we're playing like a Loki Rocket Raccoon where there's not a lot of sustain on the field and there's just mostly damage, picks. Okay, we're doing the dance and the Venoms here. Not the dance of the butterfly, but the dance of the Venoms. And I do think that there's a chance for LG to kind of make something happen in those scenarios where we remove a lot of the sustainability that VP normally relies on when they have their such very rock solid backline of Saipe and Tridro. So maybe they could stick with it. I mean, now they've kind of given VP some pause in the bans, because typically VP's like, oh, we're just going to play our bans normally. Maybe there's a chance now they could open up to leaving Adam Warlock in and letting LG play a res comp.
I think we should give a big shout out to Virtus.pro for continuing their Groot hate, and there is the Luna removed for a second time here by Luminosity, back-to-back maps. ZP, while we're waiting on this picks and ban stuff to go on, let's talk about a great future, one where Marvel Rivals would allow you to do this before you even load into the game. Do you think we're far from there?
I don't think we're that far from it at all. I think the devs have made great improvements patch after patch. The content's been coming out like crazy, and I think just from our end alone in the lobbies, stuff is going to get better and better. But interesting here, this is the big shift where VP decide they protect the Invisible Woman. They don't want to deal with the double strategist bans once more, and they still ban the Warlock. But does the Hela ban come out in return? Does LG go, okay, we're getting rid of the Hela? That's my question here, because now they have that play available to them with the swap from the last map.
VP saying that we're dependent on support ultimates. We'll see if the strategists can stay on point. They've been perfect throughout maps 1 and 2. Slight slip up into some trouble in game 3. Luminosity looking to dig deep, and they're going to make sure that there is no Loki on the map. Is that bad news for Crook?
A little bit. I mean, I think in many ways it might be worse for Fi just because you remove the team up, right? And VP loves playing the Hela. They love playing the Hela. They love getting value from the Hela, getting the reses too when you have that Loki team up. So it hurts Crook for sure, but I do think that this would be a team that they're fine to put, play the Invisible Woman, maybe even keep the Rocket Raccoon if they're feeling like that might be a course of action for them. Could play the Cloak and Dagger again. So a lot of potential options here. And in Midtown, I mean, this is a map where high grounds in particular, with the loss of Loki's always typically very strong in Midtown. So it even begs the question of, like, surely you don't stop playing the Hela just because of how vertical this map is, but you're not going to have the team up.
Great callouts, team up, something that makes Marvel Rivals so important. We're going to Midtown. It's the home of the Fantastic Four. You won't see Mr. Fantastic play, but he's pretty good at low ranks. Let's jump into his EP.
We're heading on in, and yeah, Mr. Fantastic, not entirely living up to the name, but hey, that's where things change season to season. Maybe in a few weeks, that may change. But for now, we're sticking with a little bit of the script here, Avast, and taking a look at what is coming out. Not too much of a surprise here, a little bit more of the same. But I am curious to see this Asteroid versus Fi battle, which really heated up towards the end of the last map.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that we kept the Hela up, because even without the Loki, it's just Hela is so strong on Midtown. You can fight these high grounds so effectively. Trust me, went deep, wasn't even able to pop that symbiotic resistance, not able to pop the shield. So down that tank player, that Vanguard player already there for LG is VP just gonna be playing on the point.
Also, the BRB might have gotten blown up or wasn't even down, because that was a full death. Trust me, was gone. However, Fi getting caught. Naga with 2. Nice up here from Naga, but ends up falling to Sparker right after. So I think VP actually carried these trades, especially with the nice little grab coming in onto Magneto right there. Sparker in his zone right now, Vast.
The zone being the Infinite Grit. That would be the zone that he was using a lot of that of. Is now Virtus.pro moving on forward. Some great picks there. Finding sustain, wrapping around them. LG put up a good fight, tried to fight the high ground for longer, as long as they could, but they're just not able to get enough. And an early Kraken impact for Sparker, considering all the damage done, and an early amplifier. They're just gonna clean it up here.
At some point where Jarvis just wonders, did I really have to be the person to step out here to try to defend this point? Was this trip really necessary? The other hook comes on in. Everything Sparker does right now is golden. Nothing has gone wrong for Sparker so far at the opening of this map, and you kind of wonder, after taking a map off VP, did you awaken the beast?
Maybe so. I mean, could have angered them. I mean, I definitely think making sure that enable Invisible Woman and remove some of that less sustainable backline there. That's what Virtus.pro wants. They want to be able to have a lot of sustain, keep their Vanguards in that fight, doing all that damage they do. And I mean, Juju also loves to play super aggressively on both Luna Snow and Invisible Woman. As LG, trying to make it on out, trying to contest this point. Have to be worried about that high ground contest.
I mean, right now, if you're LG, you're just worried about the neutral, where you have just gotten pummeled. You've gotten staggered repeatedly. But now this is where maybe you change it a little bit. Trust me, still alive at the beginning of the fight. The Sia is ready to go. However, Finzi decides to go a little bit aggro, opens up the Meteor M. Trust me gets caught. Everyone had to back out for a moment. Trust me gets caught in the interim. And Sparker on the cleanup, even with the BRBs. So, again, VP, great plays in the neutral, set things up. But I really like how Finzi doing Meteor M just took away the Trust Me support. Amazing.
Trust me, trying to stall as long as possible. We're gonna go down late. I mean, LG probably not gonna be able to touch this point. Just say, yeah, not worth it. Cart's nearly there. And Virtus.pro, I'm thinking they're back. I'm thinking they're back a little bit. They have a more traditional double strategist backline here. They have a lot of sustain. There's gonna be potentially some late picks as well for
Trust
LG.
Me might be go down again.
Doesn't want to go down. They're gonna be fighting the corner here. A lot of damage. The Calvary time's out.
Well, Sparker, though, Meteor M puts an end to what could have been a deadly Kraken impact. He's brought back up, but not brought back up with the ult. So Decent pick from LG. They prevent the Kraken Impact from taking things away. You see Fi real low, taken down by Destroyed. Now, payload a little bit more in contest. Nevix now more trying to buy time. Outnumbered here on the payload. LG trying to go to the other end of the back line. Gauss Death going to be used here by Destroyed. It's Destroyed going, hey, Spawn Door, how are you? At least keeping people back for a moment as LG looks to stabilize on top of the convoy.
It's almost LG's favor to not get a pick right now to make sure they don't go to the spawn door and break out of the choke. LG finally, though, going to be backing up. Still on the amplifier. They can pop here on the corner. So amplifier v amplifier, a lot of amplification that could take place. And that's exactly what they're going to do is LG trying to back up from the flank. Making sure not to go down to any of its aggression. Don't want to lose anyone. Oh, Destroyed getting caught there from that amplifier.
Magneto doing so much damage, mid amplifier, just able to use it to push Destroyed. VP at a full 6 on 5 now. Rojaro getting pummeled, so is Naga. Naga looking for the opportunity to drop the Kraken Impact though, same as Sparker. Both Winter Soldiers ready to go. LG though, giving up some key space at the moment. Fisto gonna go in, Fi under pressure as Trust Me trying to get onto the hell, but here comes Sparker onto the back line, over to the side. Kraken Impact reset, good to go. Rojaro and Quick both down. Sparker out for blood, gets one more, goes again and again over into the back end side and forces them right back into the spawn.
Ooh, Fate crawling away, just skittering. There and the Knight gets out just in time. And LG, I mean, they saw Level 1 Cook tried to their peel for Rojaro on the flank to both get caught there. Really good engagement for Sparker. Sure, they get the Kraken Impact that, but you know, the extra space, the extra time here for Virtus.pro, 100% worth it. Now LG looking to make something happen. They have the boundary knowing there's not going to be a Kraken Impact, but they're going to have to be worried about the Gods of Death. So a lot of pressure here onto Naga to see can they set up anything for his Kraken Impact.
Well, Gods of Death is going to come out here first. Fi, just looking to create space. You're going to have the invisible boundary out in turn. Fi was able to get Destroyed somehow through that boundary, or no. Destroyed, though, brought back up via the BRB. Fi, though, says Rojaro down this time, probably not coming right back up. Finzi just pushes on forward, and that may be it. VP, clean picks off the amplifier, set up by the Gods of Death, and that is a blisteringly fast pace here on Midtown. Nearly 3 minutes in reserve. Not going to get held on last like they did in the last map of Est.
A very fast time. I mean, for Midtown, you called it out there. That finishing near 3 minutes on Midtown is an incredible feat. The map is typically very hard to full cap, and a lot of that has to be given credit to, okay, first point fell apart. Additionally, last point there, they got staggered. You saw that peel that comes out where they try to save the Rojaro when the split happens post amplifier. So LG just permanently staggered the entire other defense, not really having a good fight outside of first, and even then it wasn't that good. So LG, they need to get it back together. They need to refocus here because currently they're just getting splintered. They're getting splintered. They're getting picked off repeatedly. They're down the ult tempo. They do not look like the same LG that was scrappy but cohesive earlier in the Hall to Jalia.
I do think the opening hits from all this was just the fact that you think about how this transpired, right? Trust Me just got burned down instantly, and it was a burn down where there was no BRB. So you just lose your Venom at the start, and then it was just like this painful process of staggering. LG didn't really get their footing at all until near the end, and at that point they had basically nothing left to give in map progress. It wasn't ideal, and I think it's just kind of one of those things where I don't think the gap between the two teams is actually that big, but when you get staggered and you just keep getting staggered and you can't actually get back into the rhythm, sometimes the entire defense might fall apart. Also, this is interesting.
100%. I mean, this is where Virtus.pro, they've done this a lot where they like to have the thing trying to contest the high ground very aggressively. We've seen a lot of teams, not just Virtus.pro, do this, to be fair. As Trust Me, just gonna be make the swap, just look for a little bit of dive, try to fight this high ground. So a lot of the focus here for the first point on Midtown is revolving around who can own the high ground first, who can take control of this land. So far,
the land battle,
it's gonna
Sparker
be Virtus.pro.
finds Crook just shooting down the hallway, and it hits Pay Dirt. Now the BRB is gonna lessen the impact of that. Both teams still at 6v6. Trust Me, though, getting absolutely pummeled, and Sparker again finds one more. Destroyed down and grabs the hook for good measure. No escape for the Crook as VP continue to be an iron wall.
So now VP poking here on the spawn door, looking for anything. LG once again look like they're what it's not. It's the side now. We're not going to fight for the left side high ground. We're going for the right. Move on up the ramp here, try to take control of this. A little bit more effective when you do have that Magneto. Is Level 1 Crook finding Fi there off that peak. Okay, that's perfect. That's actually what I want to see. Forces the BRB. They're going to use the Amplify here as well. And now it's going to break down a longer ult fight, ZP.
I think it's nice positioning from Fate off the Sia. However, it doesn't immediately translate into pickoffs. The Sia is gone. LG, though, they've gotten some positioning, and right now, you look at Fi, gets a Magneto in their face. Rajaro gonna win that one. Naga, though, goes down in turn. Both teams down, one duelist. Rajaro using the high ground right now, looking for opportunities. Saipei, the Sia has been dropped. Now Sia fading in importance right now. LG right now just trying to stabilize. Meteor M, good for Rajaro here. In a moment, they lose Fate. Sparker just works on the outskirts. Takes down Trust Me, Nevix on the Fate, and VP again just working with a huge numerical advantage.
And LG, they have the right idea. They're trying to take these rotations. They're trying to take high ground. But Virtus.pro doing what LG couldn't on their defense. Rotating constantly. Okay, we're going to take pressure on high ground. Fine. We're going to fight them a bit. Back up. Let's play this room. Let's rotate around this. Use the cover. And it's so important here for Midtown First on how you use the geometry of the map to just shield yourself from damage. To keep the fight alive even if you're down a pick. And it's so impossibly hard sometimes for the offense to break it through as LG comes back in here for another contest.
LG needs something to go well soon. Nevix, though, clobbering time used, looking for pickoffs off. Magneto bubble, though, gonna stymie what could have been an easy pick. VP now, tactical retreat. Because of the invisible boundary, they wait a little bit, they drop a boundary of their own. Finzi with the Meteor M, finds on the Naga. Sets things up here, Sparker onto Fate. The BRB may be able to negate one, but LG still on the ropes. Meteor M now gonna be dropped here by Rajaro. Looking, nothing found. VP still looking very strong, very healthy. Saipei has the Sia left to go. Have the Kraken impact here by Naga, instead completely rejected the Vast. And we find ourselves down to the last minute as VP is on tournament point once more.
And trust me, here on the Doctor Strange is going to get the Eye of Agamotto out, find one, but with Stressroid being down and the BRB up here for Virtus.pro, they still have some sustainability. They have to find some more. They're not going to give it up just easily. As Sparker in the back, they don't want to give up another pick. They can't give up another pick because this could delay the entirety rest of the point. It looks like it should be fine. They're going to chase down Fi. Level 1 Crook does goes down, though, and that's a pick they really didn't want to see. Luckily, they're close enough to the spawn, but see how Virtus.pro continues to use this geometry to just pester LG every step of the way.
Now for VP, the question is, do you just go for a hold on second, or do you full invest into point A? Only 30 seconds left. If you win this team fight, the tournament and $1,000 would be yours. What decision do you make, VP? They don't shy away from the challenge. They decide to go for it. They want to end this here and now. Nevik starts things up with the charge on in. Leaps back right after under focus fire. VP looking to set their tone here. LG, though, with swaps of their own. Naga close to the dance of the butterfly now on the sidewalk. LG, a fight they must win. 5 seconds left to go. Both teams looking for a long point first pick. Trust me, though, gets on the Finzi first. 6v5, dance of the butterfly into the back line. BRB, though, brings Finzi right back on up. Dance is still going on. Sparker finding Rajaro. VP up at a full 6. LG getting Rajaro back into the fray. LG still options to play here. Meteor M coming on in from Rajaro. Is it going to connect this time? He's looking, he's waiting. Finzi, Meteor M at the same point. No one down on either end. Both teams still at full. VP, however, they drop the Sia. They're looking for the pick. It all comes down to this right now, Vest. We're still in overtime and Rajaro goes down. That could be the first to fall as VP looks to put this one away.
Oh, and the stun as well with the hook. Trust me, doesn't even get the Eye of Agamotto out. And I think that's going to be the hold, ZP. I mean, they just have nothing unless they lose so many picks. They can't touch. I mean, that's series, right? It's gone. It's over.
It's over. It's VP coming on in, winning the $1,000 once more. LG showing life in the previous map, but VP, they make adjustments. They protect the Invisible Woman, and they make it look easy on Midtown.
Looking incredibly easy, and Virtus.pro just time and time again just showing why they're so adaptable. They're so good at using their movement to get around the map, and with Trust Me making that swap onto Doctor Strange a little bit late, I would have loved to see that earlier because I really felt like they were getting a ton of value. You were able to contest the high ground still, but it's just so hard when you have such a huge ult bank advantage for Virtus.pro when you have such a strong position there on point where you know you have to be keeping the contest on point itself. And when you have someone like Sparker who every time you're going to look for the aggressive Eye of Agamotto looks for a hook, denies the hook value, denies it there from Trust Me there at the end. And Virtus.pro might have dropped a map, so a slight blemish on the record, but they remain undefeated overall, and it is just a force.
Four-time champion, undisputed kings of Europe. But we have the hard job. How do we decide an MVP, ZP? Can we just talk about candidates before we roll the highlights? In fact, let's revisit some of the best moments here. Is it this guy? Is it going to be Sparker?
You know, we gave Sparker MVP in the first match, and man, we could do it again, but it was a team effort. You don't get dominance of the level of VP without multiple people doing it. So many times it was Nevix setting things up, and you wanted to spotlight him in the beginning of this match. Fi great moments on the Hela, early pickoffs, catching Trust Me at times early on this map in particular, and just continually being a force that commanded attention. Also the support play, Dredro on the Invisible Woman, just making things so difficult for LG every step of the way.
Yeah, 5 quite fun to watch on the Hela. The difference in this series, when Invisible Woman and Luna were out, the Venom was able to shine. Trust Me showcasing his skills on the map 3, but then it was VP's pick in Midtown short range. He's just gonna buck all over you. The Winter Soldier is king. Your turn to ask.
Well, I'm gonna say, I also love that you're cueing us in there. A little bit of voice. You'd be like, oh yeah, it's your turn. Now time to talk. I'm a big fan of that. I mean, I do think when you see this team, it's so hard sometimes to pick the MVP when they're so dominant, right? Because unless someone's just doing like, oh, we dropped 50 final blows here, right? It's so hard to just find anyone a VP to highlight occasionally because they're just so strong across the board. LG put up a really great fight. I mean, I put in my vote, which we'll see. We'll see what we decide. I put in my vote for the MVP for this series, which I don't reveal just yet because I always want to see the highlight package, you know, because it's very crispy. But I do have to give LG a lot of credit because I do think they continue to be a team with a very unique style, with Trust Me playing a lot of Venom, them trying to force a lot of res comps, even though they didn't get to play it here, and, you know, a very aggressive strategist backline with level 1 Crook in particular, and just overall just playing a style that's slightly different than the rest of Europe, which I do appreciate.
ZP, in the first round, we saw a few whales, and we've got one in the chat right now. He just dropped off 25 gifted on our face. Philly 995 with a big old dono. And I think we should start a new routine. Anytime we get 25 gifted, you know what? Even 20 gifted by an individual, we buy ZP a sushi boat. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Why is that?
Head to Twitter at MLG Puckett during the break. I'm going to post a photo of ZP at the happiest you have ever seen him in his life, Avast.
That's a deep
new
cut.
suggestion.
That goes back like 7 years.
Avast should get the sushi boat. Avast should get the sushi boat. Where that would be an even better tradition. Even far better tradition.
We should share a sushi boat with our MVP. He goes by the name of Sparker. Let's take a look one more time at some of the biggest bangs. He did it across multiple different heroes. My favorite, the Winter Soldier. But take a look. It started with the Namor, and then he just kept going. ZP, what makes this guy special?
Well, you know what makes him special is that Sparker dropped the raid on us and all the stream viewers over after doing the job where, you know, Sparker, big stream, even bigger plays, where right now in Rivals, one of the key deterring factors is consistency from your duelists. And anytime you look at Sparker, you're just watching the live highlight reel. You can put the camera on him and things are going to fall. Kraken impacts are going to clear the field. And it's just unending. Even, you know, the swap onto the Psylocke, making things happen. Sparker, just one of the rising stars of the Rivals competitive scene in general, arguably the top duelist in the world, depending on what you value. What more can you say?
Look at that. You don't miss. He's so good. Avast, I know you were known for your DPS skill, the amount of damage that you dealt in every single one of your matchups. How much better is Sparker?
I mean, he's him. He's currently him. I mean, I honestly, there's no other way to say it. The Sparker is currently him in Europe. Fi, obviously, we've talked about, like, we don't want to lose the spotlight. We don't want you to be second fiddle. And Fi is a really, really great duelist player. Clearly, I made a lot of plays in this game and previously in Rivals Fight Night and in Mirai and MRC. But it's just, Sparker is just built different. It just gets an incredible amount of value, has a good amount of flexibility, and so much of the team is built around enabling him to just set up these Kraken impacts. I mean, you just see the hooks. I mean, some of these hooks, the skill shots there, ringing true. And then there's the cancel, again on the Eye of Agamotto that we saw at the end. Not that it probably would have necessarily turned because there wasn't a lot of sustain left, but Sparker is a player that is currently role defining. It's a player that you work around his strengths, you work around how much he can bring to the team, and his game sense is off the charts too. There's a lot of players that have incredibly good mechanics, but Sparker pairs that with very, very strong game sense and usage of his cooldown.
And as ZP mentioned, he just had a fantastic raid. Thank you, Sparker. If you guys don't already, head on over to twitch.tv, SPARKR_. Just like Avast, underscores are important. Make sure you get them in the name. We are going to a break. Before we do, we got to remind you that was just the first half. In the second chapter, we turn our attention to North America. Avast, we're going to lose you for the second half. So I want to hear FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, Shroud-X. Who's our NA champ at the end of the night?
Honestly, before some matches that happened before this, I would have been like, oh, this is pretty easy. It's going to be like a match between 100 Thieves and FlyQuest in the finals. But Shroud-X actually has looked great in some of their previous performances. They've looked a lot better. So it's kind of a toss-up of who makes the finals. Now, who wins in finals, kind of hard to not vote against 100 Thieves still, to not vote for, I should say, 100 Thieves still. So I do think that's going to be like kind of a, but it's not nearly as lopsided as I'd say when we look in Europe.
The Virtus.pro of the West, some are saying.
Yeah.
ZP, before we go, we got 25 gifted. You are getting a sushi boat. Compliments of Philly 995. Anything you want to say directly into your camera to him? Don't look at Luna. Stop looking at Luna.
Take care of Luna. Look,
we're gonna watch that from now on, ZP. We're watching.
No one appreciates the sushi boats more than me. That's all you gotta know. It'll be devoured in record speed.
Record speed. We will document it. Much love to Philly and all of our friends. If you haven't already, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. We're poor, we're self-made, and it's the greatest content you're gonna watch all Thursday night. It's Rivals Fight Night featuring 3 different Lokis on different tiers of height. Oh, and a bird woman. Hey, hello. The sun is setting. The night is warm.
Oh,
You
army.
are embraced by the sultry voice of a junkrat inside your house. It's Jake, motherfucker, and we got Uber on the mic. What's up, everybody? It's Rivals Fight Night. You didn't see it coming, did you?
It's going to be a separate VOD from... No, it's better be the same VOD as EU. Otherwise, we just got demonetized like that, bro. Like, matter of seconds.
We got the editors on overdrive. Get them bleeping it out before it goes live. No sweat. Don't worry about it.
Before we're even on broadcast together, I got us fired. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being here. We're going to be talking about Rivals. This is a game that's on your computer, your Xbox, your nephew's playing on a PlayStation, and he's probably better. Some people came from the controllers. You'll see one of them still in use tonight from 100 Thieves. But before that, we have to find out who is going to play our NA champions. Will it be FlyQuest, or will it be the team that nearly took them down in our Week 4 final in Shroud-X? Let's start here, though, with Shroud-X. Uber, you remember this match because it kept us here all last Thursday. In the best way possible. We loved it.
No, I mean, I was here forever, but it was pretty awesome, right? Because this team was in a galactic like 2 weeks beforehand, right? So Shroud has had his, team sort of in the scene for a bit now, but this is the first time that they came out underneath that Shroud-X banner. They take on a Shikigami roster who, we know are decent, but, I wouldn't call them particularly established, right? We saw them in MRI. They didn't really have the greatest showing. Shroud-X, I think, got eliminated by them, right, in that tournament. They come back here, they dominate, they look fantastic. We're huge fans of Vision. We're huge fans of what we saw from Nuxter as well. Dongmin looked incredible. This team was just really exciting. I'm like, okay, cool. They showed us some good Marvel rivals. Then they go and take on 100 Thieves, and the Thieves are forced to reverse sweep them in order to remain our champions. Shroud-X came out of relatively nowhere, taking on one of the very best teams in North America and pushing them to the very limit. It just doesn't get any better than that, and yet I feel this week it might just.
Ooh, I like the spice. Shroud-X coming in as our near champions. They're challengers here, and so are their opponents. Let's talk about FlyQuest, because I didn't work MRI. They haven't been on a show that I wasn't traveling to the CDL during. So let's see them for the first time. Adios. Will he truly play Jeff for me, Jake?
I think that's more of a bait, but I do think what's not a bait is the potential that this team has. They were a team that took a couple maps off of 100 Thieves in the MRI. They're a real threat of a squad. Light on the duelist is, I think, someone particularly exciting to watch. Plays a lot of those high mobility flankers. Gasklin and Spark Chief together on the Vanguard are also an impressively dominant front line. And so from this squad, I expect to see a lot. The big question, though, is I think both of these teams are hungry for a rematch against 100 Thieves. Both of them want that shot, but of course, only one of them can get it. So this is one of the most exciting challenger matches that I think we've had maybe ever in Rivals Fight Night.
It's going to be a party. You've got Gasklin. We've got Spark Chief, Cooper-tastic, Zelos. Light or energy? For me, it's been energy on the Hella. I haven't seen a ton of sample size, but when I did, Uber, this guy was constantly in the feed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what this FlyQuest team puts out. They obviously have actually played against Shroud-X before. They played against them back in the Marvel Rivals Invitational number 2 in the round robin stage. So they are pretty familiar with one another. Light, I know as a player going back years. I met him at a collegiate event in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where he was part of Shadow Harrisburg. Big fan of the Storm. He was a part of the Maryville esports team that ended up taking away that entire event. Really, really enthusiastic, hungry guy. Just like a great mindset, I think, for the game. Really driven. So I'm not shocked to see him in a new game now, looking really, really good early days on this team. Remember, these are the very best players from like that early Shikigami, early Nightmare team, like all got sort of brought together after MRC Season 0, where we got a taste of what NA could offer. This team is designed to be that team to really put pressure on Hunter Thieves. But Shroud-X have already been doing that right here at the Marvel Rivals Fight Night, number 4 last week.
To keep up. Yeah.
That's it. Get busy, boys.
Jake, we got Muse22 in the chat saying, Light Spider-Man, let's go. I'm getting wrecked by a certain Spider-Men, certain spider people, that the guy with the bandana who just punches you a bunch and iron fisting his way back into my lineup. Are either of those characters going to be viable at the pro level? Because we didn't see it at all from you.
I have seen a little bit of the Spider-Man Venom team up in previous tournaments, but it's certainly not the most popular approach. I think it's one of those things that you can have in the bag as like a backup pick. You respawn in a close contested team fight. You come back fast on the Spider-Man and make some plays if you know what you're doing on the character and get a little bit of mileage out of that. But for Light, I'd expect to see maybe a little bit more emphasis on something like the Star-Lord, where you're still able to help that front line. You're still able to like pump big damage and have a really impactful ultimate for opening up the map. But at the same time, you're not all in committed to the dive. You have a little bit more versatility how you play, and honestly, maybe a little bit of an overall stronger team up lineup that your teammates have to choose from, especially on the strategist front. So Zelos, maybe bringing out the Adam Warlock, Light on the Star-Lord. That's the kind of combo that I'm expecting to see a little bit more of from this FlyQuest squad. But this is early days in Marvel Rivals. I still feel that there's a lot more innovation. We saw this in EU. There's been different takes in the meta, teams not mirror matching and showing that there's still a lot more to be learned and discovered. While in EU, maybe Virtus.pro is kind of running rampant overall. In NA, it's been a lot more contested. There's been a lot more competition to see what is the best strategy, like what is the right way to approach Marvel Rivals right now.
No one truly owns the throne. The King of the Hill continues here in North America. Before we jump into the game, I have a production challenge for our amazing producer, Solomon. Solomon, can you please load up a slow-mo intro? I was told by our original producer, Hexagrams, that my non-family friendly language needs to be replaced. We're going to do a quick reshoot edit. Whenever you got it ready, just let it rip, and Uber and Jake, you two take it away.
Okay, so what we're going to talk over that slow intro.
Yeah, we're just gonna re-intro it for the North American viewers at home.
We're gonna get remonetized on YouTube, guys. We're gonna do it together. The power of our little family right here. We deserve to be monetized on YouTube.
I just put Solomon under so much pressure.
I think I would just
has him loaded up.
I just settle for a sushi boat. Sorry.
Go.
The sultry sounds of a night breeze surround us as we come once again to the precipice of another Rivals Fight Night here among this collective of very good-looking and family-friendly broadcasters. It's Pocket, myself, Uber, here with Jake. We're nice guys, but we finish first. That's how we do things here at Rivals Fight Night.
That's right. You may have seen us on Disney XD. We are your family-friendly casters, and we're bringing you some very quality gameplay. Marvel Rivals played on multiple platforms. Jake, we don't have a favorite, but we do love both of these teams. Let's start. Okay, was that good enough? Got it. Okay, let's move on. I think map number 1 is ready, Jake.
Yeah, we got to see the drafts. I think that's the opportunity for these teams to start to differentiate themselves. Last week, we saw Shroud-X was consistently first banning Wolverine, which honestly, that's been one of the more common looks for teams to have like an opening ban. It's just, these confident aimers just don't want to deal with Wolverine. They want to make the game more about aim duels and individual mechanics, less about that kidnapping and positional, tomfoolery, frankly, that Wolverine introduces into the game. And so I wouldn't be expecting that to change, especially for players like Vision.
Are you telling me Wolverine brings tomfoolery into the game, Jake?
I mean, what else? What other word is there with what Wolverine's doing? He's got like the second life. He's like pulling you off the map. He makes a big loud noise and everybody dies and I'm confused and scared. I want to ban him.
It's tomfoolery. You nailed it. You're right. Sorry, continue.
It's so good. I do hope Is it weird that I hope that FlyQuest blow Shroud-X out so Light will actually just play some cheeky stuff and maybe just randomly like lock Spider-Man in? Because I kind of listen, there's some pretty nice combos right now that are being used in Marvel Rivals to displace people, to get them out of position, right? We're often seeing like Invisible Woman used to yank people, as well as the bionic arm of Winter Soldier. Spider-Man can do that really well, especially to reel people in out of position. So it'd be nice to get to see that, but the Wolverine is still a problem. We talked about this so much last week, and the proximity is crucial in this game because you have so much healing that, is really about staying within the death ball of your team and benefiting from spam heals. If Wolverine can pull someone out, but also Winter Soldier, also Invisible Woman, if you can do that, you can pull off that abduction, you are able to shut down like the really robust healing in Marvel Rivals. So we joke a little bit about the Wolverine, but there are other ways of achieving the same goal that he's looking for.
We don't say kill on this show, but we do abduct. Jake, let's talk a little bit about some of your favorites, though. We're about to see map number 1 as FlyQuest got all the nervous pee out of their body. They have sat down. They're joining the lobby. We're going to Royal Palace. It's a domination map. So give me the goods here, Jakey boy. What are we going to see here?
I mean, I think if they do want to lean into the dive focus style, playing around somebody like Light, they could open with something like the Hela ban. I think that's a strong tool for Shroud-X. So I wouldn't mind seeing it attacked here in the ban phase. Shroud-X, of course, no change, no surprise. A lot of teams have just committed to just being a Wolverine ban team forever. I do think this limits you just a little bit strategically. Like, it is better if you can use the Wolverine yourselves. It puts you in a better position with the ban phase. But instead, well, the Namor taken out first also signals an intention to dive, right? Namor is one of the best anti-dive options, but they're going to protect the Hela. Interesting.
That's for energy. 100% calling it right now. Go to his screen observers. On the other side for Shroud-X, Uber, what do we want to protect?
Okay, this team has tried to protect like the Rocket Raccoon combinations in the past. Also, like keeping the Loki is fair enough. I think that Shroud-X, obviously, we know just how powerful that combination can be. The Adam Warlock ban here is important. This is also going to make that Star-Lord a little bit of a harder sell. Because you just don't get brought back to life easily because of that team up, but it's still viable. You can definitely still play it. Again, like you now have the Hela and Loki combination available to you, which means that Hela can revive Loki on those final blows and give him overhealth when she gets them. So there's a really powerful synergy between those two that's not always explored because one or the other gets banned.
I mean, Vision and Energy
or Window. Sorry, Jake.
I was just gonna say Vision and Energy, I think are gonna be the critical players to watch. The Hela duel with the team up, like you said, Mitch, we really rarely see this. We almost always see one of these heroes banned out, but with them both protected, likely to be a mirror match with how powerful, how potent each of these heroes is, right? Like Loki can individually make so many plays, such a high skills healing strategist, right? Like just so many opportunities to outplay or pump massive heals, do tons of damage. The flexibility of that copying ultimate is always nice to have. And also, without the Namor, I mean, it feels like Hela is a must pick here and kind of a must win in some of these more wide open maps. And Light right now is hovering the Black Panther. It's a little bit of a bait, but I have seen Black Panther do crazy things in Marvel Rivals. I'm not too skeptical of this. I kind of like it.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously feels a dive shell quite effectively, right? Providing that he's continually like able to attach the vibranium marks, he can really run straight through you. It does require a little bit of setup here. It can be hard to pull off, and you do need, I feel like, the Venom to go with you sometimes, but FlyQuest, all right, Light, do you have the stream on right now, bro? Okay, Bo, it's time. Yeah, it's the Spider-Man here for Light. I'm very happy to see this. There's nothing else to really combine with this in the dive sense, but you see Light immediately looking to wrap around.
Instantly dove in, and with the Venom combo, the Spider-Man's a huge threat. They're just barely able to keep Vision alive, though critical that first dive doesn't kill. Now Shroud-X has a bit of a window to poke back.
Vision here, of course, definitely someone to watch. Pretty deadly. We do, of course, have that Venom combo. So team up activated between Spider-Man and Venom, which is pretty big for Spider-Man, especially having a constant damage and knockback when you get close is really deadly. A lot of pressure coming down here, of course, onto the Winter Soldier, but Doom just getting the healing when they need it. Still enough able to throw it out. And of course, you have to team up here for the Winter Soldier. Giving that infinite ammo to Rosterstern in a pinch is a very powerful move.
And the rest of FlyQuest, I mean, they're kind of just waiting for the dive to work, but they have no way to break through this double Vanguard setup until they find the pick. Rocket isolated, though, and hold on. That's two strategists going down. Only one can be res, so power play here for FlyQuest. This is what dive needs to create that player advantage. Spider-Man finds another. Now they're sweeping over the point. It's a full retreat for Shroud-X.
Yeah, Light just killed Fiddle twice in quick succession. Obviously, they were brought back into the fight by that BRB 3D printed into reality, and Light was ready to deal with them straight away. And it's a rare thing we just saw. both strategists die at the start of the fight. And all of a sudden, that incredible, healing throughput that Marvel Rivals is mostly known for, completely off the table for Shroud-X. It's a very powerful strategy against their double shield comp.
It's a lot of pressure on Impunity to have the perfect bubbles on Magneto. You need to be saving those supports, turning around the dives. But now FlyQuest have a few ultimates online, and their dive can become exceptionally more potent.
Where's Impunity at? Oh, no!
Oh, the pain.
Okay, in fairness, didn't this happen to 100 Thieves and favored Shroud-X last time around?
Exactly. Maybe this is the karmic return here as they're trying to get Impunity back into the server. Big pull in by Light onto Dr. Strange, but I think Shroud-X I think the best thing they can do is just hold on to ultimates and try to get the reconnect. 5v6ing so incredibly difficult here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you obviously try and buy a bit of time for Impunity to get back into the fray here. Okay, well, spectacular spin now available here for Light. You notice that abduction from Get Over here, pretty bloody powerful, and Doomed is brought down. That's Light able to move in there with that team up ability, able to do a little bit of damage. That suit expulsion looks very odd when Spider-Man goes in with that. Shroud-X now get Impunity back. He's returned to the server, folks, and is close to a Meteor M.
This walk-up is the most dangerous moment here for Shroud-X. This is the spot they're looking to get dove. Venom already in, taking a lot of aggression. Meteor M protecting people for now, looking for a one-shot, can't get the connection. And Vision also forced into an ult, relatively defensive here from the Hela.
Yeah, not always where you want to be, but Shroud-X, of course, are happy to use kind of all of their ultimates here in order to try and get the point back. It's a big investment, but it has to be made. I have Agamotto, the only ultimate that they go without using, and it is a very costly flip, but at least gets them in a position they can start to build the next round of them and look for some early picks. But that's absolutely what FlyQuest's comp is a little better at doing.
Yeah, it's a pretty massive win because, yes, it's only the Doctor Strange ult and the Winter Soldier ult, but, with no defensives here from FlyQuest, it's going to be very difficult to not give up any resets, and they don't really have a great tool to push away that Doctor Strange. Dongmin could make a huge play here.
And how much can you do about this Kraken impact here from Doomed? It's going to be a little bit difficult to counteract it. Big damage. What an eye of Agamotto from Dongmin. That is absolute filth. At least 3 players, maybe 4 caught by that. And behind that, Shroud-X can now develop their strategist ultimates yet again. A successful one-sided fight in which they get a lot of healing ult charge. Gets them halfway.
Yeah, FlyQuest, at least on the walk-up, they should be able to farm this Raccoon ult. Maybe that's enough of an opening to get them in, but they don't have a true defensive, right? That's the risk of running Rocket Raccoon is it's not a defensive ult. It's an aggressive ult on the strategist, one of the few. And so we'll see if that ends up paying off for them. Aggression from the dive, looking to take some of the attention off the front line. These double Vanguards for Shroud-X are really scary, really difficult to deal with.
That was a really nice freeze that came in there from Cooper on towards Vision, but he's able to use the Crow form to get away. Spark Chief hoped to capitalize, but they'll force the Hela out of that sight line now and force Shroud-X to play in the choke mostly. Here's that Meteor M from Impunity. Good pressure. Cooper does get flattened. Light's able to find one. Gaskin's going to be returned to the fray, but Shroud-X here, after having to spend so many of their ultimates to get in control of the point, now in the precipice of taking the round away. Spark Chief can only try and stall through this overtime if he could, and Shroud-X are looking good for it. Gaskin's so low. Shroud-X are going to take away Royal Palace.
Yeah, the dive doesn't come to fruition here. I mean, so many times we see the Spider-Man and the Venom coming in, trying to get a burst kill, but it's just so difficult. Shroud-X, the duelists, the strategists are so aware of the dive threat. They're so ready to protect one another that more often than not, you're just seeing Venom, Spider-Man forced away. I mean, it's very risky to all in commit for those picks, especially when there's so many saves, so many escapes available for the comp. And then you've always got Doomed on the Winter Soldier, dropping 11K that round. A lot of that is on the Venom, just like grinding out the Venom, forcing him out of the fight very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have that nasty upfront damage. And it's pretty tough for Venom because Winter Soldier, as much as he has good damage output, has 2 forms of crowd control to employ. Technically 3, but has the knock up with the dash, but also the bionic arm. It's really difficult for, someone like Venom to deal with that amount of CC, and it's all just on one hero. That's not to mention the rest of what Shroud-X's comp are able to do, like freeze you up, of course, with the Lunar Snow. There's so much to work with there.
Yeah, this map may be a little bit more open for dives. Nuck not really about to play Scarlet Witch.
I wish. I mean, maybe to team up for Impunity. Give him a sword, baby. Oh.
What is he? That's actually, wait. This is Gigabrain. They go Scarlet Witch to activate the Magneto team up. He casts it, and then he swaps off the Witch because they're already into the fight with the Strange Portal, and he's able to get there.
Because that Magneto sword form actually lasts for like a pretty unbelievable amount of time, that metallic fusion. It's like 8 seconds or something absurd like that. There's no direct timer on there, but the range is actually kind of crazy. So I like the idea. However, energy going to go down. Vision now causing some problems here. And you'll note that there's, of course, a Goddess of Death available for them right now. FlyQuest sitting on big ultimates here, Jake, but Shroud-X, if as long as they can get Fidel's out of the fight there, that's rough. Light brings them down, but Fidel can return here with that Fate of both worlds.
Big damage here, bringing down from the Hela, but they're able to focus fire through that Goddess of Death incredibly quickly. Dongmin waiting on some of these support ultimates, would love to find a connection with the Eye of Agamotto. Not much to write home about here, and FlyQuest are running circles around Shroud-X, who are getting wiped off the map. It's going to be an easy first cap for FlyQuest. A bit expensive in terms of the ultimate bank, but they're going to be feeling pretty good about this.
It cost Shroud-X a lot too, Jake. Fidel came back into the fight with the BRB and instantly popped that Lunaso ultimate. It wasn't really enough, and Eye of Agamotto also was committed. Light was able to go in and actually take the Lunar Snow out. And I think if there are consistent picks here from this Venom Spider-Man combination, it's going to be hard for Shroud-X to leverage, you know, any ult advantage that they can build later in the round.
FlyQuest want this dive to be explosive. Here's the Sia coming out, diving into the backline with the Venom, but very deep here around the corner. And the focus fire comes right back. Meteor M denies any follow-up from the backline, and Shroud-X easily deals with that dive, charging forward onto point with the player advantage. They would love to capitalize and get a flip here.
FlyQuest can't stall this out now without any of those key strategist ultimates, so they likely are just going to give this ground up eventually at the cost of Gasklin here. They're going to be brought down, potentially return to the fight here with the BRB, and they are, but again, there's just not enough personnel for FlyQuest to work with, and they lose point control. So now, if they don't regroup quickly, this could get out of hand.
They've got time to reset. No ultimates on the field just yet, so both teams looking to take a bit of a poke trade, but I think Shroud-X, they love that situation. It's more difficult, I think, for a FlyQuest to take these extended fights, to get open into the map. Maybe dancing around, trying to pressure point could help them. Oh, nice find, though, by Light, though. Getting the BRB down before the fight means any pick he does find will be permanent.
Yeah, and now, again, he's in a pretty commanding position. No one is looking at Light right now. I think there was an opportunity to go after Fidel, but Light has other ideas. In fact, seems to prefer to double back right now. You notice there is a little web on the Hela. Light obviously able to track them. Also a little hidden passive, of course. Spidey senses will tell you if someone is close by you, but often it's more obvious than not. In we go. Looking out of pressure down this Lunar Snow. Ice Art's popped by her, but the damage is going to be extreme, and there it is, that super repulsion. Able to get good damage, but Fidel survives and builds that ultimate.
And every failed dive is just more opportunity for Vision here, who's just putting in that work unmatched on the Hela. Now Doom finds the first elimination onto Energy. Looking for more on the reset. The support is almost over. Getting a very late grab here. Magneto in big trouble.
This is pretty scary now. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is active. Vision goes upstairs here for a Goddess of Death, but the sidelines aren't actually that good. They're trying to pressure Cooper down here, but so much action is happening below. Gasklin does get caught out, though, as Dongmin at least is going to return to the fight, so Shroud-X are still going to be favored here, or at least in an even number situation. Spectacular spin being used here, but great bulwark applied to Vision, allow him to stave off most of that Spider-Man damage, and an Eye of Agamotto from Dongmin catches on to 2. The Maelstrom follow-up allows him to find that Winter Soldier, and Shroud-X have a DC in the first round. Don't forget, Impunity is out of the game for 30+ seconds. They bring him back, they win the round. Now FlyQuest trying to desperately stay alive in this first map. This Shroud-X team showing that last week was no fluke.
And Dogman is just holding the door here, denying anybody through. Anybody who does come touch the point is just immediately dealt with from the overwhelming focus fire that Shroud-X brings to bear. And this is going to be map 1 going their way. Strange Portal down, just Rocket Desperation stalling it out. They did res the Venom, though. Hold on. It could be an opportunity to stall a little bit more, but feels impossible. And this is just a beautiful counter dive from Shroud-X. FlyQuest tried to run their strat. They tried to make the Spider-Man work, and frankly, it just fell flat. I mean, there's just way too good of a response from Shroud-X. They're way too aware of how to answer this strategy. There's kind of a reason we don't see so much Spider-Man at the highest level.
Yeah, I was asking for it, right? I was kind of saying I wanted like FlyQuest to maybe have a bit of fun and troll with it in a situation if they get super ahead in this series. But we've got to remember that Shroud-X are probably one of the fastest rising teams in this region and already put on a great game for us last week. Here, look, I think it kind of speaks for itself, right? I mean, Light is not able to really do enough here. Obviously being out damaged by Gasklin and Vision and Doomed are obviously going to have very solid games on these picks. It might be time to respect the fact that against top teams at this level, Spider-Man just isn't going to cut it.
And we've also seen so much of this from Shroud-X. Like when they're playing these corners with the front line, with the Vanguards, you make one little misstep, they sense that they have a bit of an advantage and they are willing to just absolutely int you down into the spawn. A lot of times we're watching those dives, and sure, Venom and Spider-Man are taking some attention and causing a distraction. But honestly, the Magneto, the Doctor Strange for Shroud-X are just charging forward. They're cleaning up the enemy backline, and you have very limited time to make that play work as the Spider-Man.
Spider-Man didn't work, Muse 22. You got him. You saw him. You probably won't see him again. But honestly, Rivals Fight Night. This is your weekly test of the current meta. This is the place to try things out. So I respect it. Don't go to what you saw the week before. Try new things out. And this is a great place to go against some of the best on the planet. FlyQuest down in a 0-1 hole despite a short disconnect from Impunity. Jake, if I'm the other 5 on the Shroud-X team, do I just tell them we don't need you to win?
I mean, that'd be one way to do it, Puckett. I don't know if you would last too long on a
they tell
competitive
Impunity
team.
that all the time. I reckon
They're
they tell
definitely
her that all
Puckett's
the time.
back to him after this for sure. But
We don't even need you, just like Spider-Man. Let's take a look at his 2 highlights.
Yeah, look, I mean, not a whole lot like to say here. Obviously, when it works beautifully. But that's a fight where, like, you know, Shroud-X are already on the back foot. And here they come back in, right? Donovan hits a 3-4 player Eye of Agamotto there, which is really astounding. If you can, I don't know, if you can preempt the dive team, right? If you can come at them while they're still looking for a way in, just sort of jockeying for position, they lose the impetus entirely. I mean, you have to constantly take the initiative with this sort of Venom and Spider-Man composition. If you can't do that, then you're in trouble, because it's really hard to kill healers, right? Especially when one of them is Rocket Raccoon, who just is very slippery and very hard to catch, can put down a 3D printer to essentially nullify the first kill of a fight. That is the big issue, right? And the other one is Luna Snow, who has great speed if she runs away from you, a self-heal in Ice Arts, and then the ability to freeze you solid. I think that that combination of factors means it's really hard to try and play Spider-Man, who could give up his life even just going for 1 kill, let alone 2. You can't go 1 for 1. Not against Rocket Raccoon.
I like that call out. Jake, we kind of saw some interesting bans coming in the previous matchup over in Europe. Luminosity, the one map they won against Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro's only loss in their entirety on Rivals Fight Night was when they got rid of a Luna and Invisible Woman. Do you think that we'll see teams go with that ban? Because I feel like most compositions are based around 1 or 2, if not both.
I think if you really want to play dive, maybe you do want to attack the strategist lineup. There's just so many difficult threats you're dealing with, right? In that last game, you've got Hela and Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier with the hook, Hela with that stun. Both of those are incredibly dangerous for somebody like Spider-Man. I mean, if you get hit one time by one of those lockdown skills, you're probably dead on Spider-Man. And the flip side is that, you can go on Hela time and time again, but she's just going to get bailed out and saved. And, teams at this level are so aware of the dive threat. They're constantly able to respond to. You're not really going to be catching people off guard, unawares, like they're ready to help their teammates. And that's, I think, going to be the challenge here for FlyQuest. If they want to make the dive work, I think they need to see that backline get a little bit more into the engagement. I would have rather seen, frankly, a Hela than the Winter Soldier for them, because I think just being a little bit more explosive, threatening, playing off angles, I think playing for the team fight is not really going to work if you're going to be playing dive. You got to double down on the individualism and the opportunity to make pop-off kills and, find those long-range headshots. And it's hard to do better than Hela in that front.
All right, hopefully we'll hear some more Neil Peasants in this next game. We're going back to domination. Hela's aboard. Uber, give me a hero to request. Let's manifest something right now. Who do you want to see in this domination? I'm a scumbag who puts 3 Lokis across the rooftop and just aims straight down, but I'm sure that don't work at this level.
I mean, I don't want to see Loki, honestly. I kind of hope that at some point Wolverine escapes the ban phase. Just give me one.
It's not happening, man. Shroud-X is
I need a little
game we've ever seen them play. Shroud-X.
I need a little Marvel Rivals Enema type vibe. Just clean me out, give me something a little, and then we go back to business. It's fine. I will do the chop wood, carry water, clock in my cubicle, and have Wolverine banned all day. Just give me one map, bro.
We do. Wolverine is pretty fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie. Like on the spec cam, it's pretty wild and crazy. They're gonna protect Adam Warlock this time, maybe tempting a Star-Lord ban from Shroud-X. I don't think you want to give up this combo unless you're gonna run it yourself.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, especially unless you're trying to play triple strategist, and make use of like Adam Warlock and still like have that single DPS, that single sort of duelist Star Lord, right? I think you can go that way, because that's the risk of Adam Warlock sometimes, is that it's a lower throughput secondary strategist to have. Sometimes you don't have like the ridiculous throughput that you need.
Yeah, I mean,
mostly and Star Lord's gone. Okay, you get Adam. We're gonna make sure that Flyboy's out of here.
Good bands. Good bands.
Yeah, I like these bands from Shroud-X. You're denying some of the key team ups. I think Winter Soldier is really strong in responding to dive. Less effective when it's comboed together. They are going to ban the Strange from FlyQuest, but that does leave Groot open.
Yeah,
Likely we're going to see quite a bit of Groot, especially when you go dive. You tend to lack resources to respond to the enemy Groot. I mean, a lot of times we see Groot's taking tons of punishment from these heavy poke comps and just trying to stay alive. But if the enemy team plays dive, I feel you can get away with a lot on Groot. You can really take that aggression up another level.
Burning T'Challa, game number 2. This is our NA Challengers matchup. On your mic, you have the Jake Rat, former pro player in the Overwatch League, turned to phenomenal caster, analyst, and now model, as well as Uber.
Thanks, Puckett. We all need somebody who believes in us like Puckett does, you know?
I mean, the gas up is real. I'm not going to lie, man. I think like seeing Groot on Bill and that wasn't what I had on my bingo card, but it's almost guaranteed here. Now, the Penny Parker probably wouldn't get too excited about that quite yet here. But with the Star-Lord out of the picture, this probably means that you just don't play Adam Warlock. I just don't think that you get nearly enough value now. What, you're gonna team up with your Mantis? I don't think so. It just basically takes that particular strategy off the table. There's so many powerful things. There's still Hela, of course, still available. Winter Soldier, Iron Fist. Okay, we are going to go for the Spider-Man again. So FlyQuest are doubling down.
I mean, maybe without the Doctor Strange, Dongman did put up crazy numbers on the Strange last game. Those Eye of Agamottos were backbreaking to FlyQuest many, many times. Now, though, I think Groot can maybe do a lot of that same thing, right? Like getting the hard lockdown from the Strangling Prison is exactly what you need to deal with some of these mobile divers. We're on board with Vision here, setting up on the off angle, but he's running into the entirety of FlyQuest, maybe biting off a little bit more than he can chew, but the help of Groot could be doable. This high ground is an especially valuable position to spam down on the point from.
Okay, we are going to be meeting here in this very specific part of the map, just on this right-hand side. Taint of Voltage being thrown in here. Decent damage, and now, of course, well, we can do this forever. Doom just holds M1 for the boys! And here they come! That is scary. Shroud-X mow down FlyQuest as they try and group up here. Again, they are looking to try and play a dive comp, and meeting them in these close quarters is the best way to deny that ability to access their backline.
Yeah, and I mean, FlyQuest get a quick cap. They get 16%. It's something. It's a little bit, but it's not really enough to make getting dominated in the team fight worth it that way. Shroud-X are going to have a bit of a lead on a lot of the ultimate charge. And I wonder for FlyQuest, will they be able to retake this point? Hold on, Vision has got to be careful, though. Getting a pick on the Hela would really open things up. This is not only one of your highest damage dealing characters, it also has that critical stun. The lockdown onto Spider-Man and Venom really limits their aggression.
Okay, oh, bloody, that is perfect. You can't ask for much more than that. It was the bloody Lunar Snow of all things. Impunity throws up a wall and denies FlyQuest the ability to get away. Their comp, Jake, doesn't even afford them access to the Groot. They're trying to play this sort of dive shell, which means that, God, I mean, with Shroud-X taking the fights where they are, Groot is getting so much extra value from the walls that tend to line these small corridors. And God, I mean, taking the Lunar Snow down first is massive. We're close to a Strangling Prison as well, and FlyQuest need to show us something special to break out of what feels like a chokehold.
Yeah, and with this Groot constantly cutting away the resources, like this Rocket Raccoon can't even come into the fight. Yeah, good luck 1v1ing Vision. He's trying to dance around. He's doing pretty well, actually, holding some of the aggro, staying alive. Support Ulti's coming down for the moment. Gaskin trades 1-for-1 now. Cosmic Guardian Flare coming down for Shroud-X. They try to double down and win this fight, but FlyQuest up to a pretty significant player advantage. Those jukes from Rocket Raccoon pay dividends.
Yeah, pretty nice. In fact, both strategist ultimates committed to this engagement by Shroud-X, and they still don't necessarily come out of the fight victorious. Definitely not unscathed, that is for sure. Impunity going to go down as energy now returns to the fight, and Shroud-X are more than happy just to buy a little bit of extra time on this point. Give them time to get back into the game, of course, with some of those strategist ultimates of their own. Vision's going to come back with the Goddess of Death. Could be crucial in a pinch here. But FlyQuest have those big ultis ready with their dive setup.
They're intentionally not killing Donovan for a long time, getting a lot of extra cap there. It's something I do like to see from FlyQuest. Eking out those little extra free percentages means a lot. Dongmin, it's going to be a while till he's back to the fight. And the way Shroud-X have been playing, I mean, they really want to be 6-stack. They want to wait for everyone. So this is going to delay their whole team. FlyQuest with some big dive ultimates as well. Venom and Spider-Man. No defenses to deal with this. It's going to take perfect coordination for Shroud-X to weather the storm.
Okay. Cooper just insta-died there. Vision's able to push up on the flank and find a pick. Thank God for that BRB. Cooper, though, has been spotted yet again. Vision just does not let up. Constantly looking to pressure that Luminosity across the map. And this is before FlyQuest have got their dive comp ready, but in they go. Cellular corrosion used. Vision has to get out with a crow here, but Fidel falls. Light comes in with a spectacular spin and guarantees 2 kills. That's even after Vision was able to escape under that crow form. FlyQuest just need to hold the point here. Don't give it up for free. They might have lost energy, but there's still every reason for them to be confident going forward. Doom's going to be bull-walked up here as the Meteor M whistles past his left shoulder, but Fidel's Ice Arts will claim Light. Here's Dongmin over the top. Most of that screened out, though. The Meteor M not quite connecting, and FlyQuest are still getting extra capture percentage. Beautiful bionic arm there. Was probably hoping to get Gasplin down the pit as opposed to, pull him out of position, but still, it's very disruptive for this Magneto to try and contest here. But FlyQuest is still in control of the point now. Fidel going to come in with the fate of both worlds. There needs to be a cleanup here. FlyQuest now down to their dregs. Finally give up the point.
And it's going to have to be maybe a strange portal contest here. Desperation mode for FlyQuest. For Shroud-X, though, they want to hold on to some of these ultimates for the next round. If they have the confidence they can win the team fight without them, that'll be big. Light seems to be setting up for the touch. Should be able to get this one pretty easily, comfortably. But overtime ticks away quickly. And they haven't gone to Doctor Strange. They've got to come back to this point the old-fashioned way. Very difficult to stay alive right now. And Doom already finds one.
Yeah, Light's going to be able to stall this out for quite a while. Just a little touch on the point. Gasly comes back to Captain America's here, baby. Oh, it's real. Okay, Vision's going to try and throw some damage down here, and it's good. Cooper and Energy get picked up, but crucially, it's the former. Cooper falling. Impunity able to find him with the right clicks that look to be the case. And Light will fall eventually as that Goddess of Death rains down among FlyQuest. A closer round this one as FlyQuest stick to their guns. But getting rid of Doctor Strange has done very little to slow Shroud-X down.
I mean, this is a Shroud-X team that is coming right back to Fight Night, gunning for 100 Thieves. They got reverse swept last week, and they want that rematch. They want to show that they are the better team, that they can get that win in the money match. Right now, FlyQuest, flat-footed. They're going to make a full swap. They're going to take the mirror. I like this. I mean, the dive is just clearly not working. Shroud-X has the answers. They're playing around it way too well. You weren't winning this series on dive. It just wasn't going to happen. So going to the mirror now, for the most part, they have a Loki over the Luna Snow, which is kind of an interesting choice, actually. They really don't have a defensive ult. Loki could copy something, but definitely kind of scary.
I mean, between Vision and Doomed, you've got more combined final blows than the entirety of FlyQuest. That's obviously pretty problematic. That is very scary. Energy's only been able to find those 2 picks. I'm not looking at the tanks. I don't expect them to do that, but Yahello has got to come online. Yahello is obviously got to find these initiations. It's going to be Light actually picking up the Winter Soldier now. Instead, Jake, we have a Loki on deck for FlyQuest.
Bucket was hyping up Energy on the Hela. Let's see what he's got. This would be a big moment here for Hela to come out, find some opening picks, equalize the game. Gaskin takes huge poke walking out, though.
As the Z-Pack comes down, so Doomed is going to be able to break these walls oh so easily. Vision stunned up here for a time. Big damage on Shroud-X. Look at how low Dongmin ends up going. Oh, bionic arm. Scary prospect indeed. Doom, though, gets caught out. Now goes for a Kraken impact and makes a quick escape. He doesn't care. He's going to wipe them aside himself. Doom finally brought down by Cooper, but 5 eliminations seems to be more than enough. And Shroud-X, well, they'll have their prize.
He just get a quad with the second use. That was crazy. I was like looking up at the scoreboard. Wait, where'd they go? They just got instantly clapped out of that team fight. FlyQuest gonna come back in now with the Luna Snow ultimate. We'll see if that's enough to give them a bit of an edge here, outlasting in the fight. But Shroud-X has been solid. They've got good ults of their own. It's just far from an easy retake.
Yeah, FlyQuest, I think, have a better comp now. Jake, they got their Hela group. You've just got to play them. I think going for like a dive core with those 2 heroes open is just asking for it. Impunity, walls up. It does get caught there by the bionic arm, but Light is not able to pull them through their own wall, so they'll drop to that low ground here and need healing. They're spamming the button. Luna Snow will be tending to Light. Cooper has built that fate of both worlds, and there's a Kraken impact now for FlyQuest's Winter Soldier. And of course, with how the map's evolved, there's now an access point here to climb up to this high ground. The Shroud-X are chilling. Fidel, it's going to all be about that Luna Snow ultimate defensively as FlyQuest are bringing in a 6-pack.
And they're happy to run the clock now. Loki gonna open with a copy. Energy, though, finds Vision. That's the opening they were looking for. That res comes in quick from the BRB, so Shroud-X still fighting at full strength, but all 6 ultimates available from FlyQuest.
Here it is, like going in for the Kraken impact. Doom will be the first casualty now, and Shroud-X a little bit late. I'm going to start to pop some of those defensive ultimates. Fate of Both Worlds is active, but Light was already able to find that first elimination and might get a reset here with Impunity falling. Debuff reapplied now, and the Bulwark won't be enough for Dongmin to keep FlyQuest at bay. That's 74% to 0, though. FlyQuest had better get busy.
It's nice that FlyQuest are able to hold on to both the Dance Floor from Luna Snow and the Goddess of Death from Hela. Those are big, powerful ultimates that they're going to frankly need to make the defenses necessary to bring this round back, to have a chance here on map 2.
Energy here at the back of the pack. Most of this is speculative. Trying to put pressure down. Heal pressure, that is. Force Fidel and Nuck to get busy, maybe force a mistake out of them. Cosmic Gun Amplifier is active right now. FlyQuest don't have access to a Rocket Raccoon of their own here, so have to respect the damage amplification, but Energy is on hunting. Wants to wrap around, but is spotted out there by the Winter Soldier. Will outrange Doomed, and Rosterstern is not a hit scan weapon.
On you,
Energy
Jake!
dominates them.
Puckett's biggest fan, rather Energy's biggest fan, Puckett in the call. And I like that he's playing this offing on the Hela. It's a little bit risky. It does deny some of the frontline pressure from the team. But if he keeps producing these picks, this is going to start to get scary for Shroud-X. Abusing this third-person peek, making sure he sees the enemy before they see him. See if he can find another on the walk-up. Hela taking a big risk, comes into the stun and instantly popped by Energy. Well played.
That plan was set in stone. That's dirty stuff. Vision might be brought back into the fight, but Nuck won't be nearly as lucky. So Shroud-X now are down to 5. And that lead that they built up over the first part of the round has all but dissipated to nothing. FlyQuest as well can sit back on this Cooper ultimate. Light also has yet another Kraken impact. It's looking very good for the first time this series for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Energy has kind of been the hero that FlyQuest needed. They built up another big ultimate bank advantage. Shroud-X on the retake. Let's see what they can work here. They would love to find something, but so far it's been all Energy in the feed. Now walking out on the high ground under the withering pressure of all that spam. Both teams trying to assert their presence here on the point now. Big walk up, big crucial fight on the flank. Vision stunned and bursted.
Still though, they've lost the Groot. Spark Chief has already gone down, and Meteor M for Dongmin is able to find 2. Kraken impact for Doom might be compounding the issue here, and FlyQuest maybe just better off holding on to these ultimates if they can. Zelos had already committed the copy for another Fate of Both Worlds, but they are mostly being ignored here. Gaskin, stunned up briefly now. Zelos obviously will be brought down. Shroud-X able to flip back in the nick of time here. Really important Hela fight. I feel like Vision's kill headlined that whole engagement, Jake.
Yeah, and the fact that Doomed was able to turn up to the high ground and actually trade that Hela out, I think changed everything. The Luna Snow was holding the point for quite a while. Hela should have had the chance to free fire, but Doom just turns up, gets the 2-shot, and that completely turns around his team's fortune, secures them the position on point. Now they're trying to hold the high ground, but FlyQuest moving on to the point. Big ultimates once again available to be deployed for FlyQuest, but it feels like the poke fight is more important than ever.
Yeah. Impunity has the prison here, trying to stave up the poke damage. Is going to get prison first, though, by Spark Chief. Impunity desperately trying to stay alive. Here goes the Fate of Both Worlds, though. Vision trying to pepper the players, playing on the periphery. Say that 3 times fast. Got some decent damage at least there with that Goddess of Death, but now looking towards Energy, who'll do the same. Now going to pop that ultimate. They're going to be brought out of the sky after a very short stint, very short-lived moment there for big damage, but Energy's playing an off angle. Gets rid of Doomed. This is an important fight, and Spark Chief has gone down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Both teams down to 5, Jake.
Vision looking to come up big here. The flank on the fight for everything potentially. Stun comes in, connected from Energy, but Vision still fighting strong, still dueling. Meteor M over the top. No damage can follow up through that. And that shuts down Vision. Now Energy's time to shine here. Uncontested in the Hela duel on the point. Difficult for the tanks to stay here and fight it out, but they're not giving up yet on Shroud-X.
Shroud-X, though, lost a player. Need to get Fidel back in position. They've actually got their ultimate online. Fate of Both Worlds now coming out from Shroud-X. Upstairs, Impunity's trying to go. Energy has fallen. Shroud-X able to fight back into this engagement now as Doomed is getting the resets when he needs them. Fidel's ultimate still ticking. Healing still coming in. Gaskin on the way out, and Zelos gets absolutely flattened. Doomed once again takes over the game, and Shroud-X, in unlikely fashion, clinched the round to take a second map.
All right, Shroud-X may have won that map, but Puckett, you've won. Energy has won one more fan in me, man. He was dominating in that Hela mirror for the most part. Once he brought the hero out, it really felt like a change of pace. However, I think Doomed was the difference maker in that map. Here he is, snagging the map MVP on the Winter Soldier. I guarantee he has some ridiculous stat line here on the scorecard. Yeah, just 21,000 damage. It's pretty just over the next enemy player by 7,000. It's
21.
That is
Impressive stuff out of Doom. 26-5, 19 final blows. Uber, I was trying to do the math on the other side. It's like, yo, he basically did what the other team did.
Yep. Only a few off. Pretty scary stuff. I mean, those picks are so important. I mean, again, we talk about Hela, how, you know, her setting up those fights is so crucial, but man, Doomed, the Winter Soldier kit is so important. Basically, you can take anyone down if you pull them out of position. Great song for Shroud-X. They were behind in that last fight. They had to come back, and the respawn timing for their Lunar Snow was a huge part of it. But man, we love a big Kraken impact. Doomed was ridiculous.
Now, we have seen a reverse sweep. We've seen Shroud-X go up 2-0, Jake. And then someone comes storming back. But they're also one game away from getting their rematch against 100 Thieves. Let's revisit some of the best moments. Energy winning the Hell fight over Vision. Highlight for me because I rarely get predictions right. But I think you look at the squads as a whole. Vanguard's much stronger for Shroud-X. At least the support is constantly there.
I don't think I've seen a full feed like that for Winter Soldier before. You know, I think what's interesting about this series, though, despite it being 2-0 for Shroud-X, I do feel that the momentum has shifted. I mean, look at the first 3 rounds of the game, you know, and it was just kind of one-sided, right? Shroud-X was in full control. They lost point a couple times, but for the most part, they're pretty decisively winning those rounds. Energy comes out on the Hela, gets many kills back to back, is like putting the team on his back, frankly. And, you know, I think now I can't imagine Energy's going to be getting off the Hela. At this point, honestly, I mean, this is next level, but if I were a Shroud-X coach, I would try to ban Hela because I feel like this is kind of their one hope right now is that Energy can keep popping off, can turn the series around more or less on his own, or that the rest of the team can gain momentum off of the back of that and you know, find some way to get into this. Without Energy's Hela, I haven't seen too much else, frankly, from FlyQuest that's really setting Shroud-X back.
Uber, if I get rid of Winter Soldier, are we fine? Is Doom nullified or neutralized, or is he going to be like a Sparker scenario where he's just going to keep evolving and shape-shifting on me?
Are you banning it in the actual pick ban, or are you removing it from the game? Because if you pick ban it, then we have no more. So
Pick ban.
Yeah.
What if I get rid of Luna and Winter Soldier?
Okay, I mean, you probably end up getting like Invisible Woman Loki looks like from these sides, right? And you probably end up getting like the Namor pick still that comes in. You also, like, there are some maps, Yggdrasil Path actually being one of them, where you can lean into a Punisher flex. We actually saw a Punisher last week.
Or a Jeff.
A Jeff.
Or the Jeff bucket. Thank you.
The Tanuki came out on this map. It's the only Jeff we have seen in professional Marvel Rivals play. It was done by OG Esports, one of Europe's finest squads, Tanuki, the greatest Wolverine in Europe, teaching us that Jeff should play DPS.
Jeff is viable. He just is a duelist, though. That's the challenge with Jeff. You know, they mislabeled him as a strategist, but we all know. All the Jeff mains know.
I know Venom is very jealous of Jeff's ult. I'll be real with you. Like, Venom does not want to spit those mofos out. He do not want to put him back on the cart, but he got it because he has indigestion. You know what I mean? He's taken next to him and it's still not doing the job. So, you know, Jeff has different physiology though, somehow, and is able to take them with him. But there's no one to jump off this map. You know what I mean? Like, what do you take people after you eat them? Like, what's the play?
There's a lot of sides on this one.
There's a couple edges. I think
the second one, if you go far left on the first point, Mitch, there's a few
like you need a Sherpa to help
here.
You find parts of the map that you can actually jump off of and end up,
I'll show you all of the places that you can suicide. I'm really good at
Jeff
falling
main
off
bucket? Is this how you're coming out to us as a Jeff main?
No, but I did go back and watch that game actually on my cell phone, and I was just showing a buddy at work. I was like, we're doing this. We're going to learn to Jeff like this guy. No, it all came down to the ultimate. He didn't really contribute a whole lot until that ult, and then the ult threw the entire enemy team off. That was one team out of all the Marvel Rivals professional squads we've seen. I don't expect it right now. If we get it Shroud-X, I will give you $1. Shroud, I'm good for it.
I think like Namor needs banned on this map. He's just very powerful because there are a lot of these L-shaped turns on this map where Namor tends to put Monstro spawn on the opposite wall and then let the sort of enemy sort of walk up. Now again, if you weren't born yesterday, like you will clear those out, right? But it also opens up a terrifying combination with Groot. The problem is if you ban Namor, there's another terrifying combination with Groot. You just crack an impact into the prison. You just crack an impact into it. And would you believe there are multiple abilities in this game that affect over a wide area. There's a lot of ways you can combo with that Groot ultimate. So like, I think letting him through that previous game was I mean, that really lets Shroud-X go to work. I don't think you want to let them have the Groot. And if Groot and Hela are open, you have to play them. I don't want to see Spider-Man. I don't want to see Venom. If you want to win, right? Play Groot Hela if they're open. You have to.
It was a game 1 and 2 spider throw. We've all had that in our lobby, Jake. I've seen your recent history.
I've had that in my lobby.
Are you Diamond 1 yet?
I think I'm GM 1. I think I'm like 23 and 2 in GM.
Crushing it.
I need to play some more. I need to play some more to hit Celestial. I've been busy casting.
Yeah, you guys are pretty good at your jobs. I like get off at 10 o'clock when my wife takes the toddler, and I just have been no-lifing till 2, 3 a.m. Someone's asking, Pucky, did you get a black eye?
Don't you have to get up for the toddler in the morning, though?
So she actually, once she's finally down, it's like she's knocked out. Like
that's why I don't game. I'm up at 6 every day for the kids. That's correct. Yeah, that's great. I don't know how you get away with that. That's something else, man. I respect it.
Yeah, same for me, guys. Same for you.
Yeah, Jake. Yeah. I mean, the
all
ones you know.
Jake was more careful than us. Congratulations, State Farm. Well done.
Right, wasn't he? Just played him off. What are you talking about? Wasn't more careful. He's got more resources, Puckett.
My guy. Well done.
Well, he's like that NBA star. Throw down.
I make all required child support payments that are asked of me.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
but Jake pays them up front, like that NBA star that we just heard about recently. You know what I mean? Doesn't have to worry about it. Back to gaming, back to casting.
We need Matt Mr. X to come let me know which NBA star we're talking about. Back to FlyQuest though, and they are against the ropes. It's time to bounce back. Not with the Spider-Man in the comp. Will they make use of their bans? Winter Soldier. Thank you. I mean, that's what I want. No Doomed on Winter Soldier.
It's a Pandora's box.
Yes. Okay. Now they're winning. I am going to be the future GM of FlyQuest. Well done, guys.
I like this ban phase. Actually, this is exactly what I would have done if I was FlyQuest. I mean, it's a bit unconventional from a meta perspective, but I think you have to look beyond that as FlyQuest right now. You just have to play for what is working for you, shut down the biggest threat on Shroud-X, which right now, or at least so far in the series, has been Doomed. Now Shroud-X balls in their court, see how they respond. They're going to grab them more, but I think this is expected. I think FlyQuest saw this coming. And frankly, I think it's probably going to be that Hela plus Namor poke mirror.
I mean, and this is going to tell you no to the dive even more so, right? You play Namor, and then you're going to ban that Adam Warlock. So forget about trying to Star-Lord into the backline seed. There is no diving anymore. Luna's getting banned is good. I mean, like, obviously that's a very high throughput healing ultimate that's taken off the table, but you can go to the well of strategists and find plenty to work with here. It's going to be interesting. We see a lot of these very powerful heroes getting banned out. Puckett, you're getting everything that you asked for here.
I was going to say real quick. So with the Luna gone, right, you're not going to be able to survive a lot of the main ultimates. More importantly, a lot of like the one-shot combos, if they wanted to run a Namor, not going to be available with the Luna damage boost. You're not going to get the one-shot ultimate. Also, no Namor Icy Monstro. The guy's kind of worthless. I'll be honest, at this level, there's better options. Let's go to a Star-Lord, White says.
I agree with that, Puck. I mean, again, like having one less Monstro spawn on that cooldown rotation is actually huge in terms of just your ability to constantly have at least a spawn on the battlefield. Playing Star-Lord, though, without the karmic sort of cocoon revival option, though, is going to be a little bit scary. You have to play a little bit differently, Jake. I feel like you cannot be nearly as aggressive.
It's so interesting that both teams have actually had the same read here as far as what the comp is. I mean, this is pretty unconventional bans, but both teams here queuing up the same lineup, and it's going to be Loki and Invisible Woman on the strategist. I think that's particularly interesting here. We're going to see a lot of copied Invisible Woman ults, real Invisible Woman ults, every kind of invisible barrier, and honestly, a lot of pressure on these Star-Lords. No res. Typically, we always see Star-Lord with that res team up, and in this comp, you go down, you're dead.
Not just that, Jake. I mean, Star-Lord's ultimate needs line of sight, which is denied by Invisible Barrier. So if you're Star-Lord and you're trying to play against 2 Invisible Woman ultimates, you have to get most of your kills the old-fashioned way, right? Go in with the Bulwark Shield, give the cooldown reset over to your Magneto, try and do some damage with the Blaster Flourish, and then just try and assassinate people outside of ult, or try and find a window where no invisible boundary is available.
Yeah, realistically, I think these Star-Lords just farming damage, doing whatever frontline pressure they can. I think more pressure is on the Hellas to find something, to find the opening. They're both their team's Achilles heel and their biggest threat. Invisible Woman barrier already comes down, copied there from Shroud-X.
Yeah, I mean, Nuck builds the ultimate first, which is pretty crazy. All right, here we go. We of course heard that now because the Galactic Legend available rather, but Strangling Prison comes on in. That's a pretty scary prospect, but Fidel does have an invisible boundary. So plenty of healing. Here's the second Invisible Woman ultimate out from FlyQuest, and Doomed is holding on to the Galactic Legend until now. It's time to go in with this airborne fight, though. Pretty messy stuff as both Star-Lords are popping on at exactly the same time. It's energy falling, though. Player advantage here for Shroud-X. Dongmin looks to try and push up past this cart itself, and Doomed will drop down after an unsuccessful foray with that ultimate. Now still wants to throw damage into a blaster barrage and keep that heal pressure up.
Goddess of Death from Vision over the top. This could be backbreaking. No more defensive utility here for FlyQuest, and they're dropping like flies. All this spam coming in over the top, cleaning up the Loki clones as well. And that should be a first point take. It all comes down to that energy dropping there. I mean, both teams so survivable. Honestly, very difficult for either team to find a kill. I think more or less, this is just the Hela game. You know, both teams full committed on winning that duel. And despite how that last map went, I mean, so far, Vision has had the better of it here on Yggdrasil path.
I also think, yeah, Hela's important, right? The pick potential. I also think Meteor M is way more relevant than it normally would be here, because it's like one of the few forms of actual burst damage that you have access to, and you can combine it with the Strangling Prison. Vision very low here. He's going to be topped up now. Of course, we have another Loki ultimate coming out here. It will be an invisible boundary. You guessed right, folks. Getting popped here by Nuck. Cooper has one available as well. Here's the prison that comes down. What's the follow-up going to look like? Pretty decent damage, but there's an Invisible Woman ultimate here for FlyQuest. Can't believe it. Now we're going to have the second Invisible Woman ultimate of the fight here for Shroud-X. Are you guys seeing a pattern? Because I sure am. It still, though, will be burst through. Shroud-X and the Hela, like you mentioned, able to overcome that healing over time.
That's so huge. They're able to get the focus fire on the Invisible Woman there. I was expecting that fight to go very long, very deep. I think both teams were, but the target focus is good enough from FlyQuest. Gets them that pick off. Now Shroud-X on the reset. Let's see how they take entrance into this next fight. FlyQuest oppressing them from this high ground, from the off angle. Very difficult to walk up. Very awkward here. Gonna have to do it though. And energy opens right onto Doom. Domed him out of the air.
Nice shot here. Big damage being taken by Shroud-X. They have to regroup here. FlyQuest hoping for a little bit more, maybe stagger something out, but Light needs to respect the damage even from 5 attacking players. They pull out there on that Star-Lord. And of course, we are going to have an invisible boundary up for both sides. So you will never have a fight really without either team having an Invisible Woman ultimate. It's always going to come down to how you cut through that. Here it comes. Fidel actually going to go down. Okay, well, the Invisible Woman ultimate would have come from Nuck anyway. Doomed here being really conservative about using that Galactic Legend, Jake.
Yeah, it's so hard to get in and get value, especially with all the tanking potential from FlyQuest. I want to see Shroud-X take a different angle. They keep walking up main, and they keep getting shut down. There's really no pressure on this defensive Hela.
Nicely done. Light is able to get into that back line there and found the one hero that can actually stop him. Gets rid of the low key. He would have copied, of course, an invisible barrier. There's Doom looking to go in here. FlyQuest able to stave off Shroud-X yet again. A great fight from the defense.
We just got to give this energy guy some camp time. This guy keeps getting kills. He's just smoking them on the walk-ups here. Shroud-X so far unable to break this chokehold. I mean, the setup looks really well practiced from FlyQuest. Everyone in position. Now Shroud-X, okay, they are going to take the different approach. It's going to be the high ground walk. What are they waiting for, though? They're going to strange TP. So they're going to try and flip the map with a strange TP from Doomed.
Okay. Through the portal we go. So we are going to flip the map, like you said, at least get towards the backside and give some high ground access here. This is going to be a little bit uncomfortable for FlyQuest, but Shroud-X have opted for this because it's the only way they feel they can break this setup. Someone's trying to abuse the TP, and I think that might have been energy. That drew Vision out of position for the time being, but here comes that strangling thought prison coming in. Dongmin. Meteor M doesn't quite connect. Playing inside, though, that invisible boundary means that Shroud-X had all the healing they needed. Now, though, not so much. This is scary. Dongmin gets rolled over. Gaskin's able to find the extra damage, but Vision is there, as he always seems to be. At least able to find a 1-for-1. Playing safely outside of the boundary for the time being. Vision not ready to fully commit. Shroud-X have the numbers, and they're trying to get to this cart, but that's the issue. It is behind all of FlyQuest. They're refusing to move, and FlyQuest going to win another fight out here. Even an artful teleport behind the defenders is not enough to unseat them.
I love that reaction from FlyQuest. They say, okay, you know what? You get the strange portal. We're going to flip the map, but we have the ultimates to still fight you. We're not going to give you cart control. We're not going to allow you to pull it away from us. Doomed now pretty close to that ultimate. Going to go over to the Psylocke, and Shroud-X feels like they're grasping at straws. I mean, FlyQuest looks like they've tactically mastered this position on this map, and I like the idea conceptually of a Psylocke. Maybe you can get in and burst people down, but with the way energy has been playing, I mean, that's far from a assured victory when you come to him in the 1v1.
No, it doesn't feel great at all. See if it works out. Doom can obviously be a bit of a nuisance. Pretty sticky threat. Here's the Goddess of Death. decent sight lines here, but a bit of that gets counted out, and there's also Rejuvenation Domain active, so FlyQuest invulnerable in that window. Vision just cancels it, says, I've got to get back to work. I need to, just start chipping away at this front line like I'm off to the coal mines. Doomed here, close to a Dance of the Butterfly now, but is there an opportunity to get big value off of it? We're going to hear an ultimate copy now, of course. Invisible Boundary drawn once more. There's a Galactic Legend in play. And that's Cooper just trying not to go too aggressive here. Light obviously was the one that popped that Star-Lord ultimate. Here's a Meteor M. We need a burst kill. Oh, the combo! It's perfect from outer orbit. Gaskin is able to nuke Fidel, and Doom got caught inside that as well. FlyQuest, now they deal with an ultimate of their own coming from the enemy group, but there's not enough follow-up for Shroud-X. Domin gets the one. They get rid of Cooper, but they need so much more. Cooper gets res back into the fight because of the team up with Hela and Energy, able to return FlyQuest to 5 players, Jake.
Okay, Energy went down one time this map on first point, and they lost the fight. Then Energy was enraged and slaughtered Shroud-X for the next 5 minutes in one exact spot on the map. They just couldn't make any progress there. That's impressive stuff from FlyQuest. I'm sort of wondering for Shroud-X, like, this is the spot you're in now, though, because what are you going to change from a ban perspective? Are you going to not first ban Wolverine? That opens up a whole new can of worms that you seem to be not ready for with you constantly first banning it.
I have an update, everybody. Energy is the best Hela in North America. Goodbye.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we definitely expected the polling to adjust a little bit there. Energy with 7 final hits. Doomed with 0. So that's been part of the issue here, I think, for Shroud-X, is that, Doomed, who's been so fantastically good on that Winter Soldier, forced in a position now where they've got to try and make things happen on a Star-Lord that doesn't have the Adam Warlock backup. It's been really difficult for them. Whereas like Energy obviously has had a great game on the Hela, and even Light's been doing a heck of a lot. We talked about how hard it will be for the Star-Lord to get kills against this composition, Jake, but Light's been able to do it, finding those openings.
Okay, it's going to be a mix-up here from Shroud-X. They're loading up here on the triple strategist setup with Doomed solo duelist on Hela. Let's see if he's got what it takes to take it to Energy. I mean, frankly, I think Energy, despite not having like a crazy damage stat line, he's not playing for max damage. He's just playing to always win duels, always find picks on the flank. Like, he's not shooting Vanguards. He doesn't care about it. He's playing 100% for the kills, for the openings, for the impact frags. I think that's exactly what he needs to do here.
Energy, of course, just wrapping really wide here for a flank, and obviously able to benefit from that invisible wind shield. Can put good pressure down at long range here, but again, you are a long way away. Light ends up getting taken down by Dongmin, so Shroud-X able to stave off that Star-Lord. FlyQuest down just the one duelist here, and definitely looking to pressure Doom down, the solo duelist for the side of Shroud-X, but there's so much healing available for them. Their front line is going to be ultra durable. Vision also can masquerade as a damage dealer, of course, by buffing themselves, inspiring, of course, and Loki can hit pretty hard at times. So FlyQuest are still waiting for Energy to get in, to get a key pick, and then to get out.
Energy deep on the flank on the Hela, wants to make something happen. Doom, though, sniffs it out, shuts it down, going to be back to the main group. FlyQuest down 2 already, and this push looks doomed to fail.
Yeah, the Rejuvenation Domain's already expired here for FlyQuest, just when they were trying to hang in that frontline duel. Once again, Energy, with a heck of a lot on their plate, has to go in and find an assassination, gets taken down. This is maybe why Doomed called an audible here to switch comps. Get me on the Hela, he says. My Star-Lord is not really cutting the mustard right now. We can honestly just lead a lot of club by having an absurd amount of healing.
I actually like this strat from them. I agree with you. I don't think Star-Lord is really impactful. There's way too many counters to the ultimate, from Meteor M to all the strategist ultimates. Might as well run an extra strategist, and Vision doing just fine on the Mantis, adding yet more buff up. And this is like God mode Hela, getting all of the resources from the strategist, able to be a huge carry threat. Yeah, you can come in and dance around on the Star-Lord, but it's not a huge threat. Dogman has the Meteor M to potentially shut down the ultimate, but they pop the Meteor M. Hold on, Star-Lord could get something done.
Wait a minute, there's no strategist ultimates used by Shroud-X yet. Fidel holds that too long. Tried, I think, to go for an invisible boundary, but I don't even know where it's supposed to be here. Vision go to use that soul resurgence here, so Shroud-X unlikely to lose another player, but maybe they just get a bit greedy, waiting on that ultimate a little bit too long. Energy is down though, so Hela now taken out of the game for FlyQuest. Doom was hoping to come forward and make something happen, but invisible boundary for FlyQuest here. This is going to keep them running in this fight. Doom obviously is looking to put some more pressure down because Impunity is getting hammered.
Everybody just trying to stay alive. No ultimates to be deployed for Shroud-X. Impunity charges up that Strangling Prison. This could be backbreaking though for FlyQuest as they walk up. They do have that Loki immortality rune keeping them up for the moment, but Doomed is just unstoppable here, getting the full buff offs from those strategists, continuing to fight on the cart. The position is very tenuous here for Shroud-X, but they're holding on.
Okay, not so bad for Shroud-X. They are in this. Light eventually goes down. Doomed is delivering on the promise they made. It's a big ask to get your team to change comp so you can be put in a position to succeed, but they are paying back on that investment big time. However, it's a matter of big ultimates coming up here for Shroud-X. There aren't a whole lot. Nuck, of course, was able to go in with the copy there. But FlyQuest will return now with the Galactic Legend that won't necessarily be counted. Oh, wait, Fidel, never mind. It's Marvel Rifles. There's a visible boundary thrown up to shut down this Star-Lord ult.
Yeah, the strategists are on Shroud-X, trying to bridge that gap. Nuck extremely close, has the copy energy, looking to find something, but doesn't get it in the initial moments of the trade. Now ultimates starting to come down from Shroud-X, trying to hold on to this defense. Dongmin, ever the basketball player on this Magneto, gets the slam dunk onto Light. That's one more pick off. Shroud-X in the lead.
Okay. There's Vision getting pretty busy about it now as Energy's trying, hoping to find something with this Goddess of Death, but there's so much healing available for Shroud-X. A Soul Resurgence is now in play. The triple strategist to put FlyQuest to bed. Of all the BM ways you could do it, Shroud-X here would be getting revenge and advancing to the money match all in one fell swoop. Light has switched over towards the Venom, whatever it takes to get them there, but Narc has yet another God of Trickery, excuse me. Now they can play, of course, inside this rejuvenation domain, but Shroud-X have to respect the pressure FlyQuest are coming in with now. Narc's ultimate's going to time out soon. Fidel, they're brought down. Doom tries to push up now, need to find some damage somewhere. Light goes low, but they haven't gotten rid of this Venom, and FlyQuest are going to break through at the final moment in overtime, get themselves that checkpoint.
And the overwhelming pressure just barely gets it done over that triple strategist setup. Very little to push here. 2 minutes on the clock. This is going to be a difficult regroup for Shroud-X. You cannot afford to lose any players now. I think you should be able to get one team fight here, but it's so difficult, and you've got to just win everything back-to-back from here on out.
Oh, man. Good bleed of clock for Shroud-X, but they really didn't get far through the map themselves. FlyQuest, I mean, look at the barrier. It's right there. The finish line is right in front of them now. FlyQuest know it. They can also try and start this fight off with a big Groot ultimate here. Impunity falls, and FlyQuest have got the momentum. Energy starts to tear them limb from limb. That is 3 knockouts in a row for the Hela. And there's no way you're coming back from that one. Shroud-X so close to ending the series. But we're going to a 4th map.
I like that strat from Shroud-X. I think it came out at the perfect moment, but it just wasn't enough. Energy was undeniable in that map. Scores a point on the board there for FlyQuest. And Shroud-X, I wonder if they're starting to have some traumatic memories at this moment in the series. They got reverse swept in the champion match last week on Rivals Fight Night. This is the beginning of that potentially. However, they still have 2 more maps, 2 more map picks to take us to where they should have the advantage.
I can't be getting reverse swept again, bro. Like, that is just
that would be
devastating. Oh, boy. Man, I mean, good to see that I guess the triple strategist here for a while. I want to point out that Vision's able to put down a really respectable amount of damage after they switch, still like stay in the race. Light goes over to the Venom just to try and get that triple Vanguard bulk, that mass as FlyQuest are finally able to get across the line. I will say, man, they really had to work for it. This Shroud-X team, despite a little bit of a lackluster attack side, put some real pressure down on FlyQuest. Pocket.
That was a lot of fun. It's almost like you could see the math adding up, and then when they did the math, Jake, they got the solution they wanted. Can you do it twice in a row, though? Because, like you said, they seem to be figured out towards the end of that one. It was a nearly stop on point 1.
And what I'm wondering is, I mean, does Light have the flexibility to match if it is the case that these ban picks take us to that triple strategist meta, which I kind of feel that way despite Shroud-X losing. I felt like, if they had figured that out on round 1, we could have seen a very different map overall in Yggdrasil Path. And now they also have the map pick in their favor now going forward for the rest of the series. So they have yet more control. I wonder, I mean, we've seen Vision on the Adam Warlock playing for the Star-Lord team up. Now we've seen him on the Mantis. He has a lot of flexibility. For Light, does he have the strategist to match if that is where we need to go? Or maybe there's a world where FlyQuest, maybe I'm overreacting and they can just still win with the Star-Lord, but just didn't feel like the Star-Lord had so much impact, at least with the way the bans went in that last map on Yggdrasil Path.
We want to give a big shout out to Intel and also let all potential sponsors know that we are available for hire. Quasar, do me a favor. Do a little montage of my prediction on Energy being a great Hela player, then going on to go to the picks and bans. They get rid of Doom's Winter Soldier. They get rid of the Luna to counter the Namor. They protect the Hela they walk away with their one and only win of the night. It's done from here. Shroud-X gets to pick the map. But I saw this one coming from a mile away. And now, DraftKings, you could get me as a specialist to come up with the finest odds for Marvel's Rivals Fight Night. I swear there's no conflict of interest. I have no connection to production or the people who run the games. Back to the highlights here, Uber. That was a pretty fun one. It took a few, but we got to a very close game. I don't want to see domination back in this series, but we might be seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, Hell's Heaven still obviously in the map pool. You can go there. I think Jake makes a really important point. FlyQuest have now found, I think, like a ban strategy that seems to work. Clearly, Doomed wants to play the Hello, and Shroud-X have two very good Hello players, right, between Vision and Doomed. But they just got forced into a triple strategist, which I don't think allows them to have that skill expression that they can with, double duelists. So I'd be shocked if they didn't run back the same strategy. Shroud-X might consider being more lenient on some of their own bans here. Clearly, Namor is just not an option when Lunar Snow is off the table. So you have to think or figure out another duelist option. Psylocke is there, but honestly, like in any situation, like Psylocke, I really feel like needs that team up of her own to be really powerful, right? The Psionic Disc to recall, but you have to team up with Magic for that, and it's too restrictive on your team building. You want a team up that requires a duelist to be matched up with like a particular strategist, for example. That's the least restrictive on your team building, and that's what these teams are leaning into. That's why Namor we didn't see, because Luna was off the table. That's why Star-Lord doesn't look nearly as good without Adam Warlock being available to you. Those team ups are really the crux of building a strong strategy in Marvel Rivals, and when you don't have access to them, sometimes those loose heroes without team up potential after bans are just not looked at.
Unfortunately, we have to go to break. If you want to listen to more Uber, he will read you books at night. Also, Jake and I will come to your birthday party. We're good at yacht parties. We will come hang out wherever you're from. All you got to do is pay for it and put some money in our bank account, right, Jake?
As long as you have a boat, I am there.
You never said what kind of boat.
We'll be back. The Avengers of the casting universe assembled. You get a
And then we
double
didn't bring him on the
dose.
show.
Welcome, everybody. This is the North American edition of Marvel's Rivals Fight Night. It's Puckett, it's Uber, it's Jake. And here on Rivals Fight Night, we bring your favorite teams. We make them play each other. And then at the end of the night, we give them a little bit of money. But more importantly, we learn about the weekly meta. What is in play right now? And what's at stake for Shroud-X is a lot of pride. You were up 2-0. You got reverse swept against 100 Thieves. Now you're up 2-0 against FlyQuest, who might have just figured out the bans, Uber.
Yeah, you also lost to these guys back in the MRI as well. So you know, you're trying to turn up and show that you have developed to such a degree that now you can leapfrog them. Aegis Path, of course, was the previous map one, and shocking, folks. Hell's Heaven selected here by Shroud-X, the last remaining domination map in the pool.
Now, Jake, look, I know you were finishing a class over in Princeton as a teacher, of course, and you were talking about the meta. So what is the meta that you were telling your GM level players to look forward to here on Hell's Heaven?
Well, you know, I think we will probably see the meta less defined by the map and more defined by the way the series has played out so far. I think the big question mark is, does Shroud-X want to change anything up on the bans, or do they feel that they found the answer on Yggdrasil Path that they can play the triple strategist lineup? I think it's fair to say with, you know, the way FlyQuest played on that last map that, well, they're looking really strong, especially on Convoy. I mean, you also could think, you know what, it's just a domination thing. We're just a domination team. We're going to deathmatch you. We're going to play for the individualism. You know, we're masters of controlling the point. This could just be that comfortable game mode that allows them to secure the win and end this series 3-1. And we'll be forgetting everything we ever said about a reverse sweep.
Okay, if you look at the protect so far for Shroud-X, it's been Loki, it's been Winter Soldier game 2, and then game 3 it was Namor after Winter Soldier had been banned. Right away, they're saying no more energy Hela. They know the secret weapon. They're trying to shut down the home run hitter.
Does FlyQuest protect the Wolverine right now? If FlyQuest are good at Wolverine, this is something that Shroud-X have never let through in Fight Night. They have always banned Wolverine, perma, no matter what. But the question is, do FlyQuest actually play it themselves? Is it something that Light can bring out? I think this could be Light's moment to really come alive in the series, because energy, his strongest tool, has now been taken away by Shroud-X.
Yeah. I mean, in Shroud-X, not only do they always ban Wolverine, they ban him first, Puckett. So they don't allow him to be protected is the most important part.
2 episodes in a row. And on the other side, not banning Winter Soldier means a Winter Soldier protect's coming in right now for Shroud-X, yeah?
I mean, yes, this also is forcing a
what do you want to play, Doomed?
Well, it's a Star-Lord or a Wolverine band now. You have a tough decision for Shroud-X. Are you going to let the Star-Lord Adam Warlock team up in, or are you going to let the Wolverine? I actually think they should ban the Star-Lord.
There it is. I think Winter Soldier, Bucky through. That's Doom's best character, best ultimate, best highlights we have seen from Shroud-X involve that combo. And no Star-Lord, Jake.
I don't know that FlyQuest is actually a Wolverine team. I don't know that they actually have the confidence to play the Wolverine. As much as Shroud-X is like perma first banning it, yeah, you've let it through, but just as many teams honestly have like stayed completely away from Wolverine and just avoided this character despite it having such a huge impact on the meta. The question is, does FlyQuest have the confidence to bring it? It's not just like an easy character to pilot. You need to have an expert.
I
like this.
They have never banned it though. FlyQuest have always floated Wolverine for a potential protect. They've never banned it.
You would think it would be a comfort pick for Light. You'd think these like heavy flanker players would have the Wolverine in the back pocket, because not only it forces a ban as a respect ban, opens things up. There's always the threat of that Wolverine if you don't ban it, if you're good at it. So this is a moment for Light, I think, to kind of be the hero for FlyQuest. Energy lost the Hela. I don't know that he's going to be able to have that same. I do actually know for sure he's not going to have the same impact he's been having on the Hela with how dominant he was in the last couple maps.
Trip Vanguard, will it work without the Hela? What will they bring to domination? FlyQuest trying to force a game 5. Shroud-X 1 game away from a rematch with 100 Thieves in our NA Grand Finals. This is Rivals Fight Night. You got Uber and Jake on the mic.
Another crack at 100 Thieves. That's what's dangling in front of Shroud-X right now. They've got themselves a second consecutive map point opportunity to get themselves there. But there's the whole getting there part, which has been the issue so far. So curious to see that even though Winter Soldier was locked in for Shroud-X, we have a ban, of course, of Rocket Raccoon. So again, doesn't nullify the pick at all, but definitely reduces some of the peaks of his power. FlyQuest here looks like they're going to be walking out on the Wolverine. And is that a bona fide USDA grade 8? No, it isn't. Okay, we're going to be switching over to Lunar Snow, as you would expect. FlyQuest, though, they are going to go for the Wolverine. Shroud-X will also go there.
Both Wolverines looking at each other menacingly from across mid.
Staring contest between the two of them. Light, of course, is waiting for a chance to go in. Okay, it's actually Doom that wants to start off the fight. He isn't punished for it. He's able to get back to safety. Light now is able to carve the Groot out of position. No, decent follow-up, but the Rejuvenation Domain will be able to counteract that damage.
He got his second life forced. Vision is low. Shroud-X should have a bit of tempo now. Light doesn't have that backup save. Gets pulled in by the enemy Wolverine. Bubbled, though, and now turns it back around. That's a second life down for Doom, so both Wolverines. That emergency tool is no longer available, and its impunity cut down. Still, trade is 1 for 1.
Yeah, again, you've lost a Groot for the Magneto, so it's a real question over who sort of wins out in that situation. But regenerative healing factor not available this time for Light, and Doom's finally going to be able to get the better of him. Vision unloads on Spark Chief, and there's Shroud-X. It just takes one pick, the one Wolverine duel 1, and it'll be SDX in control of the point.
Yeah, that's huge that Doomed is able to counter the jump with his own, get the mutual knockdown critically on his side of the point. So the rest of his team is already just pumping damage into Light while they're both locked on the ground. But behind cover, Doomed is not in that same level of threat. Beautiful pull in on the Magneto. Gets saved by the team. Hold on, counter pull though, right onto Vision. Magneto gets saved. Now Shroud-X are down 1 despite it looking like a good opener.
Energy chunked a little bit low here. Cracking impact, of course, at the ready. Light losing out in that first engagement, but in the past, we've seen pretty incredible Wolverine play from them. Bionic arm, though, nasty stuff. Light able to finish the job as Doomed eventually falls, and here come FlyQuest now. No reason to waste any time, Jake. They may as well just go straight for it, forcing that ultimate out of Fidel. So plenty of healing now for that red side team. As Dongmin wants to follow up here with a Meteor M. Anyone to blow up instantly? No, clearly not an opportunity now. Of course, we do have Kraken Impact popped there by Energy. Dongmin gonna fall now. As the rest of Shroud-X are gonna fold.
It's a nice flip there for FlyQuest. They're able to get it done. Shroud-X throws a couple ultimates in, but I think they end up getting some value. They get big ultimate trades out of FlyQuest. They also stall the point for quite a bit longer. Question is that, I mean, that was an unexpectedly easy retake for FlyQuest. Can Shroud-X replicate that success without finding such an easy pickoff? We'll see. Energy, can he replicate that success here on the Winter Soldier? Finds a pull, but Groot protects himself with the wall.
55 plays 23 right now. FlyQuest with a little bit of a deficit to make up. Of course, Light has that ultimate available. Here we go. Loki got a couple of those ultimates. Impunity also with a strangling prison thrown out. Energy trying to back away here. And Shroud-X might not have caught FlyQuest as much as they would have liked, but Gaston does fall. Vision is able to get some resets now and looking straight for the backline as Doomed is always going to be a problem. It takes another connection of that Kraken Impact to deal with them. But Light eventually falls. Now, of course, we're going to pop down and work with these resets even further. Shroud-X, going to be a pretty even game once they get back in control, but can't argue with that performance from Vision.
It's massive getting so many resets here on the Winter Soldier. And I mean, FlyQuest, their formation just got completely cut to pieces there. Cooper had already popped the Strategist ultimate and lost 2 players in its duration. I mean, that's kind of unheard of in Marvel Rivals. Typically, those Strategist ultimates so powerful, but the focus fire, the repositioning out of Shroud-X, pulling them away from that Luna Snow allows them to get the picks, allows them to win the team fight decisively. And now Shroud-X are holding in a much more passive setup, looking to make no mistakes.
Okay, Sparkship getting taken down. That's the Wolverine impact already, and Shroud-X going to be happy to start the fight off so well. And Impunity does fall, so we have a trade of Groots, essentially. Sparkchief, though, had that strangling prison at the ready. FlyQuest are going to rue the fact that they don't have access to it presently. Doom looking to jump away. Bionic Arm catches Light. He has the Feral Leap out of the fight and spends that slash on a copy of Loki. Scary now. FlyQuest have to come back in. And they do have that prison that Sparkchief was holding onto. And the combo there with Energy definitely means there's a deadly prospect. In they dive, only one player got caught, but Vision was the one in the prison. And Energy can capitalize on that.
Meteor M over the top, that is blocked by the rune. Now Wolverine has a bit of time to work with, goes for that second life, gets executed though. Energy looking for more, looking to turn around his team's fortunes in this round. Shroud-X are down 1, looking for more pickups. Is Energy gets the execution on them, but they're still getting saved by the Luna Snow ultimate for now. Seems to be enough for FlyQuest though to just get it over the line, to get this flip and have a chance to win the first round. But hold on, Vision wants to trade it right back.
Oh. Whoa, the combo from Energy, that was nicely handled there. Doomed, I think, is They're going to pull up short there as Cooper unloads a bunch of those kills and outputs FlyQuest at least back in a stronger position, up to 60%. Light has that ultimate ready. Zealous also ready to copy Lunar Snow. So obviously that low-key impact is going to be felt, whereas Shroud-X don't quite have a big strategist ultimate to lean on right now. And they probably need to wait on this Kraken impact.
Yeah, it's so scary to walk up here. You know, on the one hand, you want to start trading, you want to build up that Luna Snow ultimate. On the other hand, there's so much risk of getting your Vanguards pulled in, of, you know, getting pulled out of position. Both Wolverines scout each other out, but Light has so much more support from his squad in this position.
Light here, holding on to that ultimate, sees Dongmin out of position, maybe a little bit low. Looking to maybe wrap around here. Feral leap someone into his own backline. There it is. Connection though wasn't quite there. Light though happen to find out in the front. Doomed almost has that regenerative healing factor back online. Another 10 seconds and they have a second life to work with. Here's the fate of both calls from Fidel though. Shroud-X holding on, but both teams at 99. Now the Kraken impact comes in. Oh, what? That is ridiculous. The combo from both Light and Energy landing, but both ultimates decimate Shroud-X, and FlyQuest will take that round off the back of it.
Wow, what a ridiculous pop there from FlyQuest, getting everybody in that Wolverine ult and just smashing them to pieces. Shroud-X, they've been winning on domination so far in this series, but now they're down one round on Hell's Heaven. Backs against the wall here. And FlyQuest forcing a game 5 here would be massive for them. It would also put Shroud-X in the unfortunate position of being up against a potential second reverse sweep in a row in Fight Night. And that's got to weigh on your mental here for Shroud-X. I know these are experienced professional players. I know that they're mentally resilient, but the reverse sweep, it always bites.
It's brutal. I mean, having to run into it in 2 consecutive RFN games or series would feel even worse. Still, Shroud-X get off to a great start in that last round. They're ahead for most of it. Just an unfortunate timing there, that even though Fidel has that Fate of Both Worlds, it is absolutely burst through by FlyQuest. This will be Doom getting out of spawn a little bit faster. Likely a switch back for Fidel.
Classic team up.
Yep,
Throw the
in there.
Wolverine for the rollout. And Shroud-X does have a pretty significant ultimate advantage. You know, coming into this round, FlyQuest dumped 5 ultimates almost exactly the same time. So they're coming into this round a little bit close to the dance floor, but nothing else even remotely close to coming in play. So this should be a relatively easy opening for Shroud-X. They should be in a position to come in and win this round.
It's a good advantage, at least, to leverage early on in the round for Shroud-X. However, it's really about outlasting in that last team standing. Once the timer does tick down, Dungmin here, just playing around these walls Impunity is putting up. It's a little awkward for FlyQuest to navigate these. They do send Light in. Well, Gasklin would have been a target for that Meteor M, but Light will have to do. Vision blows him up, and Shroud-X uses a lot of their ultimates at the same time. So much so that that Meteor M looks superfluous.
Yeah, they definitely used some more ultimates than they should have there, popping their own 4. But that was the advantage you had, right? Like, you had those ults to blow, you get the flip, you're in position now to defend the point. Should be hard for FlyQuest to retake. I mean, I'm thinking back to that last round when Shroud-X kind of gave up a free retake. This should be the hardest moment for a team, is to come back into the point, to have no position on the map and actually win the fight from there. FlyQuest did it last time off the back of a nice trade from Energy's Winter Soldier, but I think Shroud-X are being a little bit more cautious with their positioning now.
He's doomed. I would have gone for the Gasklin there. I see a low health Magneto, and I'm a Wolverine, and I'm probably taking that way in. Doom there gets caught out though. Owned, caught by the bionic arm, and well, we love regenerative healing factor, folks. It's pretty nice. So, second chance now burnt for that Wolverine. But Dooms was able to stay alive, and Light is actually the one that gets brought down. Wolverines both off the map though. Kraken impact now being employed by Energy. Vision will have that available in just a second, but likely will want to wait on it a little bit longer. Fidel has that ultimate. Zealous also with the Fate of Both Worlds and Energy. Here we go. Over the top. Vision taken down. And that is making short work of Fidel, as they were not in a position to offer that healing or keep themselves durable.
Energy going for the 6K. Gotta find absolutely everybody here. 70% of the board though for Shroud-X. They're still sitting relatively pretty in the round. These Wolverine trades to open the fight are so pivotal, right? Like, even if you're not finding the kill off that immediate Wolverine dive, you're forcing so many critical resources onto one player just to keep them alive. Feels like the rest of the team can consistently capitalize on those advantages at this level of play. Vision, let's see if he can replicate some of that success with a Kraken impact. No defensive ultimates available for FlyQuest. That Meteor M could be something here, but of course Kraken impact is going to be able to go through.
Oh, they got Light. Carved him out of the mix by the looks of things. Vision, I think, hoped for a bionic arm just to catch him, but That was a little too speculative, perhaps. Rejuvenation domain is down right now for FlyQuest. A big cooldown off the table, and here comes that Meteor M. Crashes to the ground, shielded off mostly there by Dongmin. And there's Doom getting rid of Spark Chief. Perfect looks for Shroud. This should help them now. Essentially put FlyQuest in a must-win scenario in this next fight.
And so far, this map has just been the story of ultimates, right? Each team has come back with ultimate advantage and kind of crushed the other. But finally, Shroud-X, not only do they have point control, but they also have ult advantage. FlyQuest, they've got to get it done here. This is coming up on last fight. Shroud-X would love to finish this series off here, force a decisive third round, and end the series. Don't go to that game 5. That's exactly what you don't want to do as Shroud-X based on your history in Fight Night.
And you also don't want to play your grand final already, right? You want a shorter series, ease into it a little bit, but maybe you don't want to deal with that level of fatigue. Oh, what a prison. It's beautiful for Impunity. He's going to be frozen up straight away, though. Doom was hoping to go in. There's a rejuvenation domain active, though, for Shroud-X, and there we go. Strips torn off of FlyQuest. Losing energy early is bad, but Spark Chief to follow up is even worse. He was hoping to try and build towards another prison in this fight, but it won't be happening. Light is able to come in big. Ultimate 2 kills off that, and for Delving, one of them is crucial. But Light has been removed from the game. At least, though, Fated Birth World's active now. Zealous was able to get that ultimate off, but now there's no support ultimates at all. Zealous, Cooper already had him fallen. Loki desperately trying to stay alive, but what are you going to do against the Kraken impact now? There's no answer. There's no counterplay. Here comes Vision, putting the work here, but the damage is done, and Energy catches him out there with a big charged up Maelstrom. Portal, though, gets Shroud-X back onto the game. Still, they've lost control. They flipped the point over towards FlyQuest now, who are looking very healthy. And there's the Strangling Prison now at the ready. Zelos pops ultimate, but can't keep Gaskell alive. Somehow, FlyQuest, even with the Fate of Both Worlds active, lose 3 players. Shroud-X coming back in with the TP. Looks like that was just what the doctor ordered. FlyQuest now are out of answers. Energy doesn't have enough time to TP there, and that is that. Shroud-X, crucial round win for them here.
On to the Super Soldier Factory, but it was hard fought, man. I thought that was all done for FlyQuest, and then Light somehow finds 2 with the Wolverine. Doomed, though, I mean, it's so interesting, actually, to me that Shroud-X has constantly banned Wolverine, where Doom looks pretty comfortable on it. This is not a hero he's never played before, that's for sure.
Look at this. Energy. Great game from him. Vision as well. Winter Soldier having extremely high impact over the course of this game. No shock there. And again, just really solid output there. Maybe Nuck lacking a little bit when it comes to that healing output, but it doesn't really seem to matter because things are going perfectly. 18 final blows for Vision, 16 for Energy. Jake, that's why you mentioned this game feels so ultimate dictated, because these two teams are so evenly matched. It comes down to the ebb and flow of those big ults.
I mean, Wolverine is such a ridiculous combo with the Winter Soldier. When you set up people for execution and then Wolverine just like pulls them out of the healer ult for just 1 second, it's so much easier to get those resets, especially with Loki clones. You can just farm the resets on the Loki clones. I mean, honestly, that mechanic is a little bit ridiculous. I think they probably should patch that out. But for now, Winter Soldier versus Loki is a free fire zone for those Buckies.
Off we go. Super Soldier Factory time now. Gasklin obviously starting off on that high ground, but eventually will drop down. Being the only player bringing in ultimate from the previous round. Well, Doom actually has his developed now as well. Oh, no, buddy, you can't be. Oy, Dios mío, that's brutal.
Oi, 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 bye-bye, Doomed. Okay, that's a quick reset for Shroud-X. They're going to be retreating with their tail between their legs after that one. Doomed is like, I lagged? I lag? Anybody get a lag spike there?
Man.
Look, it happens. It happens.
Not the end of the world. Still, the best part of that is it doesn't pop your regenerative healing factor when you int off the map. So Doom still has that.
It was like almost intentional, you know. It's like he saved the regenerative healing factor for the next round. Like he's ready to fight.
Reset, keep passive.
Quick reset, quick reset.
Honestly, that's Giga Brain. Big fan of that, Doom. Love to see it. Okay, once again, start from the high ground here. Gasklin drops down. Of course, so much of this Magneto just AoE damage. Bit of a nuisance to walk in through. Doom wants to go in there. Has that passive popped now. Meteor M. Where's it headed? Straight after the Wolverine. Doom's able to shrug that one off too, but not the Mad Cannon that came out. Nice follow-up there for Gasklin. Important first pick here for FlyQuest.
And Shroud-X, they're holding on for now in very aggressive copied Luna Snow ultimate for FlyQuest. They're charging very deep into the spawn. This is a bit of a risky maneuver. It seems to be paying off for now, though. Vision already down to Gasklin. Shroud-X turning around to fight this. I think they have to this close to their spawn, and somehow Doom finds 2. A third from Impunity, and FlyQuest have delved too deep there. Shroud-X was ready, even with a couple picks going against them this close to the spawn. They have to fight.
Got to turn this into a flip now quickly if you're Shroud-X here. It's taking quite some time, and Cooper's actually, okay, going to put the fate of both worlds here. This is going to buy enough time for everyone to get back. Light also on the Doctor's Strange. He's on it.
Okay, that one was intentional.
All right, fair enough. Okay, he must have just played Jeff at that point. Doctor Strange here for Light, though, so triple Vanguard, maybe even just a portal to try and get him back into the engagement quickly. But FlyQuest haven't lost any presence on this point. It's still 85 and counting. What is going on?
All right, the Death Pit is the MVP this map. Vision trying to snowball this. Doesn't have any resets, though, on the ultimate Meteor M over the top. Very, very scary, but in the Immortality Room, you should be just fine. And FlyQuest ticking up to 99%. It seems like the fight is slowly going the way of Shroud-X, but it's far from certain. They're going to copy. They're going to commit here with the Luna Snow, trying to hook somebody off the map. Has seen the threat that the Death Pit poses more than once in this round. And Shroud-X now trying to hold on, trying to win without ulting, but they have to deploy both the Luna Snow and the Groot.
Oh, no! Okay. Light's back, baby, and he's causing problems. Switching over towards the signature Spider-Man now to try and give FlyQuest the dub when it's needed. Fate of both worlds active for Cooper. Fidel's has just expired, so no big healing here for Shroud-X. And then we go with the Kraken Impact. Good purchase here. At least 2 players being affected by that debuff, but you ain't going to get any of them low to give you resets. Here's Dongmin with that meteor. Whoa, from downtown. Cooper didn't know what hit him. Hits that from the 3-point line, folks. Shroud-X, though, need to keep his overtime going. They need themselves a flip here. Keeping Dongmin alive is a crucial part of that, but Fidel is going to be untouchable from that position. And Shroud-X will have a chance to fight for the series here.
Okay, Dongmin is the GOAT on Magneto. I've seen enough. He is crushing. Shroud-X have now converted to the triple Vanguard setup with Doomed coming back on the Strange in that long, drawn-out fight. Light, though, back over to the Wolverine, and Wolverine famously dominates these triple Vanguard setups. Light has his work cut out for him, has a big opportunity to snowball this round out of control, but these fights can go very long with the Loki copied Luna Snow. I mean, it's just so much healing throughput. FlyQuest already going to rip the copy.
Okay, just I guess maybe they're worried. Nuck may be worried about getting picked off randomly at the start of the fight. Maybe they're tracking like a strangling prison, right? That would be pretty bad to deal with. But Impunity goes down anyway. Yeah, Nuck, as expected, does get a copy of that ultimate. But like we said, proximity is king when it comes to Luna Snow. And Light denies the opportunity for Impunity to be healed up. That's massive. Also, ultimate available now for Light. Ready to make use of that surely as he goes in after. Dude, there is the slam from the top row. Domin is taken down. Flip back here for FlyQuest, back in control. Doom returns to the fray here now, but without Dongmin, there's a lot of work to do. Fidel is at least able to get that Fate of both worlds active now, and Doomed is in the thick of things. Regenerative healing factor does get popped at about the right time, if I'm honest with you. The FlyQuest has Lunar Ultimate of their own. They pop it here, Jake. Doom gonna fall down as Spark Cheat starts to work through all of Shroud-X, and baby, oh yeah, you know it. We're going to a map 5.
It just had to be. It had to be Shroud-X facing a reverse sweep one more time, back-to-back here in Fight Night. This is a true mental test, a withering blow to even get here, to even get to Game 5 with the way those first 2 maps went. FlyQuest, they had the strat, map 1, map 2, didn't work out. They made the desperation swap and became a lot more than desperation here. Now 2 map wins in a row, wind firmly in their sails. Light putting on a great performance on the Wolverine, I think having a slightly better game than Doomed overall, though it was pretty close. And Energy came out on the Winter Soldier. Very impressive.
Man, it's close. Puckett, this is too close to call. Like we talked about, it's why the game became so ultimate economy driven. It's great to see these 2 teams throw down, but I hope the winner saves some energy for a 100 Thieves that are going to be furious about last week.
Save some energy. I see what we did there. As Energy's unofficial agent, I agree with you, Mitch, and I think he's definitely our player to watch moving forward. But we're going to a Game 5. Shroud-X is not going to allow this to happen twice. Why did they bring up another Game 5? Well, we're not at 1,000 viewers yet. You need to tell
exactly. Shroud needs the
we are not starting the grand final until we are into at least 4 figures. Shroud-X ready to get there, but they are going to need to get back to their winning ways. FlyQuest starting to find an answer, even on domination. This is where I was most worried for him, Jake.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the strongest game mode. There's a reason you picked this map as Shroud-X. I think there's wisdom to it. However, now there's a real question. Do you continue prioritizing that Heliban? Was the Wolverine enough of a problem? I mean, this introduces a real awkwardness to the comp. I mean, Vision, I think, did just fine on the Winter Soldier, but Doomed has been your consistent Winter Soldier player. He was the guy who was putting up those huge numbers, map 1, map 2. I mean, I think Vision is solid on it, but overall the team doesn't look as comfortable in this matchup. There's a reason Shroud-X is constantly banning the Wolverine. They don't typically play this.
I can just watch again and again and again.
I mean,
The battle's going back and forth. The Winter Soldier survives. That's the energy you are dealing with tonight, Shroud-X. What do you have in the tank? We are about to find out. Light bringing out the Wolverine. Will they allow it to happen again? Is it even going to be that viable, knowing the remainder of the map pool here, Uber?
It's not even the viability of it, but I think that the Wolverine battle is too close to call. Genuinely, it's too close to call. Both Doomed and Light delivered us a great game. They're both at a pretty similar level. I do think that, obviously that Wolverine Winter Soldier combination can cut through even some of the most powerful healing ultimates. And, if you can put it together, it's not something you can strategize around, but if it happens to come up that way, then you basically just drawn a straight flush on the river in Marvel Rival terms. So that's, what you're looking for here. But I don't know if Wolverine being let through is going to end up being that definitive or that deterministic, because both teams can take advantage of that and maintain a level of parity.
Jake, as we move forward in this series, what's North America best at? There's a bit of an argument in the chat. EU, NA, who's better right now?
I mean, everyone's hankering for the international land in Marvel Rivals right now. I mean, the competition across the pond is always fierce, pretty much in every esport. But I think in Marvel Rivals that they've been a lot of tournaments. We've had a lot of opportunities to see who's the best in NA, who's the best in EU. I mean, right now it's pretty definitive, right? It's VP over in EU, it's 100 Thieves in NA. Our current champions here in Fight Night, but also having a lot of success for both those teams in the Marvel Rivals Invitational and the Marvel Rivals Championship. But that's the natural question, is you want to see who's the best of the best, right? You don't want to have two champions, but that's kind of the world we have to live in until we can put together a LAN. So like you said, Bucket, tell your friends, get them here. Eventually we will get there.
Yeah. We'll get to a grand final. We are just 220 viewers away. So let them know right now. Uber, thoughts going into this game 5. We bought our players an extra moment. It's time to rock out.
Yeah, again, it was so interesting, I think, to see the triple Vanguard look come out from these sides. But I think that if you're either team, I think if you're FlyQuest, you won that map, you're not truly convinced that you have the edge in this comp. Some things broke the right way, I feel. I think that some of these Groot ultimates as well, it can come down to how many people you catch with the Groot ult, how many people you're able to, catch with that Wolverine. Shin Shibuya to end the game. Again, a map that can feel really grindy and is so positional, especially for defenders here. Really, really positional. Groot is an absolute nightmare on this map. He is so good at controlling that initial choke here.
What I will say is I love this pick from Shroud-X, actually, because I think what this pick does is it mitigates some of the importance of Wolverine without necessarily first banning him. I think you're probably going to pick this first ban Hela once again, because of course Hela is ridiculously impactful here. I mean, I think giving energy Hela would be a mistake here in a decisive game 5 with the performance he's put on in some of those previous maps. But we have seen Wolverine attempted on Shin Shibuya. It's one of the worst Wolverine maps, frankly. Just very long range, very hard to get to that melee distance and actually pull somebody back to your team. Offense, defense, it's just a little awkward here on Shin Shibuya. So this is a way, I think, for Shroud-X to use the map pick to put the game back in their favor. You can still ban the Hela, but I'm not convinced that Wolverine is even the right pick, even if it is unbanned. So it's sort of like a proxy ban for Wolverine with the map pick.
I think you got a lot of value with the Rocket Raccoon ban earlier as well. Doom pops off with that Winter Soldier, but if you remove that infinite ammo, can't do nearly as much burst when you're trying to get through some of these choke points. Uber, we're going into the game. We've got our bans and protects. Real quick, while we have a moment, what has been your favorite part of Rivals Fight Night, the community ran, operated, and casted production?
My favorite part of it, honestly, how quickly people got around the brand. Like day one, we were popping off. We had co-streams going on. Everyone was like really bought in and getting involved with it. I think that for us, feels amazing. It's great to see people realize what we're trying to do, spin up a scene and have a great time. So yeah, I just think our connection with the community is kind of unmatched here. We kind of can break the fourth wall so much with this show and have a bunch of fun, and Puckett can drop an F-bomb in the first 3 seconds of the show. So we're living the dream, man.
But we edited that out. That didn't happen.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
We fixed that in post.
There's a reshoot.
I need to flash
There was a
myself again.
reshoot.
Flash myself again, sorry.
Yeah, nothing happened. If you missed the show earlier, definitely don't go to our YouTube channel and check out Rivals Fight Night and the episode, because we upload them as soon as we're complete. Speaking of complete, we are now up to 10,000 viewers over on Shroud Stream. Welcome in, everybody. This is Rivals Fight Night, and we're waiting on your team to play.
Yeah, what's going on, Shroudy?
Damn, just calling him out like that. Calling him out.
I just read it.
He's got
it in the production channel. Where they at? We're going to a game 5. I know we took a break already after game 2. What's happening?
We got to get the CEO to crack the whip on him, get him in the lobby, get him warmed up. I mean, look, I do think this Shinshibuya map pick is actually the perfect one, because I think this allows you to continue to basically run the same bans as last time and potentially not match the Wolverine. Potentially bring out whether it's like the Namor, the Winter Soldier. I think they can get there and in a more comfortable way where you can put Doom back on the Winter Soldier. Vision has been great on things like the Namor in games previous. I have to see though, Ban Protect, maybe they have a different vision for how to play this game. Haha, Vision.
I got lightning outside my window, so if I go, guys, just crush on to the end of the show. We got FlyQuest, we got Shroud-X. This is just the appetizer. The real thing comes later. Winner of this plays 100 Thieves, and you will not see Logan on the map. Shroud-X has opened the door for my guy Energy to drop a 40 bomb. You guys just wait. Hella coming in.
Almost certainly. I mean, I feel like FlyQuest is very obvious to protect Hella here. I mean, ban. Yeah, they can ban with
Get rid of Doom's best. You don't even need to remove the rocket. Put your Hella in. And then get rid of Luna at the end. Reduce the Namor damage, and you win the game. Sorry, Shroud-X, you lost the fight from the Wolverine ban.
Adam Warlock protect here to force a Star-Lord ban, I wonder?
I mean, I think they just don't. I think they just want to guarantee the Hella in.
Yeah. It's the only other option, I think. Shroud-X have banned Hella, so...
Luna protect. I didn't see that coming. All right.
Yeah, that's obviously...
So now the rocket ban's got
also Namor ban from FlyQuest instead of a Rocket Raccoon 1, which is fine because now Winter Soldier's off the game. I think you have to ban Namor here, right?
Yeah, that's the move. Respect them.
All right, ban Doc Strange again, FlyQuest. I dare you. Ban Doc Strange.
You won't.
You could also think about a group ban. Maybe you don't want to do that. It throws a lot of chaos into the game. It is just the Namor dealing with the team up. Makes sense.
Square up, know each other's strengths, minimize the damage. Let's see what is left over. FlyQuest started down 2. They were clean victories, by the way, from Shroud-X in games 1 and 2. Since then, it's been my boy Energy and FlyQuest on the return to Shinshibuya. We've gone the distance. Another reverse sweep in the making on the mic. We got Uber and Jake.
Okay, so Hela is available. We have Namor obviously taken off the table, and so is Winter Soldier. Obviously, you can still go for the Star-Lord approach here.
Star-Lord banned. Star-Lord banned.
Oh, Star-Lord is banned. Excuse me.
So there's a lot of duelists off the table. It's what, 4 duelist bans? Pretty wild.
I mean, you have to play Psylocke here, right? It's got to be Psylocke Hela. I don't think there's like a deep enough pool of other duelists to take. You don't take Magic here, that's for sure. Storm is just not good on Shinshibuya. Some teams have gone Punisher, right, in this situation, and tried to abuse the team up a little bit with the Rocket Raccoon. Last week, Shikigami did it. 50 kills. I think it was like a 50 kill Punisher game we ended up getting from them here on Shinshibuya. So you basically taken all of your duelists off the map.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not the biggest fan of the Psylocke. I just think the ulti is too counterable by the Loki and the immortality runes, and just in general, you can get peeled. I actually think Shroud-X have the right look here. It's going to be Vision on the Adam Warlock, not for the team up, just playing for the damage, playing for the raw poke. And honestly, you can kind of be a little mini Hela on this Adam Warlock, taking the duel to Energy. So Energy has a bit of a 2v1 in the sniper matchup. Oh my, look at these headshots from Doom.
Yeah, this is scary. Doom, they're going to lose that little staging gun they had earlier on. Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah, White just... I don't think that Psylocke is essentially inherently advantaged against the Hela. Also, you have the Hela and Loki duo so you can sort of abuse, but crucially, that extra healing, right? Triple strategist here for Shroud-X.
And Doom is super aggressive there, taking the top control position. Venom jumps on him. He's going to be forced back. But Venom himself now under a lot of pressure, under free fire zone here coming in from the top. Doom
healing,
recognize the enemy. He's playing so aggressively here. He's in the thick of the fight.
Yeah, and that's why the healing's been excellent here to basically facilitate for this kind of game style. Doomed here. Got to be a bit of a nuisance now. Putting good damage down, but it just lost impunity. Shroud-X now able to move back into the open, and Doomed will have to crow away. Won't make it back to safety. Fidel? Okay, they popped the Fate of both worlds here. They at least get it out of Zelos. I don't think Shroud-X are really in position to sort of springboard off this. They can only use it to disengage.
No, I mean, the downside of this Shroud-X comp, I think, is once you lose your Hela, you just have no teeth, right? Like, all of the threat comes from this Hela. Adam Warlock helps a bit. You know, the Vanguards are not bad, but you really need Doomed. I mean, he is the glass cannon in this comp, the one who's being enabled. FlyQuest, it's a masterful retake. They're able to reset the position. Only one tick went against them there, and almost 2 minutes off the clock.
Okay, here's that Strangling Prison, but they're going to be protected by a Bulwark for now. Dupe, of course, the Hela ultimate, and here comes Spark Chief. Wants to come forward. Strangling Prison is going to be used, and the follow-up is beautiful. Gaslin with a Meteor M. There's always something to combo with Strangling Prison, as we've learned. A lot of AoE abilities. Meteor M is a pretty good one for that burst damage.
Yeah, it's huge because it cleaves through that Strategist ultimate from Shroud-X, denies them the chance to survive through it. Vision wasn't able to get the mass res. Doomed over to the Psylocke, and Vision back to the Hela. Okay, so it's another swap up. And this is also a triple Vanguard setup for FlyQuest. Without Wolverine in the lobby, could be potentially a little bit difficult to counter.
Feast of the Abyss available here for Light. It's going to get some serious sticking power on this backline. Especially if you want to try and deal with the Loki, slippery as they are, or look for the Lunar Snow, which is the more likely of the option, or the Hela. Whatever you can do to try and dive. Up above goes Doomed there. They haven't quite built their Dance of the Butterfly yet, so they're just going to poke here with that Psionic Crossbow for a time. FlyQuest need to wait the next move here. Light goes in, stunned up briefly, and he's already forced out the Rejuvenation Domain now. That's pretty big. Now we're going to have another copied ultimate here. Obviously, Fate of both worlds is going to be the options. Dongmin now overlooks the situation, has a Meteor M to work with.
Oh, and they're able to nuke through with the help of Light in that ultimate. Able to pop through the dance floor onto Vision. Now Doomed in the backline, but with 2 players down, so difficult to come back into this fight. Shroud-X finds one, though. They're making this interesting. Doomed could come in with the Dance of the Butterfly, but there's so few players around. May just elect to stay alive, stay behind on the enemy backline. And no, he gets found out, gets cleaned up as well. And honestly, this is falling apart here for Shroud-X. FlyQuest has the firm momentum, the firm control of this series. They want to be the team to take on 100 Thieves in that money match.
I think the moment that Vision died to that Feast of the Abyss during the Lunar Snow ultimate was when Shroud-X lost this series. I don't know how you're supposed to come back from this. You got a Goddess of Death to work with now, in fairness. Dance of the Butterfly that would ultimately be counted out by a healing ultimate. As Energy looking to drop right on down here. Of course, we have Loki copying those Strategist ultimates. Energy, though, has fallen. Vision is able to open this fight up well. Spark Chief's buying time, as is Gascon, but they are so low. And Cooper can't get there. FlyQuest needed that healing, but now they've lost 2 out of the 3 Vanguards they brought into the fight. Cooper can buy some time, sure, but there is just no damage here for FlyQuest. They've lost Energy, the only duelist on the field, and so Shroud-X. They're going to keep going.
Yeah, they should be able to get the Cab Groot, continuing to contest, but Shroud-X wisely focusing the Strategist, focusing the duelist, going to deal with the Vanguards last. Dance of the Butterfly on the point. Shroud-X forcing the double duelist ulting. Want to secure this, want to guarantee that nothing goes wrong. Makes sense. I mean, in the end, Energy did also commit his ultimate. So the card's going to roll here. Shroud-X still have a lot to work through, though, on this second point. Courtesy of Light will keep the Venom here close to an ultimate. I do think the triple Vanguard is a little bit weaker here on this second point. So open, so long range for those duelists to do work.
Vision backed up a little bit here. Forced to get out. Gasman pressuring. Nice job. Mag Cannon will secure that elimination now. It's going to make it harder for Shroud-X to push up. But they are still on the move. They still managed to get their last checkpoint. They've managed to elongate the game further, but only 2 minutes to work with. Spark Chief has got to be thinking about a Strangling Prison here. Many of those walls coming up. Impunity apparently went for a prison of their own there, but it's unclear to see if it had much impact. Feast of the Abyss went in. Light only gets a little bit of extra durability from that, and actually doesn't have enough health to get away.
Ends up being a good fight. I think that pickoff from Doomed onto the enemy Loki was actually crucial, that fight, right? Like, in shutting down the Loki, you remove a lot of the potential to save people with that mortality room, a lot of the healing throughput in this comp for FlyQuest. Light is going to go back over to the Psylocke, also valuing that mobility range damage here on second point. But Shroud-X, if they can get a good fight here, if they can cap this second point pretty quickly, they've kind of recovered any disadvantage in the map.
Spark Chief from the high ground still hanging on. Shroud-X gotta be smarting after having lost that Groot ultimate, but it doesn't seem to matter. Energy gonna get taken down by the Hela, and in comes Fidel. Good place to be. This time able to get excellent coverage with that Fate of both worlds. Meteor M comes in, but of course with Doctor Strange in the game, it's really hard to get value out of that ultimate, and it's going to be shielded off, or at least the threat of the shield forces Gasplin to send it wide. Light go out of the picture. Vision's found his second pick off on Duelists in this fight alone, carrying this team in the last couple of moments. Agamotto comes in, catching out a Spark Chief, but at this point, Shroud-X have essentially won the fight already.
And the stall is massive from FlyQuest, but still, so many times Shroud-X are able to get the focus fire down, able to kill through those support ultimates. Even the copied Luna Snow by Loki, it's not enough to keep players alive. Doomed, I think, is getting the most done on this Psylocke, a key difference maker here on Shin Shibuya.
All right, minute 41. Continuing to get a time bank extension of Shroud-X, determined to continue to play the longest games of Marvel Rivals humanly possible. Now, of course, a very treacherous stretch of map is ahead of them, but a map completion is on the table. Dongmin falls back.
FlyQuest threw everything into that last fight. They were desperate trying to hold on. They know how hard it is to cap third here. That does, though, give a bit of an advantage to Shroud-X momentarily. See if Vision wants to get active with that ultimate early. Doomed taking the fight to Light on the flank now, and the card has been rolling forward this whole time. FlyQuest aren't really able to get any kind of a stoppage.
Spark Chief here, trying to find a way to get in here. An opportunity. Okay, so does throw down that prison, but the follow-up is what's not there. And Fidel has an opportunity to pop that supportive ultimate, but caught out by Gasplin. Okay, that's exactly what you want to see. A Meteor M taking down a Luna Snow in the middle of that ability. Still, Shroud-X happen to have another Fate of Both Worlds, which they've made use of here, but now they're running out of healing. Vision has to dash away here from this Dance of the Butterfly, and Light has done his job. He has cleared the field now for FlyQuest to have a defensive hold.
Double strategist ultimate here for FlyQuest. First, it's the copied dance floor. Shroud-X wisely biding their time. They have 25 seconds. They don't really need to fight into this. And so I think FlyQuest, yeah, they realize they're not going to get value out of this portal. They're going to back off. Impunity tries to catch, though, with the Strangling Prison. It's enough to shut down energy. He's been the hero for FlyQuest all along in this reverse sweep, but Shroud-X shut him down.
Still, where do Shroud-X get through? Light goes low. Vision, another big pick. Surely Shroud-X, if they're going to get there, it's going to be off the back of that Hella play. Gaskin's trying to get around the wall here. Agamotto comes in. Zealous gets caught out by it, though. Shroud-X here, able to break through. Portal here from Dongmin, surely just to try and shut them in, but he thinks against it. Now, I mean, that goddess of death isn't going to do anything. Doctor Strange changes the dynamic here. So close to the end of the map of Shroud-X after being almost stopped in their tracks multiple times. They're still on deck to turn this into a fake comeback from FlyQuest.
All right, Vision came alive here. And this was a map where we came in, it was like doomed on Hella. They were gonna run a triple Vanguard strat, or rather triple strategist strat, play around the Hella, let Doom be the carry. They find it's not gonna work. Triple Vanguard response comes out for FlyQuest, and instantly it's Vision over to the Hella. I mean, that's not a confident place to be going to the Hella mirror against somebody like Energy, given the series Energy has had so far today. And yet it's Vision coming out on top time and time again in the duel on the back half of this map. And that's an offense that, you know, you'd struggle to beat here for FlyQuest. Full capping Shin Shibuya is a rare occurrence.
Yeah, it's so hard to get to the end of this map. I mean, multiple of those stretches towards or in front of the checkpoints are really difficult to take. I mean, God, we often see teams get stopped in their tracks at the very first hurdle. To Shroud-X, I mean, I'm going to quote myself. I said, well, it looks like they lost the series right there and then, and I couldn't have been more wrong. They had so much more to play. I mean, in general, looking here, these teams still seem to be locked in, but Doomed cheekily getting an unreal amount of value with this Psylocke. A pick that we sort of said, we don't know if it's great here. Seems like it's really just the best of the rest after 4 duelists got banned out. But, I mean, Doom's able to get a ton of value there, and Vision has been much more flashy. But also really providing these important KOs.
Yeah, the ability of Shroud-X to find these kills even under the copied Luna Snow ultimate, the real Luna Snow ultimate, the Loki immortality rune. I mean, there's ridiculous strategist power. With no strategist ban, the Loki Luna Snow combo is just absurd. And just Shroud-X seems to be masterfully managing it. They're also continuing to play this Doctor Strange, valuing a little bit more of that shield and mobility. And to be fair, there is a lot of high ground on this map. And without Invisible Woman, maybe a little bit more consistent for somebody like Doctor Strange to find ult value.
So FlyQuest are just going to jockey here a little bit. And they want to open the map up because Groot can be so punishing to walk into if he already has these walls set up. Right now, Impunity just wants to poke. Pretty liberal application of these walls here just to break up some lines of healing and block a little bit of damage here and there. It's about building up some of those important legendaries as quickly as you possibly can. Upstairs goes Energy. Keep an eye on that. Energy v Vision. Oh, perfect. I mean, Energy hit the E on the Vision and then was able to turn that into a nice kill. But Doom's able to trade. So still a 5 versus 5 as the Psylocke from Doom has been so sick.
Oh, Doom is so confident to dash into that Psylocke. A little bit too crazy there. Light willing to take that duel. Turns it right around. Now Shroud-X down 1 on the point. We'll see if they're able to hold on. Seems like the support's doing well, stabilizing things for the moment. Strangling Prison forces the Immortality Rune out of Loki, but that's not much. FlyQuest still happy to keep this brawl going on the point.
There's no follow-up. You can't break through the rejuvenation domain there if you're, Shroud-X. So it just buys you a bit of time. But now Spark Chief is going to come back in one of those ultimates of his own. FlyQuest also have 2 Fate of Both Worlds ready to go. Scary prospect. Shroud-X still will have the same. So we're just going to chill here for a sec while the healing comes out. I have Agamotto. Don't worry about it though. Healing, lots of it. Don't forget that. Vision gets caught out though, so Energy still able to cut through. Likely they were playing an off angle away from this Lunar Snow healing. And that's the second time that Vision has struggled there against Energy in the head-to-head. Here's an answer to the butterfly, but of course, Fate of Both Worlds is active, so let that one pass by. Light, though, might have a chance to come into the fight without any of those strategist ultimates and use this dance of the butterfly to great effect. Already, Impunity got brought down. Light able to deal with them across the map, and here we go. This is a good dance of the butterfly, folks. Wait till the healing ultimates are gone and take yourself a 3K.
In the end, they get it done. They get it over the line. I mean, that's a huge pick by both Light and Energy, finding openings, finding opportunities to break this. And despite Shroud-X having slightly better strategist ultimates a little bit later on the pops, they still go down. As you mentioned, that dance of the butterfly, too powerful as the final nail in the coffin. And onto the streets phase where I think Hela becomes even more critical, even more crucial. Harder for somebody like Psylocke to get too much done. Is going to be more of a frontline pressure hero now. It's up to the Hellas to find these picks.
Yeah, and to make use of the high ground in order to do so, which means that the Hellas are most likely going to continue to have to duel each other over and over again. Nuck there found by Light, able to put pressure, maybe force a teleport to yet another clone. Dongmin is extra low right now. FlyQuest doing very, very good with this frontline pressure. Like you talked about, these Psylocks have to participate in this part of the game here, like we're seeing from Doomed, until, of course, that invisibility is off cooldown. Then you have a chance to go in for an assassination. Spark Chief is trying to cut through this front line themselves as well. But again, for now, it's about maintaining a neutral game, putting good healing pressure down on Impunity. Here comes the Goddess of Death now. Remember, FlyQuest do not have a Doctor Strange to block this up. They've got to respect the damage that comes in, and so it will be a Fate of Both Worlds activated to stave off this damage. Will it be enough for the Meteor Ember? We're about to find out. Vision goes down. Energy wins out another fight, and that Hela gap is expanding.
Shroud-X down 2. Seems like their only play is to delay the cart now, dying on the objective. FlyQuest, workforce and dissolvents. Hold on. Dongmin rips the ulti. Doctor Strange, I have Agamotto, does shut down Energy, who's been a key player for FlyQuest, and somehow Shroud-X, they're bringing this one back. This is ridiculous. They were down 2 to start the fight.
They have lost Nuck, though. That is scary. Light off the dance of the butterfly, and now good pressure on Dongmin is able to clean him up pretty easily. FlyQuest looks like they're at least poised to get through the streets phase with extra time left, which means that a map completion for them is definitely not off the table. Light, though, has got to respect Doom as he comes in with the dance of the butterfly while Gaskin falls to Vision. Shroud-X, what a big stop this would be if they're able to survive in the later part of the fight. Doom gets back to safety, and the defenders are going to stand tall.
Dongmin just has a pair of brass balls. Ridiculous to go for the clutch with such a critical ultimate as the Eye of Agamotto, but he gets it done, and it pays huge dividends now for Shroud-X, who have the opportunity to reassert control over this part of the map. FlyQuest have a long walk up to take the team fight. Doomed holding the flank. Energy's angered. He wants to find something, wants to get an opener, but there's so much confidence from these Shroud-X Vanguards.
Shiny brass balls, I'm told. Sorry.
Okay, polished. Yes, I mean, take time to polish your balls, folks. No point having brass balls if they're not shiny. Fair enough. Impunity got to be caught in the middle here. Rejuvenation Domain is going to buy some time to heal the group back up, and Impunity now. Oh, my goodness, that's a nice one. Beautifully done. Energy got caught out by that one. Strangling Prison catches on to 3, and now FlyQuest still want to apply some pressure, though. Going in with the Fate of Both Worlds. Impunity, though, seems to be completely unbothered because Nuck is providing that same level of healing for Shroud-X. Frozen up is the group, and he'll be able to shrug that off now as we have an Eye of Agamotto around the corner for Dongmin. Shroud-X, great defense so far, and that clock is starting to burn down.
Shroud-X relatively early pop from Fidel here on the Fate of Both Worlds. The support ult's going to be running low very soon. Eye of Agamotto could come down, but FlyQuest have big ultimates to deploy. Hold on, Light got stunned out of Dance of the Butterfly by Vision. Massive pickup does go down, though, traded by Energy. Now it's just Dongmin has to find some huge value with this ultimate.
Doom goes over to all into the backline and should be able to get away with this, and that was Cooper down. That's the Lunar Snow out of the game. Zelos now no longer has access to that healing ultimate. So it's an awkward moment for the attackers here. They want to keep coming forward, but Shroud-X, yeah, they realize they have the advantage, so they will push back up to this corner, and now there's 42 seconds left in this game.
I mean, this is reminiscent of Eye of Ignis still. Now, Energy though finds Nuck. Impunity over the top of the Strangling Prison, trying to find something, trying to get active. Vision forced into a relatively defensive pop here. The Goddess of Death still getting some damage down. Hold on some of these flankers. One kill would be huge here. Oh, and through straight the needle onto Energy. He did not see that angle coming.
Was that a game winner? I'm not sure. There's brutal stuff for Energy. Out of the picture now. Vision trying to evade the Meteor M, and that clatters uselessly to the ground. Gasklin, that's a stinker, buddy. Shroud-X able now to push up. Doom's able to find a couple of extra eliminations with 5 seconds left. FlyQuest are in deep trouble. Spark Chief has switched over towards the Strange, but is there enough time to portal over towards the point? Here's that overtime. Light trying to keep the dream alive, trying to keep it going. Spark Chief does come down out of the portal now, but will be set upon all sides. And Dongman's holding onto an Eye of Agamotto, waiting for reinforcements to come before he stuns them all up. Vision is down though. Energy's able to find the first pick, and FlyQuest are far from done. Spark Chief keeping the shield up. Here's the Eye of Agamotto, 1-3. Big connection, and Zelos is nuked instantly. Cooper comes out of the fate of both worlds though, and Doom does have that Dance of the Butterfly active. It's Spark Chief down. Energy soon to follow. Doom looking for his next victim, and Cooper is spotted at the fringes of the fight. It's Lunas though taken down, and this time Shroud-X avert the reverse sweep. Nobody does them like that twice in a row. They'll be getting their rematch against 100 Thieves.
It's way too close for comfort there. Going to map 5, FlyQuest nearly getting the salty run back, but instead it's the heartbreaker. Shroud-X, they hold on. They're going to have that rematch. They're going to have another shot, but this has been a long, hard-fought journey. They've got to be tired, and they're going up against a juggernaut in that money match.
Oh, man, that was what a ridiculous game. Could I just say, the Strange game for Spark Chief there, right, he wasn't on Strange the whole time, but just the Groot game, excuse me, for Spark Chief was pretty inspirational. But it's Doomed on the Psylocke for me, Jake. That is the standout. 16 final hits. That is cracked. Just we were wondering what Doomed would do when they couldn't play Hela, or when they were forced into that awkward, Star-Lord situation, right? Shroud-X spanned it out. They say, right, we're going deeper. We're going for the Psylocke. That's like the 3rd, 4th string duelist pick. And it turns out to be the difference maker.
Yeah, Doomed was really comfortable on the Psylocke. I also think it was really heads up for Dongmin to go back to the Strange. Magneto has come into the meta and has looked like the stronger Vanguard pairing with the Groot when you play these front-to-back styles. But I think largely that's because of Invisible Woman, with so many teams playing Invisible Woman. A lot of strategist bans typically coming down. Invisible Woman comes out a lot. And that means you're always pushing away those Eye of Agamottos. They're not able to connect. They're not able to get the huge team fight winning stuns. But Dongmin says, hey, look, nobody's playing Strange, or nobody plays Invisible Woman in this lobby. I'm going to get it done. And I think it shows that Doctor Strange is still incredibly viable despite having been a little bit less popular in the last couple weeks.
That was fantastic. I will watch Shroud-X in any match they want to play. Go up 2-0, then make us all panic a little bit. They eventually make their way to the rematch. Before we go in on Shroud-X, let's highlight what we loved about FlyQuest. It's their 2nd time on in the last 3 weeks. I hope we keep getting this squad in the future, Jake.
I mean, there's a lot to love. I think Energy on the Hela was fantastic. A huge standout player hero combo. A lot of teams are going to have to think about, respect first ban Hela against this guy with the work he was able to put in. You got to think FlyQuest, they tried to play a dive style in the first 2 maps, just didn't work. If they had approached this whole series, putting Energy on Hela and really playing for that look, we could have seen a very different result here. Like this FlyQuest team has a lot of depth to them. They have a lot of strategic diversity, even playing the triple strategist or triple Vanguard at times. So I think this is a team that is a huge threat. They fall today. They aren't going to be our challengers at 100 Thieves, but it's clear that they have what it takes to play with the best.
But we know who is. Shroud-X is moving on to our championship match. Let's take a look at the highlights and, of course, crown our MVP. It's Doomed. He started off with a map 1 and 2 dominant performance, led the Lami in final blows in both of those games, also led in damage in game number 2. Started to struggle. He was getting counterpicked. They were banning his favorite heroes, but once he gets back onto the Winter Soldier, it's just dominance. You love to see it, Uber.
I mean, this is great stuff from Doomed. Again, they go off the boil on Aegis path because it's just a map where, they get focused down in terms of some of these bans. But I think alongside Vision, you have such a great duo. I do like that Shroud-X also have the depth to play triple strategist and put Doomed on the Hela and still have an unbelievable Hela option.
All right.
So you have like both of these, heroes like at a very high level be able to be played by both your duelist individuals, which gives you basically a level of flexibility that not every team can hope to match.
That combo right there from the whole squad is absolutely disgusting. And then, of course, we didn't think we would see a Wolverine. There's a reason.
He's here to entertain.
And out most games. Go ahead, Jake.
I mean, what I was most impressed by from Doomed is the flexibility, right? We see a lot of really strong duelists. Some of them are hit scan focused, some of them are flanking focused. In each of those categories, I think of energy, I think of light, but Doomed is defying that category. He's insane on the Hela. He's got the Winter Soldier. He plays Wolverine. He plays Star-Lord. He plays Psylocke here. I mean, he played the entire roster, and there was no moment where it was a weakness. There was no moment where I felt, oh, he's not piloting that as well. That's less comfortable for him. I can't tell what his best heroes are. Maybe it's a Winter Soldier because Winter Soldier just gets these, incredible pop-off moments. But from Doom's perspective, I think he's perfectly happy to play whatever the bans result in.
I don't think we've even had an opportunity to see him on a Punisher. I love his tracking. I want to see this guy eventually have the Z-Pack, the infinite ammo, and just run people down like we saw from EU. Will Punisher make his appearance? Well, we may have to wait for the grand finals to figure it out. Uber, this was just the sampler, but we get a game 5, and you mentioned it, Shroud-X. They are getting paid by the minute, soaking up every ounce of time. Do you think we get another game 5 against 100 Thieves?
Oh, I think it's 4 maps. I think it's 4 maps.
Okay.
I hope so, because I get punished extremely hard for casting another show today. So fingers crossed. But again, I mean, we've had a great game. I would like to think that 100 Thieves have really gone back to the drawing board over what happened after what happened last week, because again, they've got MRC happening at basically the same time here. So I'm expecting to see, we're early on, we're building an esport, we're part of at least an esport that's building here. So I expect to see these teams really make big leaps and bounds week over week. I think Shroud-X beating FlyQuest definitely ticks that box. 100 Thieves, I'm hoping to see them bring something special.
ZP is talking to our players right now. ZP, since Uber has already earned a day rate, let's go ahead and just milk it, get the best out of him. Ask the players if they're down for a best of 7. We're going to a break. When we come back, it is your NA Championship, Shroud-X taking on the one and only 100 Thieves. I'm just kidding. It's a best of 5. Oi. Rivals Fight Night, where your favorite professionals go to unwind. Except the players, they have to perform, or you guys make fun of them, and then their jobs are at risk. It's not really fair, is it? Makes you sad. Like that group.
They get paid.
Playing on his
This
face.
is so real, Bucket. This is like a real. This is how it feels to be a professional esports player, man. Always, it's win or go home, man. That's the way esports is. It's the way it's always been.
Not for me, Jake. There's only 4 hosts in esports right now, it feels like. And, you know, I chose this role for a reason. Uber, you've had to defend your throne for about 7 years as Caster of the Year for 2025. I'm going to go ahead and give you your award in advance. What are you most excited about seeing from 100 Thieves? Because I have a feeling your voice will be over their very first championship video as they lift the trophy for Marvel Rivals.
Yeah,
100 Thieves. What's happening?
I'm having fun. I'm having fun terrifying every tier 2 caster trying to get into Marvel Rivals. I think that's fun. And they need to know exactly what they're going to bring. You know, that's what I like. We're going to raise the bar. But look, I mean, I do feel like we are seeing like those first few teams, even in tonight, that are going to be like dominating NA. We finally get those amazing LAN events. Like, I really think that one of these 3 teams we've seen tonight is going to be carrying that North American flag, if not more. And what I love about this region is that in contrast to what we see over in EU, where Virtus.pro are so far ahead, right? It doesn't feel like there's a ton of depth there right now. There's a bit of a gap. But here we have these 3 teams, FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, Shroud-X. They are forging each other into better teams. This is what I want to see from a young scene, because you look like 6 months, 8 months, a year down the line, you have incredible teams coming out of a region where they're pushing each other constantly. So I'm over the moon about it, man. I'm really happy to see this in North America. Not always the case here. And I'm hoping Shroud-X, again, are going to force 100 Thieves to step it up yet another notch.
Finzia, I've moved out of my 1-bedroom apartment in New York City. I just bought a house. I will house the entire Virtus.pro team in a garage. I'll give you a facility in North America just so we can get you in
The
a final
facility
here.
is a shack in
facility.
its backyard.
The dark room with no police.
A
Yeah.
Red Bull fridge from a few years back. I got some random protein bars and a whole lot of controllers and hoodies. Let's get into the games, though. We got 100 Thieves, we got Shroud-X, and all of you are here to watch your favorite rivals characters. We got a new one, though. And this is something that is coming in season 2. Jake, the thickness is here.
Look, all I'm saying is I'm going to need to learn to play Vanguard because I think if I'm not on Vanguard, she's just going to squash me like a bug. But maybe that's what I want.
If you didn't know about her, according to Wikipedia, she goes by the White Queen, the Black Queen, Emma Frost, Harley. She's got whatever name you want to call her, and she is leading your front line. She does it all with her telepathic powers, and look at this, Uber. Whoa, the Groot got denied.
I mean, this is super interesting, right? Like the idea of like deploying a shield, like you can decide where it is for a short time is like not particularly new, but like it's so sick. Reminds me a little bit of Magneto, except you can place that shield wherever you want. Oh god, she can left, right, good night me whenever she likes. That is, oh my goodness, I am not ready for this. That is wild. But also, like, you have like a Vanguard here that is amazing at that short sort of term space control with the shield. Also, have a look at this ultimate. Presumably, what is she? Is she returning the damage?
She brings them to her,
pulling you in, like she's sucking them in.
It's like the Groot route, but a little bit slower and tantric.
Yeah, I mean,
telepathic. That's the word I was looking for, Jake.
Yeah, you misspoke. It happens to the best of us, Bucket.
God, the tease. It's been a long day. My second broadcast, much like Uber. Here we go. That's not true. Only he works hard. No, new Vanguard is really awesome. And what I took away from that is it kind of looks like hit scan is important to her, Jake. Is that looking to you like it's auto tracking like Cloak and Dagger? Or do you feel like this may be a little bit more mouse and keyboard friendly?
The ranged weapon looked pretty aim heavy. I'm not 100% sure about that. I think definitely playing against some high mobility heroes, it looked like a tracking weapon, but it's definitely one of those characters, especially on Vanguard, that we're going to have to get our hands on. I think with just how many different skills and abilities she has, looks like a pretty high skill ceiling potential character. Like we've seen things like displacements and grabs look really strong on heroes like Winter Soldier. And so I think having that in the Vanguard cast could become a more relevant hero. Also interested to see what kind of team ups. I feel like there's like a natural, like it could team up with like a Luna Snow or something like that, with the Frost vibes, but we'll have to see what they end up bringing when Emma Frost does actually join the lineup. Looks competitively pretty interesting to me.
And with that time we just bought, Shroud-X has finished their chicken nuggets. They are ready to party. We got 100 Thieves. We've got Shroud-X. Should we get into the teams, Mr. Uber?
Yeah, let's of course have a look at our rosters here and get reacquainted with these guys. Shroud-X, you just saw them. It was Doomed, Vision, Impunity, Dongmin, Fidel, and Nuxter. This team is correct. Doomed was the MVP from the previous game for a very good reason.
I feel like Dongmin is such an unsung hero on this squad.
Yeah.
I mean, the Magneto dunks, he's such a key performer for the team on the Vanguard, so stable, so rarely the one who's caught out of position or making a mistake, just like that, exactly that person you want on Vanguard, the rock of the team. And then the backline as well, Fidel and Nuxter on Strategist, really great use, especially even with, here they've got their preference heroes, the Loki and the Luna Snow. I mean, they're great at utilizing these. You get to these incredibly long team fights, and it's clear that Shroud-X really knows how to play around that level of strategist support.
Impunity window, you have options at Vanguard, but expect Doomed and Vision to be leading the way on Duelist. Fidel and Nuxter doing a great job on that back line for Shroud-X. On the other side, you have 100 Thieves, a team that started down 2-0, battled back, won 3 straight, and stole the title for North America. Terra was our MVP in that matchup. Delena, some pop-off games, but Vinny has been my favorite tank to watch recently. If you're still on a controller, keep your eyes on TTK, aka Top Tier Kid. He's the best in the business currently.
I mean, I think 100 Thieves, if they don't have Vinny DC in the first map here, I think that series last week starts very differently up against Shroud-X. This team, I was really surprised as how hard they got pushed by that Shroud-X squad. Like, these guys are incredible roster. We did not expect to see them struggle. I think many of us were expecting like a 3-1, 3-0 kind of situation, but we quickly realized how quickly the gap has closed in North America. So the challenge I issued to 100 Thieves, not that I actually did that, but in my head, was to come back this week looking just above reproach, looking so tight, so clean, and again, run away with this series and show me that they can create a bit of a gap here at the top end of North American rivals.
It's just hard to stay on top like that, Mitch. You know, for a team like 100 Thieves, they've been on top for weeks and weeks at this point. Everybody is studying them. Everybody is watching them, downloading the replays, catching the VODs, trying to take any little detail of their play and dissect it, you know, use it for themselves, be ready for it when 100 Thieves brings it out in the match. And so while I don't think that's necessarily going to make them easy to beat, it does make it very hard for them to fend off all of these disparate challengers. So many teams constantly gunning for the throne. The crown is heavy. And so I think there is a chance here for Shroud-X. There's a reason they won those first 2 maps in the last week. I mean, the DC helped, but honestly, map 1, they could have won that even without the DC. It got them to round 3, but they wouldn't have even been to round 3 if they couldn't hang with 100 Thieves.
Let them know, Jake. Let them know. Shroud-X could have been your champs. They weren't. They could be our champs tonight. Time to find out if they can get it done. We're going to Hell's Heaven. That means it's domination. That means there's going to be a little square in the center. We all fight for it. No one gets thrown out of the ring, but if you stay inside of the ring, you can win the game.
Well,
Jake,
if you're Wolverine, you might throw yourself out of the ring, as we saw Dooms do.
Like 5 people went off the map.
when Emma gets here, she's going to be tossing people everywhere. Will we see? Okay, sorry, real quick. Emma Frost, team up, let Psylocke and Magneto make clones of themselves. Thank you, Brattle99 in the chat. Confirmed by OnClear, who says it's also on the YouTube.
Like a Loki clone? Wait, that goes crazy, actually. Right? If it works like Loki, they like has to not be like
Can you imagine
right?
2 Psylocks just... Oh, that'd be too much.
Man.
2 Magnetos, like shielding, double shields. The whole map is a Magneto with a shield.
Okay, I'm pumped for that.
I'm here for it.
That can't be too far away either. Obviously, as we head towards season 2 pretty quickly, so I'm excited. Those team maps, like having I think like Emma Frost frontline with Magneto is definitely a good option. Definitely going to be easy to make happen. We got the teams in the lobby pocket there. Just need an extra push here. Do you know what I mean?
Are you sure they're in the lobbies? Should we call Nate Shot?
Yeah, he should be co-streaming this anyway, bro. Just FaceTime in the facility. Shroud is cooking you, brother. 10K viewers for Shroud. What's going on, Nate?
I'm not getting paid. I know you are while hosting your stream. But if we could just speed this up, we could get into the game. And then I can go put my toddler to bed because she's currently walking into the room.
We need to use Puckett with the connection
screaming.
Bro, what is it? It's like 9 p.m. out there, bro. Damn, bro. My kids do not get to stay up that late.
Oh, no. She has pneumonia right now. She is not on a regular clock. She is running her own world. Puckett takes the cat out of his inventory. Yes. No, the cat constantly jumps into my lap. And I don't want it to look weird like I'm playing underneath here, so I have to occasionally like show you there's an animal and I'm not just your uncle waiting on Nate Shot's team to load into the game. Jake, what was the best thing that happened to you this week?
I gotta say it's been the workouts, man. Been crushing it, hitting the gym day after day, locked in, hitting new peaks, new PRs, feeling good.
You doing a fan fix yet? Like, can people get the gym pick somewhere?
Not recently, man. I gotta give me like another month. Give me another month to get in the best shape of my life, and we'll have to do a sub goal.
Why wait, Jake? Start making money on your feet right now. Uber, speaking of feet, I haven't seen any green one. Will Hulk be in a match in North America? Will we see an Iron Man eventually make it in? Because without Hulk, Iron Man's worthless.
Hulk is eclipsed right now by the Thing. He's just basically better in a lot of the same ways, as Hulk has enough mobility and amazing knockup potential. So forget about it. No Hulk, no Iron Man, not happening.
And the team up got nerfed into the ground, so not such a big threat. Adam Warlock goes down to 100 Thieves. They don't want to deal with that mass res comp that Shroud-X kind of worked them over with in the opening maps of last week.
They didn't enjoy the Hela from energy. They're making sure Delena cannot bring it out. On the other side, they're making sure they have either Punisher or Winter Soldier available for 100 Thieves and domination. Namor ban. Do you waste it, 100 Thieves? What do you do here, Uber?
I mean, you are protecting the Lunar Snow, so you are expecting probably Namor to get looked at here if 100 Thieves want to play anything that's like kind of upfront and aggressive. But because they themselves, they have to do it here, I think. It combos too well with Groot, and Groot just cannot really be looked at here through the pick ban. There's just not enough space for it. So, expect to see Groot here with that surf and turf combo we called it. Yeah, you don't want to risk it.
It's interesting to see SJP's rocket protected over something like the Wolverine. I thought for sure they were going to put Terra on the Wolverine, and 100 Thieves has been great with the Wolverine. They were actually one of the first teams to really innovate and show the potential that Wolverine had, where a lot of people had written the character off when it was released.
I think they're saying we don't want to play against a Star-Lord. We respect your Star-Lords on Shroud-X. And on the other side, we want to enable Terra. Give him the infinite ammo on the Winter Soldier. Let him drop most damage in the lobby. If you try to get rid of our Winter Soldier, he could still flex over to Punisher. With that said, map number 1, your North America final for week 5. It's Rivals Fight Night. On the mic, you got Puckett, your host. But right now, it's Uber and Jake.
And we're heading in just a moment. Again, to the start of the series, 100 Thieves did not get up to the start they were looking for last week, but a bit of a DC made things uncomfortable for them this time, though. In theory, it's an even playing field. Both sides, of course, looking to lean into the Groot a little bit now. I don't think we're going to be seeing Jeff Fidelity quickly switching, and of course can catch up with this Lunar Snow. We will have Doom coming here on this Star-Lord.
Yeah, it's curious to me to see Star-Lord being played here without any team-ups. I would have thought maybe something else would be a more popular choice. But I guess with the Wolverine ban, there's not so many options for playing this flanker. Already, Shroud-X off to a decent position in the team fight. Both teams just getting this initial trade of skills, but Fidel finds one onto Vinny, an uncharacteristic mistake from the Groot. The rest of 100 Thieves not ready for that push-up. And Shroud-X happy to capitalize. This is what they did last week. Every time they get an advantage, they just run you over, clean you off the map.
I mean, odd there, because TTK gives a bubble to Terra, but as they're retreating, so Terra's not actually able to apply this like free pressure with the blaster flurry. Actually ends up just sort of going in and then eventually being forced to jump away, which left Vinny out at sea a little bit there. You're right, uncharacteristic. It's not the opener we expect to see, but it is a little bit like what we saw last time. And this Shroud-X team are already warmed up. They're ready to rumble here, and they've been cooking. They have a lot to prove against the team, or rather against the team who's been considered top in this region for so long, and they're wasting no time in getting the fight started. Here, though, of course, you'll have your Lunar Snow ultimates in play. Not going to throw the first down.
Yeah, and they're traded out for now. 100 Thieves going to be happy with how the fight has gone. Opportunity to pop a legendary. Meteor M response available. Doom has already found one, though. Getting a surprising amount of work done here. And TTK didn't have the Meteor M on the other side. So response from Shroud-X was available, but not the other way. Terra not getting any connection, and already Shroud-X off to a huge advantage in the round.
They're beautifully done, and I just think Terra's not ready there for this Galactic Legend. They have that ultimate up. They do pop it, but Doom is too far above them. Terra does not have the time to, get air, so to speak. They're actually stuck on the ground and have to ult from there, which is really awkward. So Shroud-X, Jacob being rewarded for being proactive here and looking to achieve their win conditions first and as early as possible. I really enjoyed how they played that fight. Impunity also has a Strangling Prison available now. 100 Thieves have got to win this fight, but God, they've lost Terra already.
I mean, things are just falling apart here for 100 Thieves. This is a very weak start. They're grabbed by the Strangling Prison. Now a big ult dump, though, comes through from 100 Thieves. It's going to just be an overwhelming amount of resources to be brought to bear. Shroud-X just don't have the tools to answer this, but they are going to get to nearly 99%. Maybe actually are going to get 99. Extremely close here. And that's an expensive retake for 100 Thieves. That pickoff from Vision forces, I think, an over-response in terms of ultimates.
Okay. What an interesting game state here. Delena obviously having their Hela band out. Going over the Winter Soldier, which is, again, something we've normally seen Terra actually on. But this is the comp the 100 Thieves sort of have to play. Shroud-X also have a pretty respectable combination of abilities in this next fight, with the Fate of Both Worlds copied and a Kraken impact of their own here from Vision. Can he get good biotic arm connections? That's what he's looking for. Vinny here. Obviously the front liner on this Groot now. Wanting to try and push up, but takes a ton of damage. It's going to be Rejuvenation Domain popped here for Shroud-X as they take a faceful back in response. It is respectable output in general from 100 Thieves. And here comes that Kraken impact now. It's time to go. Harvey's clones get removed. No resets here yet for Vision because there's too much healing.
Loki's got to stay alive for 100 Thieves. They don't have a second strategist ultimate until he gets that online. Both legendaries pop dueling, but the Meteor M making the difference. Dogman is holding on to his own Meteor M, and somehow Doom wins that trade. Much better piloting there on the Star-Lord. Copied ult from Loki, but will it be enough?
Oh, dude, so sick there. That was amazing. Abuses a third person being able to see around the corner and then whips that corner quickly to make sure Terry doesn't have a chance to respond. Remember, it's all about the quicker trigger finger in that battle between Star-Lords. Shroud-X, that was not close at all.
this is a little bit worrisome for 100 Thieves. I mean, I'm also kind of question the hero picks here. Terra has been the best winter soldier in NA. Maybe Doomed competes for that title, but Terra has been phenomenal, like just a difference maker on the winter soldier. But on the Star-Lord, I haven't seen so much of him from him. Same for Delana. I mean, these two duelists, it just feels awkward for them. Maybe the Hella ban really does put 100 Thieves in a bit of an awkward spot.
Delana's looks fine, right? The issue has been Terra on this Star-Lord. They've not been able to find those final blows when they needed them.
I mean, 13-1 to 0-3. That's a brutal stat gap. And I mean, it does come from the fact that Shroud-X is just winning a lot of these team fights so aggressively, so decisively. But 100 Thieves off to a slow start. And I mean, you know, you could say, hey, you're not warmed up, but they've been scrimming. They've had the time to prep for this match.
Oh, they've got no reason not to come out. Well, the gate's looking strong at this point. They are second up. They have the privilege of defending their title. Shroud-X again, throwing it back. Last time, we did also see Shroud-X get off to a great start here, but there's much more to be done. You really don't want to get ahead of yourselves here against the Thieves. Shroud-X have really learned their lesson now. They've played maximum Marvel Rivals tonight so far. Here's Vision. Oh, good biotic arm. Nicely done. Terra also low, but crucially, Vinny's out of the picture and Kraken Impact now to follow it up here. Shroud-X, no prisoners being taken, no quarter being offered. These guys mean business.
Yeah, they don't want to go through that next choke point, though. They're going to take the kill with the Kraken Impact. Going to go back and take the cap as well. Now see if they're able to retake this high ground. 100 Thieves at least have a bit of a position on the map here, so they won't have to fully retake through the choke points. Doomed, getting a lot of pressure from that Blaster Barrage, though. Very difficult. 100 Thieves is just kind of falling to pieces so far in map 1.
Yeah, the amount of hitting pressure is insane. Doomed is getting so much done, and I think he probably wants to try and pop that Galactic Legend as soon as 100 Thieves move out into the open properly. That's ballsy. Very aggressive. Doomed has been out of force, though. They've faded both worlds at least. They hold on to this Galactic Legend and look for a chance to actually make use of it here as all of 100 Thieves drop to the point. There was SJP being forced to ult now, though. Timing decent for Doomed. Of course, Meteor M soaking up a fair bit of that Galactic Legend damage. Doomed doesn't get any kills off it.
100 Thieves fighting this one quite a bit better, stabilizing on the point. There's not much left in the bank for Shroud-X. And 100 Thieves are going to be able to get this flip without using too many of their ultimates. So they put themselves in a decent spot to win the round, but they've still got to clean up a few more stragglers from Shroud-X. Doom doing a fantastic job with the heals, flying around, wasting a lot of time here, getting a bit of extra percentage for the squad. But Impunity strikes back onto Terra, so already Shroud-X is going to have a momentary power play. Maybe Star-Lord is going to be able to get back into the fight quickly. But without the Star-Lord, it's hard to take these frontal brawls into the choke point. Typically, you want to put the Magneto bubble in. You want to send him in and, you know, force some of those early skills off. But Shroud-X are going to be able to walk out onto the point pretty confidently.
Again, I mean, how do Thieves have so much to work with still, though? They've got the nasty combo, of course, the Groot and Winter Soldier set up here. And Vision goes down already. So Galactic Legend here getting value as Shroud-X find themselves without any of those sort of impactful strategist ultimates. Terra wants to come forward, but again, job already done. You're happy to take that one kill and elongate your time on the point.
Nuck, very close to that copy. Would love to have an extra dance floor. It's going to be a heavy trade of strategist ultimates in this next team fight. A key difference maker will be the Kraken Impact. Can either team find those eliminations with the execute through the support ult? That's going to be the difference maker. If you can get that done, you can likely get yourself the edge in this fight. But of course, both teams aware of the threat.
All right, once again, get ready for a Lunaso ultimate in play. Harvey copying. Okay, he'll be frozen up here for a moment. No opportunity here to punish that, but Nuck is going to have the fate of both worlds. Now, Shroud-X need to get to work here. Notice Dooms here working on the periphery, but there'll be another Lunaso ultimate to deal with now. Cane of Alders comes through. Here's the Galactic Legend now. Nice little prison, and there's the combo. Vision delivers the second half of that coup de grace. 5 big eliminations there. Impunity will still the ace, but I think the message has surely been delivered.
That was a nasty combo. The strangling prison. And that was close, though. 100 Thieves, they switched their dance floor to damage mode, trying to burst through the enemy Luna Snow ultimate, but they were just short of hitting the elimination threshold. And what a pickup from Vision. Just collapse onto Delana right there.
And that's going to buy you another 10% at least, Jake. This is Shroud-X now, looking to get even, looking to get into the lead here. And awkward for 100 Thieves, who unfortunately have to walk out of the spawn through some of these chokes. They're able to get up to the high ground, but now they've got to get to the point quickly, and Shroud-X are here to slow them down. Top tier kid wants to get forward here, but doesn't really know what direction he ought to be heading in. Decent poke damage now, and of course, a Meteor M that would answer any ultimate from Doom, but that's not really on deck. 94% and counting. Thieves are going to be allowed to move out into the open, Jake.
Vinny is so low, getting saved by the supports. That regeneration domain gonna stabilize things for the moment on the point. Shroud-X, Fidel still holding on to that dance floor from Luna Snow. Both teams would love to be the first to force the other to pop the support ultimate, but neither are yielding just yet. 100 Thieves with a bit more ultimates, and it's Shroud-X who have to pull the trigger first, so a slight advantage here to 100 Thieves in what could be the final fight.
All right, a lot to work with there for Shroud-X. Here comes the prison now. Vision trying to drop on in big connection here with that Kraken impact, but no eliminations. Dogman's hoping to get somebody, give some resets over to his Winter Soldier, but instead Vision's gonna fall while he was waiting for an opportunity to have some more Kraken impacts at it. So 100 Thieves are gonna have to spend everything here to stay in the game. Shroud-X were able to flip the point back earlier, so now they can try and draw some more of these legendaries out of 100 Thieves, right? Force them to spend everything and then try and come back in for one, maybe two more fights.
Shroud-X, they've got to die on point here. It's gonna be the full reset. But these kills are going to come potentially late. 100 Thieves see a chance here. If they can draw some more blood, get some more cleanups, it's going to be a difficult retake. I wonder if you even need to go Doctor Strange. This is a very tight call. Dongmin is going to go for the Strange. So they're going to have one last fight here. Very few ultimates. Going to be hard for Shroud-X to just get into this fight decently. I mean, coming through the portal is a nasty choke.
Again, though, no Loki ultimate up here for Harvey, at least. Rejuvenation domain popped very early. Terra tries to go in over the top with the blaster barrage, but will eventually head back to his side of the map. Walls in front of Vision. Looking for a bionic arm connection. Pull someone out of position. No purchase just yet. Dongmin goes a little bit low here, but that shield is going to be handy. Oh, the prison comes in. Oh, buddy, it's deadly. Deleta flattens them. Another 5 in a blink of an eye. There's nobody left to look at. 100 Thieves even things up on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, it's a nice team fight. A few ultimate pops to secure things. And so 100 Thieves, after a lackluster round 1, they force a round 3 on Frozen Airfield. They've kind of warmed up, it seems, from that opener.
I mean, I'm loving that last round. That was huge. 100 Thieves as well had to win a pretty tough fight to come back, but I'm telling you, the group combination with that Winter Soldier, even more powerful potentially than what Namor can offer in that same situation. Spaghetti and meatballs? Anybody? That's what it feels like anyway.
I got to give a lot of credit to Harvey and SJP. I mean, you don't often see the difference that these strategists make in the kill feed, but it's critical that 100 Thieves are more often than not getting the better later support ults. When those strategist ults come out first, you kind of know that, okay, well, once all the strategist ults come to a close, we're going to have 1 or 2 extra seconds to be able to free fire onto you before ours do. And I mean, that little tactical advantage is enough for these top teams to win decisively. And it feels like when it's an even trade, more often than not, it's 100 Thieves able to hold those ults just a little bit longer.
All right, a decide around here on Hell's Heaven. Nice to see 100 Thieves get into the game in a big way, despite Terra having a slow start. They're able to be a big part of the game on that Super Soldier lab. Here we go. Going to be the same starts to this fight. Blaster barrages from both of those Star Lords. Backed up. Oh, never mind. We're going to skip straight to the good part. I see. Meteor M, though, in responsive for TDK. Look at it. 65, 75. A big charge up there. Still some Galactic Legend time left, but a great counter to that enemy ultimate. Doom going to come in over the top, though, as well. Oh, it's deadly. The combo, it always seems to be the Kraken impact that has the shock and awe factor, as Shroud-X were not satisfied with letting Doom get shut out of that fight.
Yeah, nice focus fire, and a few ultimates even came out from 100 Thieves. Shroud-X, I liked it. They just rip ults right off the bat in that team fight. They know they're coming into this round with ultimate advantage, so any kind of long, slow fight is just going to favor 100 Thieves. They have more ultimates to charge up, and so I think moving incredibly quickly was exactly the right move and a great read there from Doom.
Love to see that. Great time as well to get your team in an early lead. 100 Thieves also spending pretty heavily in that last fight. Doom was able to build 50% of his next Galactic Legend in that very same fight, which is terrifying stuff. Doom had already capitalized, I think, on everybody being clumped together. Now looking to try and control those flank angles a little bit, as 100 Thieves are looking for another approach. A blaster barrage over the top already. We are ready to go for another ultimate. Oh, Terra's trying to get away desperately. Doomed thanks to the close shade. And now this buys more time for Shroud-X, but no knockouts off the back of that. Shroud-X looking for a player advantage here if they can get it, but now they've got to play defensively against this enemy Star-Lord.
Response, Meteor M, held by Dongmin, able to put damage down, follow up as well onto the Lena. That's the opening they needed, but it's fired right back by Vinny. Teams 5-on-5, Winter Soldiers off the table. Now Shroud-X trying to push forward, trying to bully 100 Thieves back off the point. They're holding strong. They're continuing to fight this out. Forced into that support ultimate now.
60% counting. Awkward time for the Battlefield to change there as well. It looked like some of the reinforcements for the Thieves got cut off. SJP able to get that ultimate in play. Nuck does the same, though, of course, copying one of them himself. Okay, and we're going to go. Harvey's going to go for a Fate of Both Worlds as well. So we've had back-to-back Lunar Snow ultimates for both sides now. And there's Dongmin going very, very low. Brought down. Delena's able to find those resets, pressuring that high ground. The Loki clones need to be dealt with, apparently. Shroud-X, though, happy to let this one drag out here. They've got to feel a little bit sore after losing the 4 Lunar Snow ultimate fight, but they've got themselves 86% and change.
It's just stall now for Shroud-X. They try to delay for a couple more seconds of percentage. 90%, pretty decent. They've already ripped the Strange Portal, though. I'm not sure about this one. They still have some respawners coming up. Yeah, they are just going to take the conventional approach to point. Ultimate status relatively even. Copy, though, for Shroud-X. Yeah, timing out now.
Still though,
Duelist ultimates, though. I mean, we've seen how good this Kraken impact can be. This could be the opener that Shroud-X need.
And Nuck was able to build 40% like throughout that ultimate. Galactic Legend over the top here. Delana looks like they were the initial target, but this will be staved off by a Rejuvenation Domain. Terra going to make use of that ultimate as well. So we have both Star-Lord abilities being used. Like you mentioned, keep your eye on the Duelist ultimates. It's almost time for another wave of Kraken impacts here from Vision. Oh, the combo. Yep. Okay. Strangling Thorns is going to be there rather than the prison. Track everybody in. As Vision drops down, this has got to be it. Shroud-X now going to take control of the point. And that ultimate from Harvey, unfortunately, not enough to save them here. Shroud-X with the map on the line are 10% away.
TTK onto the Strange. Desperation Portal. I think he's got just enough time to make it. It's going to be very awkward. Position is weird. They come in, though, with that Lunar Snow ultimate dance floor. Responded, though, by Shroud. So they're still in this. Very much a fight on the point. Delana has that Kraken impact, needs to find pickoffs, needs to be the difference maker, but already Shroud-X have found one.
Yeah, that's big. Delana going down second there as well. They went down with their Kraken impact. No chance to make use of it there. And it ends up being a pretty decisive end to the round for Shroud-X. And, oh, a couple times, Jake, Vinny and Delana weren't able to get those ultimates synced up. Sometimes we were just seeing random strangling prisons. And sometimes the follow-up was okay, but the inner frozen airfield, there was not that combo between Bucky and Groot that really can blow these fights wide open, even up against all that healing.
This is such a critical map win for Shroud-X because as much as, yes, it was a close series the last week in Rivals Fight Night when these two teams faced off, in the end, you got to remember the last 3 maps they played, 100 Thieves won. That's the nature of the reverse sweep. And so for Shroud-X, they're kind of breaking the back of some of that momentum, if any was carried over from last week. Doomed and Vision putting up big stats here on map 1.
I mean, and like all this damage output from Terra, it's been really good. But securing those final hits is such a crucial part of the game plan here. And unfortunately, Terra's just not able to do that. Not with ultimates, not, outside of that either. Doom's able to outdo them in terms of damage, a very respectable 35,000, but also, like, mate, the timing, being able to find opportunities, Puckett, to make use of that Galactic Legend when there aren't any of those Lunar Snow ultimates available.
It was a fun one, and I feel like we've seen this story before. Round 3, domination, Shroud-X goes up, 100 Thieves reverse sweeps. It's not happening this time around, though. This is a different story. They're rewriting history, Uber. One map at a time. Impunity. He stayed in the game the whole time. There's no lagging out on the other side for Vinny. It was a safe game. Everything's fair. Shroud-X is winning clean.
You guys, if you're 100 Thieves right now, do you take us once again to Havdajalia? Do you still have the confidence in that map? I mean, you got rocked in game 2 in the last series on Havdajalia. You got full held, crushed by Shroud-X. That's what put them up 2-0 in the series in the first place. Maybe there's just another map pick you take and say, like, let's just simplify this. Let's go to Yggdrasil Path where we'd sort of turn the series around, feels more comfortable. But in fairness, there's a reason they picked it. It must be one of their best maps if they do pick it after a loss.
The idea about how to play Havdajalia, though, seemed off, or at least an outdated strategy that Shroud-X were able to really punish. They just kept forcing themselves through the same choke, man. Like, it looked so odd as like your first map that you're picking in the series, and you look so horrendous on it. I don't know, 100 Thieves maybe just weren't as good at it as they thought. I want to see it again because I want to see them go back, look at the tape, and realize what went wrong, because it feels, Puckett, banging their head against a brick wall over and over again on that map.
Yeah. It's got to be frustrating. I don't want to see another domination. I feel like play a long game. You already have the mental edge over 100 Thieves. Are you able to full hold them on anything? You know you have to attack first. So I think just keep the gas pedal down if you can. 100 Thieves, we'll see what they've got for us. Before we jump into this game, though, I want to give a shout out to all the players. We have a bunch of people co-streaming tonight. Our players are live streaming as well. And while we talk about that, let's actually turn our attention to the highlights. Uber, you mentioned it. Taken to the sky, the Galactic Legends, when they did hit, huge impact. But so many times these strategists were able to counter.
Yeah, I mean, the trick here with Star-Lord Puckett is getting up into the air with your shift first, right? And you notice the problem for Terra there. They didn't have the window to do that because they're being altered. Right? They have to pop their own Galactic Legend to try and fight against Doomed. But if they do that, they can't get into the sky to have good sight lines. So they're stuck on the ground. They do pop their ultimate and they die with it. That's pretty average stuff. Here you can see the group combo. It's really effective. Very, very powerful. If there are any situations where like you have a lunar ultimate and you can damage boost that combo, it'll cut through healing pretty massively. So there are some fights in where like even if you have 42,000 lunar ultimates, it doesn't save you. You need to hold on to your rejuvenation domain for this combo. You have to have it. If you get Strangling Prison and then you see that Kraken impact come down, you lose. I mean, unless like maybe you play Adam Warlock and soul bond it, but it's still bad because so many people get caught by it. So many people take that damage, and there's not many ways to have that invulnerability. Your Loki lamps, we'll call them, need to be on point.
Yeah, and we kind of saw a lot of times Magneto just comes out just trying to force utility, right? He's like, let's get that out from Loki. Let's get it out of the way. I used my meteor. Okay, now Groot set up. Let's finish it here with the Winter Soldier. Jake, I don't think we're seeing one of those two in the next map. We're going to Shin Shibuya. If you're just joining us, this is going to be a map where you need to go, take the point, unlock it. Then you're going to take your little crab car all the way to the finish line. Will we get there? It's time to find out. Before we get to it, though, Jake, thoughts on the choice here from 100 Thieves?
I don't hate the map choice. I think for them, it's like whatever they're prescribing, whatever they're comfortable. Honestly, I wouldn't really be worried about any map that they pick. What I am worried about and focused on in map 2 is the way that they play this ban protect phase. I think they protected the rocket last round, and I mean, they didn't play any rocket.
Didn't use it.
Yeah, so, and like in theory, I think like if Shroud-X is going to open with the Hela ban, that should expose them to getting a Wolverine protected. And I think 100 Thieves should want that. I mean, Shroud-X has shown that they don't want it. They want to avoid Wolverine wherever possible. But if you don't ban it first, I feel like 100 Thieves should at least protect it to introduce the possibility. However, I don't think it's that good on Shin Shibuya. So this map pick maybe says that they want to just double down. I mean, maybe they actually deploy the rocket in this game.
Awesome
maybe
job
they do bring it up.
By our production team. You can follow along with us. If you missed the earlier games, don't worry. We got the previous ban and protects right below the team name. But now it's time to go live. 100 Thieves say, we don't want that much Star-Lord. You can play him some, but no cocoons. On the other side, Shroud-X says, we're not dealing with Delena's. Hela do not want to deal with headshots. What do you do if you're 100 Thieves? What are we protecting? Winter Soldier?
I mean, you might try and get your Winter Soldier combo, right? You might again look to try and Oh wow!
It is the Wolverine.
That's
Jake called it.
I like this look more. I think this should be comfortable for 100 Thieves. The question is it actually good on Shin Shibuya? I'm a little skeptical on this map. It's particularly long range. There's a lot of opportunities for somebody like Winter Soldier to like hook you or shut you down.
All the difference.
He's not coming out on point 1, I would assume. It's pretty hard to break in against a stalwart defense. We'll see what's happening because 100 Thieves are on the attack first. I believe that's how it always works. If you choose the map, you attack first. Let's jump into the map set. Hell's Heaven locked up by Shroud as they were able to get it done in a round 3. It's now 100 Thieves' opportunity to tie up our match. It's a best of 5. First to 3 wins takes home $1,000. Uber, take it away.
All right. Yeah, money match here. Something we haven't talked about too much because we've been so obsessed with some of our just narratives, seeing these top 3 teams in NA throw down. Now, Wolverine is still an option because you can, I mean, with Groot banned, you're very likely to see Strange, especially for the attack side. TP behind, set up a portal, and try and see if you can use the Wolverine to dig people out of rotation. Now, I also think the Thing is a very reasonable inclusion here, especially defensively. If there's a choke, Vinny can control that really well, of course, and having the mobility to jump back and forth between Magneto and, you know, the backline here of 100 Thieves. Also, Clobbering Time, really powerful, disruptive ultimate, Jake.
And we've seen the combo in particular of Winter Soldier and Wolverine, right? So insane when you get the Kraken impact and then Wolverine is pulling people away. It's so easy to secure those executions. On the other side, though, it's going to be Doomed taking on Star-Lord with no team-ups, not much support in the direct sense.
And there's Vinny, absolute sponge, just soaking up a lot of this damage here. Trying to create some of that space in the front line. Again, as soon as you hit one of those stomps, it's almost a guaranteed elimination. It shuts down all of the enemy's mobility, virtually stuns them for a window. Look at the poke coming in. This is a lot to handle. Impunity eventually falls. The defensive thing just not able to hold up under this kind of scrutiny. And TTK done a great job making this space. Vinny was returning to the front line now with full health, ready to go ham on the enemy backline.
Yeah, and the threat from Wolverine, huge there. It's really challenging to be able to play the thing into somebody like Wolverine who, you know, you want to get up there, you want to trade at melee range. Well, good luck against Wolverine. They are going to go for the TP back in. Shroud-X wants to get the re-engage. Terra, though, making mid-speed of his opponents on the point.
Well, Nuck trying to TP away there. Good healing came through. Impunity does go down here. Not quite a full count for 100 Thieves, but should be there in just a moment because there's nothing to really shut down Terra here. And they are full rage, going absolutely ham. Also, cheeky little team up, by the way, with things. So you can yeet the Wolverine around the map in a pinch, which honestly, for some parts of this next phase, could be relevant. There's some high ground that you want to try and take and not necessarily easy access unless you break the map up to get Wolverine up there.
Yeah, it's a great point. It kind of mitigates some of the issues I was talking about with the long-range nature of the map. That thing team up allows you to maybe get into the flank and just be this issue. Terra, masterful on the Wolverine, really knows how to push the character to his limits. Was one of the first players to show me, at least in particular, wow, this can work. This can be a top-tier strategy. Doomed over the top, though, with that Galactic Legend. So far mitigated by the regeneration domain and not much follow-up from the squad. Looks pretty lackluster here.
Yeah, like what is the plan here for Doomed? I'm not sure. It's very telegraphed and pretty obvious. Last stand is available though for the Wolverine. Look out for it. Here comes the Kraken impact. Delena drops in, applies the debuff to 2 players, but Impunity and Fidel are unlikely to be low enough for there to be any resets. There goes Delena looking to go in. Picked off though by Vision. Great defensive looks here for Shroud-X, at least early in the fight. And that's big. That is going to be a copied Lunaso ultimate committed alongside a Kraken impact for very little gain for the Thieves.
Yeah, Shroud-X going to be feeling pretty good about the stabilization. This should theoretically be a part of the map where this Star-Lord on the off-angle high ground, pretty awkward to deal with, can put a lot of pressure down on the front line.
Vinny hoping just to land some kind of stun, but Fidel goes very, very low there. Looks like a big one from Vinny as he goes in. TTK stunned up briefly now. Okay, here comes a Kraken impact, thrown on in. Impunity goes very, very low, just trying to hold up in the front line for the defenders now, as SJP has had to go for an ultimate. Vinny now, confident enough to use the Ancestry charge to come forward, but just really closes the gap. And now that Lunar Snow ultimate has expired, this is scary. Doom coming back now with yet another Galactic Legend. Impunity and Doom go to work. The defenders might be able to hold up the Thieves once more here, and now the Star-Lord is looking a little scarier.
And Doomed is just so quick to charge up this ultimate. Sometimes he's just ripping it so that he can start building up the next one, draining some key resources. Nice tracking to clean up SJP on the escape. And that's further going to reset the Thieves. Wolverine looked pretty good on first, cracked it open very quickly. Now, some questions opening. Does it work? Are they able to clear all these high ground positions? Loki looks very comfortable right now on the defense for Shroud-X.
Doom looking to back on out there. But again, 2 minutes 47. A lot to work with. A very fast first point attack, at least as far as Shin Shibuya is concerned. Keep 100 Thieves. But look at the respect they're paying towards that charge from the thing. In, though, goes Dude. It's a little bit awkward, but over the top. Then we're going to have a blaster barrage. That rejuvenation domain, excuse me, has been cleared out. Fatal Earth World's coming in from 100 Thieves. Meteor M at the ready now. Doomed. Got to be wary of that if they want to come in with an ultimate. And Fidel somehow just deals with Terror. So awkward. The Wolverine tip of the spear for 100 Thieves. Adamantium as it is snapped early into the fight. SJP has to now go for a more defensive fate of both worlds, whilst Impunity is surrounded by foes. In goes Vision. Looking for those resets, but able to find some damage now as Doom stunned up is taken down by Harvey.
Clobber in time gets the lockdown though for the Thieves, and now the Kraken impact from Delena coming in over the top, getting that final cleanup, and it's taken long enough, but eventually they're going to break this hold on the cart. They're going to move it closer to that second checkpoint. Shroud-X are going to get the chance to respawn, reassert themselves on the map, but 100 Thieves have managed their ult bank well. They've got a couple powerful options here, notably the Meteor M, so they're ready to respond to Doom's ulti.
And that's something that Doom's aware of. Just didn't have his ulti online in the previous fight, so couldn't try and abuse the window where a Meteor wasn't available. Okay, last barrage in. And just a little lick of damage. It's really just... Oh, SJP's got to be quick here. Great rejuvenation made. And there's the Meteor M. So, yes, Star-Lord shut down. TTK hoping that was enough to deal with Doom, who still seems to be quite the nuisance flying over the top of them as Terra has to return back to base, so to speak. Should be a Fate of Both Worlds in play in just a moment now. So we heard a Harvey dupe that ultimate. In come the 100 Thieves. Doom is looking to find someone who's not being affected by this overpowered level of healing. And SJP was for a moment. Clobbering Time was committed to the fight there for impunity, excuse me. But the healing's too good. Shroud-X now with only 5 players. They did lose Nuck. Do have Bedell's ultimate to make use of. They're coming forward, but Thieves with still 2 healers in play are able to cover up the damage.
Doom is also holding the cart this whole time, denying some of the progress, allowing the rest of Shroud-X to play passively and get their ults off. Now Nuck comes in with the copy. Doom finally is shut down. The Thieves have a dance floor of their own, so they're going to continue to fight this out. But Shroud-X this close to their spawn, they're not going to give this up. They're going to continue brawling until they're absolutely out of gas. They've got to stay on the cart, though. Very little margin for error. Dongmin, Meteor M over the top, rejuvenation to Nane, keeping people alive, but still, Dongmin finds Delena. 100 Thieves can't afford to lose many this far from their own spawn.
It's going to be a huge ultimate from Doom going in. Blasted barrage, good damage. Can they find the elimination, though? Terra has gone down. You have to think Shroud-X are going to be favored here. Vinny's going to be a little bit low, and Vision is getting all the resets that they need. And there's no chance for the Thieves to come back in for a portal. Delena off respawn won't be able to touch in time, and that's a big deal. A stop like this on Shinshibuya, hard as the map is, Jake, it sets up a real win condition for Shroud-X now. They need a good first point fight, but after that, it's all on the table for them.
That second point cap, I think, is a very real bellwether, where if you can get it over second point, you get it decently into third, you feel pretty good about your odds on defense. But if you can't get it across that critical line, it's scary. It's not an enviable spot to be. That first hold is always a possibility, though. So it's definitely something the 100 Thieves are going to be focused on, how they can get the best possible first defense hold. I'm curious to see how Terra plays this. I think this will be instructive for the folks at home. So Wolverine enjoyers may be in the audience. How does he play this? How does he look to be on the defense? Because, of course, Wolverine, naturally such an aggressive duelist. On defense, though, you got to be tactical. You got to pick and choose your battles.
And look, and just a really relevant question that you were asking, Jake, is Wolverine good on this map? So often, Terra looked like they had trouble getting in, or at least getting out with the intended target. There's one thing just to, feral leap on in, but I don't know if we saw any hugely impactful last stands, right? I feel like the combos to look for was still centered around that Kraken impact.
Yeah, definitely a lot to think about as well with the thing in play. I mean, there is that team up for Wolverine, but there's also the threat of all the movement lockdown that Wolverine potentially can struggle to deal with, whether clobbering time, that hard stun controls Wolverine, or the stomp denies some of his mobility. A lot to be worried about. Magneto Bubble is also, sort of the classic response to Wolverine. You just give the bubble to whoever gets grabbed, and they should be able to get out of trouble. That being said, I think more often than not, Shroud-X are going to use it aggressively onto the Star-Lord, try to, turn things in their favor. You don't want to be waiting for pure responsive play.
All right, slowly. Shroud-X just scaling up here. Getting through the choke pretty comfortably. Obviously, this inevitable thing fight in the front line is definitely drawing some excitement. Okay, Doom's over the top here. In a bit of an annoying spot, but has to commit fully.
He's going to do whatever he wants here. There's no one to respond to this. The question is, can they just ignore him enough? He's already forcing some response from the strategist, now coming over the top into the tank line, and the Thieves are getting a little bit battered, a little bit the worse for wear, but the strategists so far have kept everyone up admirably.
Yeah, I do think Doom, if he can just stretch the bandwidth thin of 100 Thieves, he's going to be happy with that, but the window was not enough. I mean, you have to go in and find this elimination. Heal pressure is one thing, but at this level, healers can, keep themselves alive and keep their front line also standing. So that was Terra, just eventually able to carve a player out of Shroud-X's formation.
Yeah, and that was the potentially difficult spot for the Thieves. Now they have a strategist ultimate online, that low-key copy for the Luna Snow, more than likely. Shroud-X trying to get Doomed once again into that position. Vision would love to find a pull, a pick off here of that main group formation, but he can't get the hook connection just yet.
Harvey and SJP both about to have their ultimates up, so 100 Thieves about to hit a real peak in terms of their durability. Same can be said of Shroud-X. So You'll see those Luminosity ultimates coming out, but Doom got picked off before the fight started. That's devastating. Now it's up to Vision to really put that damage out that's required, but right now, all he's able to do is keep the Thieves honest, keep them from pushing up and completely wiping this fight. Here, though, comes Snug. Nice little ultimate. Doesn't require too much other than getting in the right place as that Lunar Snow, and Dongmin goes down. Harvey's able to pick them up. Okay, big start. Looks like there was a pretty massive... I want to say it was a clobbering time, but it's unclear here. Terra might have caught them out, though, as well, with a big last stand. It does have an AoE impact, and 100 Thieves here now really starting to get rolling with this Wolverine.
They look pretty unshakable on this defense, really understanding the limit. So far, Shroud-X, despite having a lot of map control, have not been able to pressure. And honestly, it's been Delena consistently hooking in Doomed, keeping the threat onto this Star-Lord. We thought he'd be a little bit free and able to, shoot into the backline. But with that threat from the Winter Soldier, it's been more difficult for him to get the value he was hoping for.
Okay, 90 seconds here for Shroud-X. Still time to work with. We've seen teams finish this map in the dying seconds and still finish it entirely. So don't want to put them out of the fight yet. Doom is going to be back. This time has a Galactic Legend ready. Both things in the front line, trading fights. Dongmin trying to avoid the the two things as they create a lot of chaos around them. Here we go. Delaney goes in, able to find Vision. Meteor M, decent damage, but now going to be returned by TTK. Screened out by Dongmin for the most part. Kraken impact still at the ready for it. Delena has to make use of the last charge of it now as the reset was gained. Impunity affected by that debuff here, but never going to go long enough now. Good clobbering time catches the whole front line. Dongmin and Impunity were stunned up for a time, but Fidel is going to have that ultimate in play to heal both of the Vanguards back up. Now 100 Thieves have to ask themselves what they can lean on after the fact. Shroud-X are going to have a Loki ultimate. They're also going to be able to have Impunity clobbering time like this. This is pretty scary. Now the Thieves, 4 players stunned up. Terra frozen as well by the Lunar Snow, and in we go. Big charge for Impunity, knocking so many of them up into the air, and those health bars are getting a little lean on the Thieves side. Now not going to commit an ultimate. This has to be it for Shroud. If they don't win here, they're not going to win the map. 20 seconds left, and Terra's still able to come forward and find a kill. Not going to fall now. It's 100 Thieves weather the storm without any of those strategist ultimates, by the way. Brilliant stuff. The Wolverine here, the difference maker. And Shroud-X have nothing left.
I was worried after that offense. Doomed. Gonna go in for a touch, though. Hold on. This buys opportunity for a Strange Portal to come through. Could be a last chance effort here for Shroud-X. They're forced onto some real desperation picks, though. It's gonna be a very awkward fight, and just didn't have the portal off CD. Couldn't make it there regardless. And that's 100 Thieves, evening the scoreline, a full hold. And frankly, it was never that close. I mean, that first point was pretty much full dominance from them. That wasn't like a desperation retake to clutch it out. They just won every single fight for 4 minutes.
Oh, man. I gotta take a breath after that one. Again, we mentioned this, right? Despite a pretty anemic attack side from 100 Thieves after getting that first point, it was the fact they were able to cap first and then advance. And you can see why. Delena and Terra combining for 24 final hits. And yeah, you can bet that is way more than the entirety of what Shroud-X were able to put together. A deadly combo, the two of them. And this is another one of those maps where, like, Vision outputs a disgusting amount of damage. 32k is absurd. But the healing, SJP's 45k, Harvey's 40k. That is absurd amounts of durability that's being offered by your backline.
That's exactly the right place to highlight, Mitch. I think 100 Thieves, the backline is just unbreakable so far in the series. Harvey and SGP, constantly, I see them just getting the slightly better support ult traits. When the strategist ults come out, it's always 100 Thieves being just a beat later, just that couple seconds later, which means when they expire, they come in with the edge. They're better at those team fights. And the only way to actually do that is that your whole team needs to be playing clean. Nobody needs to be taking too much damage and force an early strategist ult out. I mean, one person steps out of line and gets bursted, and you need to pop the strategist hold. So across the board for the Thieves, I think they really understand the macro level of the game, and that's the reason they've been champions time and time again. It goes beyond the raw individual skill that of course they have. It's the team play, it's the read and the depth on the game that is consistently bringing them these crowns.
I mean, Terra, I owe you an apology. Sorry for the attacking. Wolved out. It can happen. Sorry.
An extra, so 100 Thieves do an extra 25,000 healing over Shroud-X. That basically just eliminates an entire duelist's worth of damage. I mean, that means that Shroud-X may have been playing 5v6. They may have been playing with like only one duelist. That is how massive that difference is. And we saw Shroud-X go in with 2 lunar ultimates, one from the Lunar, one from the Loki. 100 Thieves didn't have any. None. They still managed to outlast them. They still managed to out-heal them and win the game despite a ridiculous ult advantage that you should never be able to win out from. That to me is so astounding.
I see what you're putting down. 100 Thieves healers may be cheating, Jake. Let's check their PCs as we get ready for game number 3. We're going to the hall. Awesome stuff, by the way. Jake, what my favorite part of that game was Doomed. He had the hero play that wouldn't have gone acknowledged until you said something on that point 2 defense. He was stalling out the cart. A lot of people in chat saying, wow, I need to go back, watch that Star-Lord movement. He did everything he could on Star-Lord, but I feel like it was a comp difference. The strategists just were not falling for him.
I mean, the defense looks really immaculate from 100 Thieves. I think that's why they pick Shin Shibuya, is that they're just so confident in that defense. It looks really well practiced. Everybody knows where they need to stand. And they're even willing to let Shroud-X through the choke. They say, you know what? Traditionally, you see a lot of teams defend that choke point desperately, really holding on. 100 Thieves didn't do that at all. They're like comfortable sitting in the back of the point, playing the house, the Vanguard's holding strong, because they're just waiting for somebody to step up, somebody to make a mistake, and Terra to grab them with the Wolverine. And as much as Doomed is doing a lot of damage, for the most part, it's not getting followed up on. They're not able to actually convert into kills. Strategists are comfortable just tolerating all that pressure. They're not making any mistakes. They're very clean in that spot. They're going to build the strategist ultimates more quickly. And then when they do actually attack, it's very aggressive. It's off the back of Wolverine pulling somebody in, and it's really converting into kills.
All right, they don't want to deal with the Star-Lord cocoon. Adam Warlock gone once again. Shroud-X doesn't want to see Delena on the Hela. So now we're going to see for the 3rd time, Fidel will have their Luna Snow protected. No, this time, no more. We'll let 100 Thieves ban out Luna and see what they decide to protect on their own side. It's going to be Terra on the Wolverine once again, Jake.
This is Hall of Jalia.
Oh, Jalia.
So
okay.
They're going to take away the Namor team up. They don't want to deal with that threat.
Right.
This is another map where, I mean, I'm a little skeptical about the Wolverine. Maybe that team up with the Thing could mitigate it. It feels like it's very hard, especially on like first point, for a Wolverine to walk up on offense. It could be super, super difficult and awkward. The defense, though, maybe a little bit more solid, similar to Shin Shibuya. And there's also a thought for 100 Thieves that this Wolverine just really does change the game drastically from the last time you played against Shroud-X on Hall of Jalia and you were just unable to break through the choke point. Holding choke points that close against Wolverine is a really dangerous gambit.
Is the group ban to protect against the Gruten Slam coming in from Winter Soldier, or is that really just to avoid once you get taken by Wolverine getting boxed out?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's just, I mean, even the Wolverine ult combo with Groot ult. I mean, the Wolverine ult is actually just disgusting amount of damage. It's like basically one-hitting your team. So maybe they just feel like they don't want to deal with that extra threat, the extra movement control, and they know how good Vinny is on the character.
It's the Swing Game NA Grand Final. Can Shroud-X reclaim the lead? It's time to find out. This is their map pick.
God damn, we are getting some good Marvel Rivals tonight, Jake. I'm going to be real with you. That first series, incredible. This being a first to 3 here. I mean, the potential for this to go all the way, definitely still on the line. Shroud-X, of course, this defensive setup, they still want to try and work with the Thing. So, obviously, amazing at controlling these chokes, right? Obviously, alongside that Magneto, it will be hard for the Thieves to find a way in. And we combine this, of course, with, you know, what Vision and Doom have been able to provide so far. I'm glad to see a Venom here, but rarely do I feel like it can make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a traumatic spot here on Hall of the Jalia, 400 Thieves. So I think the big change up in comp is going to make this feel fresh and new for them. I love that from Doom, though, instantly attacking into the Venom. He does not want to 1v1 a Star-Lord. He wants to get a hard dive in. Now forced into the same angle as his teammates, though, so won't be able to get the flank. At the same time, not really a chokehold being attempted by Shroud-X. Vinny, focus fired, super low, has to pop that adaptive shield so quickly.
Yeah, again, and now, obviously, he doesn't have access to it for the moment, so needs to be a little bit careful. Just play around this health pack. He's at least gained some ground. So there's a station ground set up here now for the attackers. They're not stuck in the choke anymore. They're going to fight out on the point, though, and that's the scary prospect. Delena is a little bit low, but in they come. Nuck is taken down, and oh, so close to taking the other healer away. But I think you've done enough. You've forced Fidel out of the fight entirely. 100 Thieves this time. They've been working on their dry runs on the attack side of Hall of Jalia, apparently, because that was mighty clean.
Yeah, that was a real masterclass. You know, taking that first step dive, basically baiting the Venom in, taking a ton of aggro, using that distraction to just get your strategist through the choke, to take a position. And then when they hit for the real thing, when the actual dive comes in over the top, it's everybody hitting all at once. That's the threat that Venom brings, right? On his own, not a huge problem. But with the blaster barrage over the top, with more follow-up coming in from the strategist and from the Winter Soldier, it becomes a massive threat.
Okay. Made some decent progress here, of course. And bear in mind, yeah, force physics now are part of this game because both teams are on that invisible woman. Pretty important when you're trying to deal with a Doctor Strange, which Shroud-X have taken up. Terra, though, is able to take Doom down. They got pulled out of position, and you've got to respect that pick potential that Winter Soldier offers. Going fishing, bionic arm thrown in. Nothing caught off the back of that, though. And will be 100 Thieves wait out this invisible boundary. Impunity, though, does get root of Terra. A mad cannon out of nowhere, apparently.
Yeah, nice burst. Pull in on Dongman. He's under pressure, but gets the bubble from Magneto. She's going to be just fine for now. Looking for a connection here on the Doctor Strange ult. Of course, has to worry about that force physics from the opposition on the Thieves. Cart being held for the moment, so Venom definitely needs to find a way to get in for a dive here. I don't think 100 Thieves are going to be able to win the front-to-back trade against this double shield setup.
You might be right here. Dongmin, though, able to hold some ground. Now wants to push into the boundary just as it dissipates. So Vinny here in the front line. Dongmin might like to go forward, but I don't know if he's been tracking force physics like you mentioned, Jake. That's definitely something you've got to play around. Here we go. I have Ag. Connection was good on TTK at least, but now, yeah, the floodgates have opened. It's going to be Terra coming with a Kraken impact now. Good pressure down on Dongmin, who does have the debuff, and there's a reset. In we go for more. Terra's able to catch Doomed in Impunity, and that's perfect. I mean, you cannot ask for much more than that from your Winter Soldier. And so 100 Thieves will ungum the wheels and stay on the march.
And it's Terra back on the signature Winter Soldier. Shroud-X reeling, struggling to even make it out to the point. I think they have a strange portal, so they're going to be able to get onto the cart and take an engagement. Fidel immediately pops that invisible boundary, just needs the stabilization. Thieves are happy to get that ult out and back off, slow the fight down. Shroud-X would love to find a kill in this moment, though. 100 Thieves players dropping low.
I mean, Doom's Galactic Legend is really well timed here, Jake. There's no strategist ultimate to stave this off. None of those invisible boundaries available to you. Okay, Delena's going to try and reciprocate, though. Fidel did just fall on the side of Shroud-X, so not what to protect you against this now as Delena wants to come forward. Oh, buddy, it's open season here for the Star-Lord. Can set up on that high ground. Note that the payload, though, is stalled out a little bit in terms of their progress. This top-tier kid and Terra still coming back off respawn, so the fight ends up being a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, from the most part, a reset here. Those anti-gravity fields actually, I think, going to be kind of a boon for Shroud-X with a little bit lower mobility on their Vanguards. Going to be happy to be able to take high ground a little bit more easily. Nuck, see what he can get done here with the Cosmic Guard Amplifier. Impunity, though, opens onto Delena. Gets caught up again on the Star-Lord.
That is crazy. That's the second time Delena, I think, has been caught out by Impunity. Just a random mad cannon here that burst damage out of absolutely nowhere. Dongmin here wants to try and control that high ground without committing to it fully. I get it. Vinny! Oh, okay. Lucky timing there. Still, remember, you take damage when you are submerged. So you have to get that ultimate pop pretty quickly. But once again, Terra, man, has been the difference maker. On these Kraken impacts, Shroud-X are headed for the hills. And it's another fight won by the Winter Soldier. That'll get the Thieves another checkpoint.
These guys just don't take Terra off the Winter Soldier. This guy just delivers every single time. I mean, I guess he's pretty great at the Wolverine too, but such a huge gun in the arsenal for the Thieves. Delena gonna go over to the Psylocke, wants to get a little bit tricky here in these smoked out halls. Kind of like this look here. A little bit awkward sometimes for the strategist to deal with the flanker.
Yeah, it's also awful for Star-Lord, like on the attack side, to play into this part of the map, right? It's such a joke. It's just awkward to try and get through, try and wrap around. You don't have, like, you only have high ground ways to get behind them. You can't just, like, yeah, go to the left or the right and stay ground-borne and get around the enemy team. Right, nice little bionic arm connection there onto TTK, who won't be able to do too much as the invisible boundary does come in for SJP, but they've lost their frontliner. Again, see, Winter Soldier, it's crazy to me to think that on release, they were not quite as impactful as they are now, or not considered to be as strong, because I really feel like he's dictating the game.
Yeah, I think people have just really pushed the skill ceiling on this hero, really getting the most out of all the cooldowns, especially that hook, the huge pick threat it provides. Delena, though, has found himself to do a nice off angle, so it's going to get like one chance for a free burst on a strategist. But if he messes up, he's going to be forced out very quickly.
Here we go, behind the shield, trying to group up here with the dive. I like how 100 Thieves have brought these two heroes in to try and capitalize.
Into the fire.
Yeah, that doesn't get much worse than that, I think, if you're the 100 Thieves here. Dongman, though, does go down. Terra's been able to get a good little Kraken impact now, and this fight's going to be able to turn around. Again, you notice Vinny's able to dive back into the fray. Terra with essentially a team wipe there, and the cellular corrosion locking Shroud down.
Every single time Terra has ulted, he has team wiped Shroud-X in this map. I mean, that's just absurd how good this guy is on the Winter Soldier. The rest of the team following it up masterfully. Shroud-X has to make a hold here. You cannot give a full cap away on Hall of Jalia. That's too much to replicate on your offense.
Back we go again. Cart getting awfully close towards the end of the map. Doom's ultimate almost guaranteed to be countered out by TTK. Mark's going to just go for this healing ultimate right now. Okay. Galactic Legend comes in. TTK just pops the Meteor. Doom doesn't have much to do for the time being, so look for a way to wrap around. The damage is acceptable, but not much to be done here. Okay, Vinny looking a little bit low. Looking a little bit submissive back there, but Doom does not have the time to turn and deal with that right now. And maybe he should have, though, because Feast of the Abyss comes on in. Vinny looking extra healthy. His visible boundary, though, is in play right now for the attackers, and Doom has to respect this now. You got to go forward with the dance of the butterfly here. Vinny, very, very low, was able to pop that extra shield and to get out alive. Now the defenders are going to pop their Invisible Woman ultimate, and Delana falls. They've been getting picked off at the start of these fights a little too often, I think, for the Thieves liking. 100 team might have to regroup on this.
Terra almost has the ultimate, though. I won't count him out until this guy goes down. Is going to rip it here. Kraken Impact looking for somebody he thinks he can get a reset on. And there's the shutdown onto Vision once again. Terra unleashed. Another reset. Oh, he's taking them all home.
This is it. This is how the Thieves looking to get over the line now, Jake. Straight out the house we go. And again, the Winter Soldier's been a story of this game so far. I don't even want to see the final hits from Terra after that one round. It's got to be in the realm of like 15. Like, that is so insane for one half of Marvel Rivals.
4 for 4 on team wipes with his ultimate. I mean, literally every single time he's ulted in this map, he's team wiped them. He's just
you don't do that, Jake?
On the Winter Soldier. That's actually, it's exactly how it looks when I play Winter Soldier. Bucket.
I figured,
it might be in the game. Maybe I came through a time portal.
Thank you for your VOD. We appreciate you.
Man, I mean, it's out of hand, right? And you start in the thing now. Shroud-X, as good as they've been.
20.
Oh my god!
What the hell?
I don't think I've ever seen that after one half of Marvel. I've never seen that after one half.
That is heinous.
Yo, Doomed has
actually
3.
beyond up. That is so messed up.
17k damage. 24 final. All right, everybody on the 100 Thieves better bow down to Terra. This guy is the God King.
I don't know, man.
This, like, how do you beat that? How do you beat these? Bro's got 24 final blows.
And you're not,
Again.
you're not comboing this ultimate, by the way, with like Groot, which would make it way more sense. Like, you know, like it's easy to hit like multiple people with the debuff and get like mass resets when you hit 4 people straight up with the first one. But that's not happening at all. Maybe there's follow-up here with Vinny, right? Maybe, but I don't think on a dime Terra's been doing that necessarily. It's just the most disgusting Winter Soldier gap I've ever seen.
I mean, it's really interesting. You think about the dive we saw in the last series from FlyQuest, fell flat, looked like it just doesn't work, isn't viable. And now the Thieves playing the Venom, the Star-Lord, bringing out the dives of their own, and they're a lot more explosive, a lot more consistent at finding those connections. There's levels to this.
So Shroud-X, they go for the portal from the backside. We saw them do this last week as well. It worked out beautifully, by the way. I don't think just did not have an answer to it. I hope they would have been ready for it this time around, having protocols to deal with this kind of flank play. So far, they've got good frontline pressure. Note that Impunity is struggling a little bit there. Will eventually be topped back up. Vision here wants to control this space, and they've done it quite well. So Thieves now have to play from a bit more of an awkward spot. And Delana, God, almost was the first pick and yet another fight. Thank God for him. Terry's been taking this game into his own hands. Nukdo going to come in with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Big damage here for Shroud-X, and that is not an exaggeration. They're going to be hitting very, very hard. Thieves already lose one. In goes the Venom here. And here, an opportunity for 100 Thieves to come forward, Jake. They've got the invisible boundary in play, and Terra shoots Nuck in the face, getting rid of the Rocket Raccoon.
May not be able to get any more resets. Now over the top is Doom with the legendary. Teleport comes in from Delana. Desperation swap to the Strange. I don't know if it'll be enough because Shroud-X is just dumping ults, trying to close out here on the point. Vinny does find one though, and taking down a strategist could be the beginning of something here. 100 Thieves with that TP, they're getting back in. Eye of Agamotto, huge stun though onto the backline. Dongmin shut down himself, but the rest of Shroud-X getting the cleanup. And with already 99% on the cap, it is going to be the cart opened up, starting to roll forward. That's what you needed to do. It's, I'd say, the bare minimum here for Shroud-X, but they're still alive on this map.
I mean, it looked a little bit dicey. You pointed it out. It was a Feast of the Abyss onto Fidel that obviously had the burst damage to take the Invisible Woman out of the game. And I thought Shroud-X might have been cooked on that attack side, but great recovery and a fantastic Eye of Agamotto to save them. I think Impunity also has a Meteor M, so both frontliners hit these big ultimates. And honestly, like, the Rocket Raccoon's been getting them a ton of value, and not only allowing them to reinforce that first player to drop, but the damage boost off the Seer. Very, very good. Delana Well, great ball walk. That was honestly, I give a purple heart to top tier kid for that one. That's next level. Did it on a controller, by the way, just to go.
TTK is so nice on Magneto when it comes to protecting his teammates. He really understands the Vanguard role. However, Delena losing that trade and being forced out costs a lot of resources, and Shroud-X, they're pouncing.
They're going for it now. They realize there's a bit of blood in the water now. Delena forced to back away. Now has at least developed that ultimate. In we go. Impunity down to half. Vinny's doing a good job keeping them busy, but needs big heals. And from the backside comes Dooms now with that Galactic Legend. Forced to reload Roster Stern as Terra often is. Gonna... What? What a headshot! That is crazy. It is not a hit scan weapon. I repeat, it is not guaranteed to hit those shots. Terra, man, this guy's something else.
He's just a monster, and that pickoff onto Doomed spells disaster for the attackers. They're gonna have to slow things down, reset, although they are back into the fight, taking the re-engage. Dance of the Butterflies into the backline from Delena, and there's no Stratus ult to deal with, so he's just pumping damage into the front line. The rest of the Thieves sense the opportunity, trying to get forward, trying to help get these cleanups. The tankiness though from Shroud-X is admirable.
Oh my god. Okay, Doomed gets drawn on in, has to try and get out. Meteor M's now going to be mirrored across the battlefield, but in goes Vinny once more. Feast of the Abyss going to be used, and probably wasn't necessary because Terra's going to do that thing they do and they kill everybody over and over again. That's 5. If my math is correct.
Pretty sure our obs team could go AFK on the Terra cam, and we'd be all right. It might actually kind of work out this map.
Wow, AI really taking over already. That's crazy. That would be crazy, man. But again, I want to see that third person, excuse me. And so many of these bionic hooks, Jake, have been the difference makers, right? Just pulling people out of position. Got even hitting on a Star-Lord every now and then. Doesn't matter who he finds. It's almost guaranteed to be a big elimination. Here comes Doom again.
Doom's gonna die to Terra when he pops ult. I just feel like it's gonna happen.
Oh, they do manage to blow up Delena instantly, though, Jake, right? So, good start. The Psylocke just a little bit out of position, apparently. But I do feel like, yeah, as soon as they come over the top, there's like a bionic hook that's going to come in and catch them out. Here we go. I have Agamotto going to be popped by Dongmin. Terra and Delena both caught, so both duelists, but no chance to really punish. Delena somehow is able to slip away again and stay alive.
They've got a few seconds to regroup before they have to come back in and contest this cart. Shroud-X getting it rolling forward. Now it's Vision's turn with the ultimate if he wants to strike. Nuck extremely low on the Loki. He's got to be super careful. Regeneration Domain is going to be enough.
Oh,
Venom already find a second. Vision needs to clutch this.
That cellular corrosion, Jake, catching out the invisible woman. She just has nowhere to go after using that double jump. Okay, I respect the Kraken impact attempt there for Shroud-X, but they have run out of gas. 90 seconds left. The upside for them, I guess, Jake, is that they had a really good first point attack, so they've got a really good buffer. I mean, any other situation, if they take any longer to take that first point, this is like final fight territory.
They've got a lot of time, and it is only Vinny's ultimate on the Venom that they're going to have to worry about. So I'd say Shroud-X probably have a bit of an edge here. Doomed, I think, has the opportunity to crack this open. If he can find an opening kill on the Psylocke, that's exactly what they need. The Meteor M, though, could be sometimes a little bit awkward to use in offensive situations like this.
Yeah, especially when there's like, strange shields in the way. And even when there's not sometimes, just you need to get rid of it so you can go back to having that impact on the ground. Sometimes we've seen just toss it out. Here we go. Vinny always seems to have that legendary available, Jake. It is impressive stuff. But we're going to have a copy, of course, of that invisible boundary in play. Vinny getting buffered around the places. Impunity is going for a Meteor M. Vinny, though, of course, can heal up. Does have that adaptive shielding to keep him in the game. And, of course, a Feast of the Abyss that will give a lot of overshield to him as well. So it's going to be really hard to shift this guy. Great stall so far from 100 Thieves. And we go. Yet another attempt with the Dance of the Butterfly now. Vinny has gotten engaged in the fight. It's an awkward little Meteor there from TTK, and they are at risk of being brought down now. Still 100 Thieves are fighting for this. Got that Feast of the Abyss. Delena going to come with the Galactic Legend now. This will be their time to come alive, and they instantly take Doomed out of the game. Delena's been waiting for this moment all game to come alive, and 100 Thieves, Jake, are about to slam the door in Shroud-X's face.
100 Thieves are just so insanely good defensively. It keeps looking like they're bending, they're going to break. Surely they're running out of resources, and yet they hold on for that last possible millisecond when the enemy is just a little bit overextended. That's when they rip the ults. That's when the duelists turn it around. It was Delena there in the end, but so many times in this map, it was Terra. That was one of the most disgusting maps of Marvel Rivals we have ever seen.
I need to see the scoreboard now. 38 eliminations. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's cool. 33.
Yeah. Okay. There are 22 final hits on the entirety of Shroud-X's side. Just to put this in perspective for you. Quick maths there from me. 33.
That's
And look,
insane.
Transition did a comparable amount of damage, right? When you're up against these, like obviously any healer comp in Marvel Rivals, it's really about finding inventive ways to generate kills. But off the back of the ultimate, that is exactly what you need against these high healer comps. Just these large amounts of burst damage that you can repeatedly apply to the same area, like a jackhammer. Crazy stuff, man. I mean, what a series this has been so far. Back on Hell's Heaven, I mean, we were talking about Doomed, right, being the one that was, taking the initiative away from Shroud, rather from 100 Thieves, right? Shroud-X looking like they were a bit sluggish, a little bit slow on the uptake, but ever since then, man, 100 Thieves now looking their best.
And Mitch, you said they might get it done in 4 today. That was the Nostradamus prediction. It's looking pretty real. I mean, the way Terra's playing, it's like, are you really going to ban Hela again? Are you going to ban the Winter Soldier? I mean, Doomed has been insane on the Winter Soldier too. Can you really take away one of your own strongest tools just because you respect Terra that much? I don't think there's an easy answer from the strategic perspective and the ban pick, but honestly, you got a lot to get through here for the 100 Thieves. I mean, Shroud-X, what do they have in the bank? 100 Thieves have just brought so many strategies, so much strategic mastery in how they approach every map, every comp.
I'll tell you what, Jake, they've got a domination map where strategy matters less and clutch plays are king. Unfortunately, Terra's still going to be in the lobby. This guy was a freak. 33 of 38 eliminations were final blows. He hits the headshots. He pounds your team. Doesn't matter who wants to combo alts, he will finish. This was the single best individual performance if you're looking at statistics in Rivals Fight Night history.
Yeah. And we did have like we had a 50 final blow Punisher game, right, last week. But like, I think in this context, that was over like a really long, really close map. And the impact wasn't so outsized compared to what the rest of the team did as this one, right? So we didn't do the eye test, but I agree, Puckett. I do think that we've not seen a showing like this. There's one player having such a disproportionate impact over the game as Terra just did. It's going to stay in my head for a while, I think.
Do you think with this show being made by us and no overlords back at home that can fire me, we can admit to people that I lie probably 50% of the show. Half the information I tell you guys is not real.
It's just
I came up with it like 2 seconds before I said it. Sometimes I think of it while I'm talking.
We can tell.
All right, good. So I didn't want you guys to really think, we're just amazing, the greatest casters on the planet, but we truly are, Jake. And unfortunately, I think you're right. We are not going to get a game 5. But if Shroud-X is going to get me there, it's because they're banning Winter Soldier. Delana cannot be scarier than Terra. Right?
Yeah, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't here for Shroud-X. And I think this has to go beyond the ban phase. And they're a strong team too, right? Like they've had their good looks. I think even we've been talking a lot about the duelists because Terra did just have one of the greatest games we've seen in Fight Night history. However, I think you also got to look at the strategists. I mean, 3 deaths only on each of the strategists from the Thieves. And that's in contrast to Shroud-X's team having, I think, 7 and 10 respectively. These SJP and Harvey are just these stalwart defenders. They are so hard to crack, even for somebody as good as Doomed, a flanker player who has, cracked open a lot of backlines in his day. Now, against Harvey and SJP, he's not able to get the same job done. That's because these strategists are just very, very resilient, very, very intelligent with the way they're approaching the game. I think for the coaching for 100 Thieves, they're probably really highlighting internally how good the strategists are, how much them staying alive is crucial to any other strategy.
We're going to continue lying to you on the other side of this commercial break. Before we go, shout out to the chat. You're the reason why we can lie. You always set the record straight. Who dropped that 50 bomb as Punisher? Oh, yeah, it was also Terra. The kid is a freak.
Wait,
we're going into a game 4 when we return. TTK, pick that head up, soldier. We're still in this one. Welcome back to the future home of Emma Frost. It's Rivals Fight Night, where Groots and Boots turn into Hamburger Helper. There it is.
You always end these too early. I'm always
Splash.
waiting for more. Fuck
Splash. It was going. You just always interrupt, and then I'm like, oh, my big finale just got fucking ruined by Uber again.
No, so I didn't. I didn't know you were one for the theatrical pause, Chris. I've underestimated you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, I'm evolving.
Don't make that mistake.
Year. Yeah.
We don't underestimate Chris Bucket, not in my house.
Speaking of Emma Frost, Jake, we have a beatdown on our screen here. 100 Thieves recently have been slamming. It has been the thickness from Terra. He is dropping bombs left, right, bottom left, bottom right, all over the place on Shroud-X. But now it's their map choice again.
Look, I think like from a pure strategic perspective, it's crazy to ban Winter Soldier. And at the same time, you gotta ban Winter Soldier. I mean, it's too much. Like the team play around it for the rest of 100 Thieves, it's so insane. Terra is a monster on the character. I feel like this is time to put some respect on Terra. He was our MVP last time. He's cruising towards another MVP again. Maybe you could take some wind out of his sails. I mean, it's not like he's not good at the other characters, but at least force him to show you something different.
Did energy abuse you that bad, Shroud-X, that you're afraid of Hela still? He's not in this series. Give Delena a chance.
I mean, Delena is going to fry. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might rather face the Terra Winter Soldier.
Okay.
Even after what I just saw. It's that bad.
They're getting rid of the wolf. Okay.
Back to basics with the Wolverine ban. I think we can all agree the Wolverine ban is good for Shroud-X.
They protected this and then didn't use it at all in Hall of Joliet. They did not play any more.
I think this just forces the Luna Snow ban, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna see a Hela.
Yeah.
I'm excited. Observers, can you please just put the camera on Hela? This may be the last opportunity we get even if it goes to a game 5. 100 Thieves, this is not their map choice.
Winter Soldier,
They lost
surely.
the opening map. They won back-to-back, including their opponent's pick. Now they're looking to close things out for $1,000. Winter Soldier not on the map. Uber saw it coming. Luna Snow not going to be helping out no more, which means Star-Lord, right, guys?
I gotta say, I don't know if I've seen 2 respect bans on the same player before. This may be one of the first times we've seen it. Terra's getting the 2 best heroes banned out, not just banning his best hero, banning his second best as well. And I feel like he's gonna be pretty all right on the 3rd.
I think like you can play Groot Namor here on Ben and Chala. Pretty good. Alongside the Hela, which I think, yeah, I like the Protector, the Hela on this map. I feel like it's so important because fuck it, you just get this high ground access, right? You can really be a nuisance. And this high ground access extends almost 360 around, one of these points here.
Always evolving as well. We're going to the waterfall land, but we're starting inside. Let's go on board with a Hela Vision. Welcome to my screen.
I'm excited to see what Terra has for us on the Punisher. I do think, though, Punisher could potentially be difficult against somebody like Psylocke, who loves to, hit from the flanks and pop somebody. Punisher has a relatively big hitbox. On top of that, the super long-range duels against Hela can be scary, so Terra's got his work cut out for him. I don't think this will be easy.
I tend to agree, Jake, but a lot on the line here for 100 Thieves. A chance to end the series prematurely instead of risking going to that map 5, which we've seen definitely take a lot of energy out of these guys. It's been a long day for Shroud-X. This will be their 7th map of Marvel Rivals with a pretty limited break in between the 2 series. So they need to dig deep, find that energy. And that question of whether Doom can be an adequate flanking threat will be answered. Delena will, of course, be on the Hela. Something everybody, I'm sure, was looking forward to seeing on this map.
Yeah, nobody more than Delena, who's had his comfort hero respect banned time and time again in this series, gets the reprieve with the help of Terra's dominance on the Winter Soldier. Now let's see what he has to work with. Psylocke doesn't expect his position and just gets chopped up, doomed. Oh, but hold on. Vision strikes right back.
It is strange to me, I guess, to see like such a very powerful mid-range sort of duelist with no damage fall off. So you could also function very effectively as a long-range threat. Most 2 kit feels like mid-range, but then you could just headshot people across the map as Hela. Very, very powerful. Nice pick off there for Vision, but it's a question of what's going on over on the point. Vision is probably trying to adjust here to get more involved in this fight, but the invisible boundary deployed by Harvey here has to be respected.
Are you saying Hela might be a little bit OP, Mitch? Now you're talking really crazy. Surely not. 100 E's over the top of the Meteor M, though. Can't get the connection, though. And the second invisible boundaries come down. A little bit better ult trade for Shroud-X.
Dongmin tries to hit TTK, and yes, the follow-up is going to be good. The Meteor does connect. Yeah, here's this Punisher ultimate, which is, fine. But obviously it can be LOS pretty easily, right? You're just duck out of line of sight here, and Terror is eventually going to be brought down. Thieves, I think they have to consider what the second duelist is really supposed to be here, where the Punisher is going to get them there.
Yeah, especially without the Rocket team up, Punisher was the meta, right when Rivals came out, but has fallen off pretty decisively since. And I think for Shroud-X, doomed with the Dance of the Butterfly, there's no defensive ultimate. It's got to be very careful. This regeneration domain from Loki is kind of your only defense. Although that's a big stun from Delena. Onto that, Psylocke just barely gets out of trouble.
Okay, Doom taken down yet again. Delena just has got the flicks for days, man. That is crazy. Harvey, randomly, that's a right click from Impunity. Just lobbed a bulb at him and took him down. Onion really is the man's worst enemy. Here, got us to death. Caught out Vinny early on here. Impunity find yet another elimination here. This is good looks for Shroud-X. This is honestly very solid from them.
Yeah, and I mean, even with the catch onto Doomed, that big counter pick off onto the Loki is even more important. I mean, that's a rare mistake out of Harvey to get picked off after his team had the advantage. But Shroud-X fighting really well in the open range. And Doom, despite getting shut down a couple times, is still putting out good damage on this Psylocke and still drawing a lot of Vision aggro, making it awkward for 100 Thieves to get the fight they want.
All right, Vision again dealing with Terror. The Punisher just has not been the difference maker so far on Spaceport. Plenty of map to play. The 100 Thieves have been patiently building up a chest of ultimates now, ready to let him go. Vision back to the point here. Delena with the Goddess of Death to make use of, but has to be out into the open using this ultimate to actually be able to get it down onto the point. So needs to come forward first. Doomed a little bit low. They're trying to stay patient at the back here. Now they've taken up that invisibility. Where do they look to go? To the high ground. Looking for Terror by the looks of things now. Nice dance of the butterfly here. It's going to be drawing out Harvey's ultimate. Invisible boundary going up there. And Fidel with the force physics able to finish the job on Delena. Maybe I do prefer the Delena Hela over the Winter Soldier if I get to choose between the two, because they've looked good, but I feel like Shroud-X on putting vision on that role as well seems pretty darn good for them.
Dance of the Butterfly, more defensive than anything here from Terra. It's going to allow him to stabilize onto the point, but Dogman's not giving up yet. Meteor M doesn't get the killing connection. Strangling Prison as well, not really getting value, so Shroud-X seem to be kind of stumbling at the final hurdle here. 100 Thieves in position to get this point retake. And despite some pressure on the Vanguards, they're going to do just that. Shroud-X going to desperation run to the point. Huck does trade Terra out in the last second, but I think this Loki may go down as well.
Okay, Nuck out of the picture here. So 100 Thieves able to stabilize the round, salvage it a little bit here. But what is going on with that second duelist? Terra now is, of course, on the Psylocke. So it's made the switch over, finally conceding that against a team that's not going to walk up into range, of that Punisher and allow him to switch over towards, Deliverance and just blow people up. And honestly, like, not really a good comp to play the turret against. You've got to pay the Piper and go over towards the Psylocke.
It's a nice headshot onto the opposing Hela. It's going to get vision and the rest of his squad out. You can see Delena very cautious, taking that long-range trade, and Delena wins it out, the double back-to-back headshot. And you got a big question for Shroud-X. Do you try to fight this one out, or do you just try to get out, try to reset? It looks like they're going to take that latter option, not wanting to fight without vision, maybe baiting a bit of an over-engage. But the Thieves, that pickoff has allowed them to get to a position of having every ultimate available, and a Force Physics pulls in Impunity, who shuts down, and Shroud-X kind of falling to pieces here.
That is... Man, the Force Physics there is so huge. Great little setup, especially when you don't have a bionic arm to like set up these kind of pick opportunities. Making use of that invisible woman ability is crucial. And 100 Thieves did not have to use any of their ultimates. None of them. They're getting harder and harder to break. Shroud-X, though, also conversely are saving up a lot. So we might end up, Jake, with like a really long, drawn-out 99 to 99 fight here. Doom can't do anything with two of these strategist ultimates in play, except hope to flank and find something natty. But that is a huge ask against this Thieves team, especially now that they switch off the Punisher to something similar.
Yeah, the long-range trade is everything right now. Psylocke's dueling on the flank. Doomed in a lot of trouble, has to use double dash to get back to the squad, but it's a very defensive posture here for Shroud-X. They struggle to get position on the point.
All right, time to make it happen here. Shroud-X have to come forward. Fidel getting rid of the ultimate. Vision now going to go up into the sky, but a Meteor M deployed here by TTK. Where does this go? Not very charged, but good damage at least being thrown down onto Impunity, who has a Strangling Prison available. Delena can only speculate here in terms of where to send these crows down, and Vision has the shield from the Invisible Woman to rely on. Terra now going to go for it. Dance of the Butterfly, and the timing is absolutely perfect. It doesn't matter what hero Terra's on. They seem to take over the game. Quiet start on the Punisher, but the Psylocke finish is absolutely brutal. Turn the knife in the back and call the day in that first round. 100 Thieves out of nowhere snatch Spaceport.
Man, I thought Shroud-X surely had that round in the bag. I think they thought so too. But they dumped a couple of ultimates in that critical fight where they lost control of point at 99. And then the retake just never came together. So many times on the walk-up, they're pressured, they're punished by Delena or Terra, bringing down that sniping pressure. Vinny and TTK getting a little bit better of the tank trade there, just a bit more damage down. And across the board, I mean, Terra, look at, it's still doing ridiculous damage in that game, despite the Punisher looking kind of awkward, kind of weak. However, they are going to, on this map, double down on the Punisher with the Rocket Raccoon pick. I'm curious to see if this is, honestly, will they actually do that, or will they end up swapping back?
It wouldn't be terrible. I think there's like a... Look, you're still going to be dealing with the Psylocke flanker, right? I do think, though, there are some decent spots to set up here with this Punisher. Let's see. Thieves also, I mean, they might have Vinny on the... Okay, on the Venom.
It's kind of an awkward Venom pick, though. With the Punisher, you don't really have a duelist who's going to get in with the Venom. I'm a bit skeptical of this, actually. I think Shroud-X, I like their comp a little bit more here. They are going to have the Rocket, though. So it's going to be a full commit onto Terra. My question is just, how does Vinny play this one out? He's going to be more of a space-creating diver than really, one who's actually going to create kill opportunities.
I think you want to stretch the fights out a little bit longer for your Punisher to have that impact, right, with infinite ammo. So Vinny can disrupt here, attract some of that attention away. And remember, this is a very open map, right? Strangling Prison here for Impunity. Wasting no time, living up to his name in a big way there. Just going in and cleaning them out. 100 Thieves. Cheeky little attempt to flip.
That's nice.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's huge that they can get the cap stop just in time. Great awareness from Impunity to immediately turn his pathing, get to the point as quickly as possible. A second later, and I mean, it seems like a small difference, but you know, we've seen the difference that 5-10% margins can make when it comes to like strange portaling back into a desperate fight. Terra is going to go over to the Psylocke, maybe a more natural combo with Vinny.
Definitely. I mean, you have someone who can really link up with that Venom in a pinch. Vision. Oh man, you've got to respect. There is an Invisible Woman shield there. Maybe Terra just thinks that they've got the poke damage down, but you're trying to beat Hela in a poke battle. It seems like a bit of a lapse in judgment there for a moment. Now, things are about to get out of hand. Vinny does at least get that Feast of the Abyss. And see if they stick to the Venom after this now, but 100 Thieves are so split up here, now at risk of being heavily staggered.
Yeah, this lack of a Groot starting to bite. And Vinny is going to bite the bullet, takes the Groot mirror now. But this late into the round, it's going to put you in a pretty significant ultimate disadvantage. So the Thieves are going to have to fight this back off just the power of raw playmaking and aim. We know they've got that in the bag. We know that those are huge threats, but Shroud-X would love to force a decisive game 5.
Galactic Legend here for Doomed. 100 Thieves, they do have the invisible boundary, and still Doom was able to find a pick on the Loki of all things. Terra looking for a back cap. This is going to draw Thieves out of position, but geez, Shroud-X gets such a jackpot pick off there to start that fight. Terra likely using this for the invulnerability frames it offers, less of the damage, and Force Physics yanks them on back to make them demise.
And Shroud-X are going to be happy with that. They're looking to charge forward with that player advantage and turn it into more. This is a bit of a risky move, but if it pays off, they will be forcing us into round 3. Meteor M over the top, denying value. Dogman looking to get a little bit more, waiting out that shield from TTK and blast SJP away.
Oh, this is very dangerous here for 100 Thieves. Now, you're almost thinking with this last fight, you are a little reluctant to spend your ultimates, honestly, because you would like to get off to a great start in round number 3. This feels mega chalked from the Thieves. Delena.
Oh, Delena can't hold here. He can't hold here. The ceiling is too low on him. Yeah, he's down.
Dooms looked really good on their Star-Lord on this round, especially. 100 Thieves again, they try and come in with the Punisher right quickly. Terra's looking to switch off of that, but it's going to be a TP that gets 100 Thieves back into play. Terra, good pressure. Nak forced to go to the high ground now, just a little bit more, but the Invisible Woman shield is too good. Terra's going to drop out of the fight for the time being now, but Delena does have that ultimate to make use of now. Harvey very, very low though, and Terra just got blown up. Vision getting involved where it matters. Delena needs something, a pick, anything here. Come up with nothing. Back down to earth in more ways than one for the Hela player of 100 Thieves, and Shroud-X now in his overtime. Vinny's trying to push up here. I have Agamotto at the ready, but an opportunity to make use of it. That's the real question. Tanks on either side of him now. Looking to the back line. Oh, Force Physics just wrecks him, but Narcondomin was still caught by that. It just wasn't enough follow-up. Impunity does go down at least, but a Galactic Legend is now in play, counted out by the Meteor M, of course, and TTK. And Dogman has fallen. Terra now starting to leave a mark. Delena able to find Fidel, and 100 Thieves have had to fight to the very brink, and they fought back into the round.
They're able to get the flip. Doom getting a couple trades, but it's going to be too little, too late. The Thieves reassert control. Now Shroud-X going to be on the retake, sent fully back to the spawn. Dongman thinking about a TP, wants to just play like a really high-tempo look here. Potentially taking the Thieves side of the map. Curious to see how Shroud-X play this.
Okay, this is, again, pretty ballsy. Vinny can see much of this from that high ground perch there, and Dongman's pushing up. Really wants to try and pressure here onto TTK. Not a whole lot to be doing here. Just forced back now. Keep an eye on those health bars. Here is that Dance to the Butterfly. You'd think that would just be counted out by some kind of healing ultimate. Fidel had the invisible boundary, and yet Terra is able to get rid of the Loki. That's big. And 100 Thieves don't have to do too much more in this fight, which is just as well, Jake, because they don't have any other ultimates to spend.
Yeah, this fight feels over. Impunity finds one on the CTK, but just not enough. The rest of the squad here happy to run a longer fight here for the Thieves, happy to stall a little bit more. I mean, remember, this is their championship on the line. I thought Shroud-X was certainly going to force a decisive round 3. Now 100 Thieves in position to potentially end this here and now and just grab that cash prize.
Over halfway are 100 Thieves, and they've gotten that invisible boundary. Dylan built another ultimate here too. Shroud-X don't still have much to work with, right? They need a good strangling prison if they can get it, but look how dispersed 100 Thieves are. Vinny and Terra basically in different postcodes. Delena also trying to scout out some of these angles with the use of the third person. Poke damage here from 100 Thieves is pretty good because they've got that Hela to work with now, and Shroud-X have to go soon. This might be their last chance at all, Jake. Vision gets dove on, able to stay alive. Good healing to kick the Hela in the game.
Yeah, great awareness from Vision. He's still fighting back even under that much pressure. Now gets his position wide onto the high ground of the point. I think this is exactly what Shroud-X want. A little bit better long-range damage. However, the Thieves have some powerful ultimates to deploy into this fight. It won't be an easy one. Final fight potentially here in Rivals Fight Night North America.
Thieves are going to have all their ultimates here. Vinny with that Feast of the Abyss. Now, Delano goes solo, has to pop that ultimate. It's going to come out and be very, very low. Taken down by Vision. Thieves also used that invisible boundary and couldn't get any value off of it now. Cellular corrosion into the feast. Nuck gets picked off, so both teams without a strategist for the time being. And Vision here out in the open, looking for more damage on Vinny. Looks like they're going to have it. Should be Shroud-X being able to push back now. Okay, Meteor M coming up. We have a flip of the point though, as 100 Thieves are being knocked down to size.
Oh, Vision is dominant. Strange Portal comes in from Delana, but the overtime spawns are so long. It's so incredibly difficult to clutch out from this position. Using those spawn heals, but it's a nice wall from Impunity in through the portal. Denies the touch. And Shroud-X, it would have been too much, surely, to get reverse swept on both, mini reverse swept on both of the rounds of control. At least now, they have a chance here on Warrior Falls. And this is the map where the Hela really tends to shine. This is the map where, I mean, we saw Energy kind of styled on Vision. We'll see if Vision was able to take anything from that and deliver it here into this series.
Man, it's crazy to see these 100 Thieves. Honestly, like their duelist combo, able to edge out the side of Shroud-X. But look at Impunity, man. 10 final hits on this group, topping the damage output. And that's something that like really has to be respected. It's also something that is very playable on this map. It's totally reasonable to see him come out here. Can 100 Thieves have that same level of showing in their front line from Vinny? Or can they shut Impunity down? They've been a problem.
I mean, it's a small edge, but the fact that Shroud-X were able to hold on to that invisible boundary coming into this round does put them in a pretty decisive advantage for the first fight. Often we see those first fights leading to an advantage that you can continue to snowball and play out of. Delana would love to be the difference maker, would love to find that opening pick, but Shroud-X taking the fight immediately to their opponents with that ult.
I mean, yeah, 100 Thieves are hoping to get off to a good start here, but they run into an invisible boundary, and Terra realizes, I don't have enough time. The point's not going to flip for another 8 seconds. I've got to do something, have some impact here, and it feels like a miscalculation, not having a Psylocke in position from the rip. Now, Shroud-X out on the point themselves. Vinny very low, Harvey stunned up here, and Shroud-X is just kind of dominating.
This is so confident from Vision, taking the risk onto the flank. He is going to get shut down, but the damage is done. And this is kind of something we saw from Energy in the last series, right? Like being willing to take those risks, show up on the flank on the Hela, win your 1v1, and then snowball from there. Vision looking great thus far in the map.
Another great start. We saw Shroud-X get up to like these massive leads. I mean, got on the first round, they had a 99% lead. Thieves had to fight all the way back. Last time as well on Spaceport, they also able to have a pretty darn good lead. So Thieves need to get back into the game, and sooner this time. Terra's had a great map. I mean, the duelists for 100 Thieves have been, I mean, pound for pound, better than what Shroud-X are doing. But here's the problem. It's Impunity coming in with the Strangling Prison. Punished pretty quickly, though, as SJP is able to get that healing over time from the invisible boundary. Terra looking for an opportunity, probably, to figure out if it's worth committing this Dance of the Butterfly into the fight. Again, plenty of healing now, but Doom, don't know what happened there. SJP just kind of blew them up.
Yeah, 100 Thieves kind of made mincemeat of all these ultimates. I mean, Shroud-X had a lot of utility to deploy, and it all fell flat. I mean, the Thieves just fearlessly aggressing into the front line, and for Groot to go down that quick, that early, massive focus fire out of the Thieves, and Shroud-X going to be scratching their head about what just happened.
Yeah, my God. SJP walked into that fight with 2 final hits there on that invisible woman. Kind of cracks performance there. Now, of course, there's some high ground to play from for Shroud-X. The offending team, the attacking team seems to have like priority in that sense, but Terra will be playing close now with an invisibility. But constantly, you can see the Psylocke is being checked for. A lot of spam coming down. Oh, beautiful from Terra. Sees a brief opportunity to collapse on Doomed, and now that's the most flexible piece of the puzzle here for Shroud-X. They've got no flank pressure, Jake.
And Dogman down. Fidel as well. Cleanups coming in here from the Thieves. Vision strikes back with 1, but it feels like just not enough. Loki and Hela on the high ground, forced into a desperate retreat. This Thieves team, they're so good across the board. If one piece falls, the rest just surge forward with so much aggression. Vision needs to find something, needs to create some kind of opening opportunity, but it's so difficult here.
Yeah, of course, crucial. It's about being able to match that impact of Impunity. I mentioned it, right? Vinny of course, just not playing with that same kind of style, right? It's really been Impunity that's been dishing a lot of those final hits there and coming in with a very big, impactful ultimate. So that's something we kind of mentioned, but Terra and Delane have looked so good. Those flanks that we've seen coming out from Terra have been really crucial, of course, setting up these very favorable game states now for the Thieves as they're looking to get ahead in terms of capture percentage.
Yeah, they've got a difficult road to climb, though. The mountain ahead of them with the Thieves in position. Vision forced off the angle, not able to get that immediate aggression he was hoping for. Shroud-X, they've got a couple key ultimates to deploy. It could be something. The Hela ultimate maybe is the opener they need.
We'll be checking back in on that in just a second, but unfortunately our caster feeds have gone down. I have no gameplay, so can't be calling too much here. Hopefully for you guys, though, it's fine. And you can see
I heard Hela ult. There's a Hela ulting. We're in overtime.
Okay. Well, I can't. I sort of dropped the stream and I'm trying to be patched in. So if you could hear anything, Jake.
Oh, the Thieves are doing it. I'm getting enough of a slideshow.
Butterfly, baby. Let's go, Terra.
And this is the Thieves getting into control. It should be the game, the series, the match, and the championship for the Thieves. On my 1 FPS slideshow, surely there's no comeback and no.
There's no way my feed just came back with the victory thing. There's no way
awesome
that just happened, bro.
Hey, shout out to the feed. They knew who needed to see it, and it was the fans.
Bro,
you guys like my 1 FPS casting? I'm taking like the tiniest audio cue to try and tell what's going on.
I saw a yellow pop up. I was like, we're in overtime.
Can you imagine? Oh God, can you imagine if I was like, oh man, oh, that's so brutal. We are back though. Looking at the scoreboard there, 20 final hits for Terra in that map, by the way. Not quite as disgusting a game as we saw previously, but the Psylocke flex, we were kind of worried, right? At the start of that last map, I was like, this Punisher is kind of cheeks, like it's not really what they're looking for. I mean, there is so much depth that Terra can turn around and put on a Psylocke game like that and dominate. That is crazy.
They're quick with the adaptations, right? When they come in with one strat and it's not working, the players have that versatility to try something else, to make the shakeups. That's what makes them so challenging to beat. Even when you have an edge in the map and you feel like, oh, did we get the edge on the bands here? They're going to just come back, whether they bring you to the mirror or they bring out something new and different. They're going to execute it immaculately every time. And that consistency is what's put them on the top of here in Fight Night NA, here in the Marvel Rivals Invitational, Marvel Rivals Championship. 100 Thieves, there have been contestants. We've been talking about how NA is getting more competitive, but frankly, 100 Thieves decisively on top. They've come close, but it's not been enough.
Guys, as much as we said the name Terra throughout that domination, Vinny and TTK right there with him on the damage front, all of the ultimates set up by the Vanguards. I feel like I almost want to go back and watch this match again and not have my focus purely on the duelist, because you couldn't help but watch the flashiness, but it was being so well set up. 100 Thieves in North America playing incredibly well. My question, Jake, what's up with their Dom? Why do they start slow? This is back-to-back matches where you lose a game one.
I mean, I actually think Shroud-X is actually really strong on domination. I don't think that 100 Thieves is necessarily weak. I just think that when it comes to like the raw deathmatch game modes, that's where Shroud-X looks insane. However, what's so impressive to me is that how good 100 Thieves are at making these comebacks, right? The fact that they can go down 99-0, it's one thing to win one fight and get the retake. It's a whole other bag to be able to have the strategic depth to know that, okay, we need to win this fight, but we need to hold on to some key tools. If we blow everything, we're just going to lose the next fight. They really straddle that risk reward incredibly well, and that tactical outplay, even on a mode like domination, it still gets them over the line here.
Like the great Steve, aka Captain America, this skinny kid in high school is now beating ass. Our MVP of tonight for North America goes by the name of Terra. He did it on everything. The Namor, the Winter Soldier, the Psylocke, Uber, you got to call all of it. What was your favorite?
I mean, I enjoyed the Wolverine gameplay. I think it's, pretty clear that what we saw in Hall of Jalia was a little bit out of pocket there from Terra. We obviously, look, tonight, we have been highlighting duelist players at MVP a lot of the time, right? They are the shock and awe ones. They do garner the most attention. And we're early on, I think, in just having deep analytics for Marvel Rivals to sort of assess people's impact over the game. But I got to say, just what we've seen on a mechanical level from Terra was really impressive. I think like if I had to shout someone else out, I think like Impunity on Shroud-X had a fantastic series and was just an incredible group player, maybe maybe the best in NA, honestly. So, you know, but look, I mean, sorry, if Terra, it's not as if like if Terra is stealing these kills from someone else. Like, it's not like if Terra doesn't get these, someone else is going to get them. They have to get them. They need to wipe fight after fight here. And remember, we talked about this for weeks. Burst damage in Marvel Rivals is the only way you break yourself out of like healing throughput prison. It's the only way you can, you know, beat these comps when frankly, you know, strategists are tuned to be so powerful, to be so strong. And if you just do the right thing as strategists, you can really keep your team topped up a lot of the time. Because Winter Soldier is true agency, right, for duelist players. And Terra looked incredible there. And then this out of nowhere, man, so well handled against Doomed, who'd been looking really scary on the silo.
Shroud-X, a great fight last time and went to a game 5. This time, 100 Thieves sealed the deal in 4. Terra with the final blows to finish it in that last round. We take a look at our bracket, a game 5 to open things up in North America. That was the match of the day, in my opinion. If you missed it, check out our YouTube Rivals Fight Night. We got FlyQuest versus Shroud-X. And then, of course, Shroud-X starting with map number 1 before the Thieves caught fire, Jake. This is the team to beat in North America. Virtus.pro, the clear favorites in EU. Only time before they meet up and face off against each other. But until then, they're the kings of their respective hills. Who else should challenge them? Like, what kind of comps would work well against our champions?
I think 100 Thieves is, so far, not only are they the strongest team in NA, they're also the most flexible. So I think this is not a team you can beat with like cheesy comp strats. I think a team just needs to come and be able to match their diversity. So far, I mean, Shroud-X up until today was like perma first banning Wolverine. Today they realized, okay, we have to go beyond that. We have to surpass that. But that also means in the practice, they need to be ready to deploy the Wolverine themselves. They need to be able to play that with full confidence when it is the strongest choice. And I think for teams that have like locked in, like, you know, we're always going to first ban the same thing every single game, that works to a point. It could get you to the championship match. It could get you to the top 4, top 5, just being really good at what you do. But beating the best team in the world, the best team, at least in North America for now, in the Thieves, I don't think you're going to be able to beat them with the fixed first ban. I think you're going to need to be able to adapt based on how the series is going, based on the map picks that come out.
All right, we are done for the week. We'll be back next week, same time, same place, 4 p.m. Eastern. That's like 1 o'clock out there on the West Coast and getting late in Europe. On behalf of Jake, Uber, ZP, Avast, and all the incredible humans behind the scenes, thanks for watching Rivals Fight Night. We're the best. We'll see you next week. Look at me, I'm thing. I'm jumping and shit while that shark does some bubbly. Rumble, tumble, and the chunky monkey. Oh, I see why he jumped over there so that the floating blocks would be. Oh, you guys are disgusting, Virtus.pro. Disgusting.